Ladies and gentlemen, how are we all doing today? So yeah, we're just catching up, just loading in. So, how are you folks? How is everyone? How are we all doing? For me, it's actually been a pretty neat day. Yesterday while I was streaming, I actually missed the first snow of the year. It by the time I was done, it actually kind of like it was staying a little bit in the shadow areas, but it really wasn't like huge. Kind of looking forward to it because I really want to obviously show my son some snow, but we'll get there when we get there, right? We're just not quite there yet. I'm just making sure that everything's working and then we'll get started. We'll get there when we get. Okay, that sounds good. So, as the title says, we are here to just we have quite a bit of territory. We're definitely not exactly the quickest time anyone's ever done this. But we're gonna go exterminate. We're gonna have a big battle here. There's this trash, and a third stack of likely trash. So overall, not that bad. And then we need to look. He's probably gonna go take that annoyingly, but we'll go clear him out in a minute. And then I wanted to continue talking about like my thoughts on the end times, cause I came to a realization which I think most people definitely come to at some point, which is like, wow, we really do like forget about Skarsnik. Because yesterday I actually was thinking about the lore and like now thinking about what I said, and I thought they'd forgotten about Warzone, but then I realized no, Skarsnik. So just for context, during the end times, Skarsnik actually is doing his freeway battle for Carrick 8 Peaks, right? And the thing about Carrick 8 Peaks is that it is, once again, it is effectively a freeway fight. So there's Balagar on one side, who's doing this essentially doomed quest to reclaim his homeland. And once again, it is non-exaggeratedly doomed. He kind of acknowledges it slightly, but he's also in denial about it because he has that dwarf stubbornness, right? Then on the other side of things, do I even need oh, that's a lot of units. Like, it'd be kind of fun, but also there's a lot of units. So let's just accept an auto-resolve here. It's not very entertaining, but... So, Skarsnik is doing this freeway fight against, Quick Head Taker, who obviously has endless numbers, is able to just keep going forever, and it's really working out. And obviously he's doing it about Belagar, who they each own like a different part of the city, where they're actually kind of living in like basically line of sight on each other, but like in a weird kind of like no man's zone situation. They can't really take action against one another, but they are there. And over the course of this battle, Belagar comes up with the option of like, hey, we win this by hiring Goldfang. Now, Goldfang is a mercenary, and as you can imagine, when anything like in a mercenary in video games, right, is that he does tend to like betray them. So, as one might expect, there's a little bit of betrayal going on, and Goldfang switches sides. So he actually gets convinced by the Greenskins to join him. Mostly on the promise that, hey, Belagar is actually broke as hell, which is honestly the truth. Belagar has no money. So that being the case, like, they might have promised you a decent chunk of change, but they can't deliver it, can they? So what's in it for you? What's in it for you? So he's convinced rather easily, I'm not gonna act like this was hard, rather easily to switch sides. Once again, make of that what you will. I really don't want to do the Gotrek fight, the Gotrek and Felix fight, but I feel like I might have to. And if that might affect your opinion of Goldfang, or it might not. I don't think people have a strong opinion on the guy unless you're like part of the OG Warhammer crew. He's not like Carl Fand. He doesn't have that iconicness, But yeah, so he is convinced to switch sides. So during a freeway fight, Goldfang turns on the dwarves and really messes up their artillery line because he was behind the lines, right? And also, ogres are ogres, right? So if they're motivated to go destroy something, it's gonna get destroyed, and it definitely was. So he is in this kind of very strong position. Now, the fight doesn't go as well for the Skaven as they wanted to, but the Skaven are effectively endless. So while in the moment it didn't work out for the Skaven quickly come to the basic realization, which is like, we're gonna win this, because like while the greenskins won that engagement, or they definitely messed up the dwarfs, right? They're not gonna lose this fight. They're not gonna lose overall, because the reality is they have endless numbers. Queek will just call up more reinforcements, and then they'll come back, and then they win. So, but the greenskins are annoying, because what's happening is, as the greenskins from all over the world are, I think I can win this. Shock cavalry and 2 dread spears. Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling like he's at full health this time. Look, I've never really tested the High King so much, but he's a legendary lord. He's built into his melee line. I feel like we've got this. And so what essentially happens is a vermin lord appears to Skarsnik and is like, "Hey, we've won. Checkmate. Blah blah blah. So give up." I was like, "We can kill you." Now, it's important to note that Skarsnik basically has I didn't know this, but I don't know where he got it, but he has a laser weapon. Like, he just has a laser gun for some reason. He regularly just zaps people. Or like the wall to like cause a cave-in or stuff like that. He just has the ability to zap people for some reason. Not sure where he got that, but he has it. So he points out at the demon, and the demon doesn't seem too convinced, but too concerned, but like still is like, "What the hell is that thing? Don't point that at me," kind of thing. So it is interesting that he seems to have like a very powerful weapon, even if it's mostly like because people have no idea if it's actually a problem or not. But the conclusion they reach is, "Hey, if you bring me Belagar's head, I will leave Carrick 8p." That is basically the agreement that is done. It is an agreement that he kind of honors, and that's kind of what prompts Queek Headtaker to take this such a bold offensive on are we gonna win this? I feel like we are. I feel like they're taking more damage than we are, but obviously they have way more units than we are. But that prompts the attack on Belagar. Belagar dies, and then Skarsnik leaves. Now, Skarsnik gets his hands on he's basically hired by the Vermin Lord to go do siege to another dwarf town, because over the course of this story, like the Skaven have basically declared all out war. We are killing every single are we winning this? We are killing every single dwarf hold we can. We are going to exterminate them all. We are getting rid of the dwarf hold. They're getting rid of everyone, for the record, but especially the dwarf holds. You know, they're getting rid of all the ones they can, and so they're like, hey, you know who's good, who's really annoying and really good at fighting in like urban warfare? That's our old friend Skarsnik. So we're gonna hire him, and we'll give him a bomb. We'll give him an actual clan Scryer nuke, and he just needs to go deliver that to the next place. And it's like, it seems a bit strange for both parties to accept, but he kind of feels like he doesn't have a choice. And also, it's important to know, Skarsnik, you know, has a pet squig, right? It's called Gobla, and this pet squig, in the past fight, he tries to eat a Molder Packmaster, and he tries to eat him to protect his master, right? You know, protect Skarsnik. But it doesn't end well for the squig, as he ends up dying. We are losing. He ends up dying because the Molder Packmaster like basically cuts his way out of his belly, and you know, as you can imagine, that's kind of fatal. So Skarsnik loses like the one thing in his life that he actually cared about, which is that squig, right? So he ends up basically when the nuke that he was trying to double. He's like, you know, if I can't have Carrick 8 peaks, no one else can. And so he's like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take that nuke they gave me, because for some reason they gave him a nuke, and I'm gonna set it underneath the city, and then it's just gonna you know, detonate, and I'm gonna kill. This is a very underwhelming display. And then it's gonna kill, at least it's gonna blow up the city. It'll blow up some rats, because, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, a few dead rats, it's not the end of the world. But hopefully we'll get Queek Headtaker, because, you know, fuck that guy, and we'll at least like be able to save face. And he's sitting there on like a hilltop nearby, and he's like, ha, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this. And then the nuke doesn't go off. And it's not actually stated whether it was like, you know, the Skaven gave him a bad weapon intentionally to trick him, and so they were basically sending him on a suicide mission, or if the, you know, it's Skaven engineering, so it just didn't go off because Skaven engineering is incredible. And it's just kind of like this little gag moment, and that's the last you kind of see of him. He's like, he just walks off into the sunset, and yeah, you never see him again in the rest of the book because he is an avatar of the of Gork and Mork at this point. He is like, he should play an important role in the series, but he kind of doesn't end up playing an important role in the series. So that's just kind of like the last you hear of him. It's just like, I'm done. It's over for me. I'm over, and it's just like, I didn't realize it at the time, but like, yeah, that is the final time you see him, and it's like, okay, considering that he is a major character, and once again, he has a whole book with him in it, it's kind of strange that it never reaches like any kind of conclusion. It just kind of is. So we've got like, he only gets upkeep benefit. That's the like kind of sad part. Like, technically he has a favored unit, right? But he only really gets upkeep benefits for it. You do get to pick your enemies. That is pretty nice as the hiking. I think a lot of lords should have like a skill where you can just like, I want to fight elves. We're definitely getting that skill today. I want to fight elves. So yeah, like, I need to get rid of these. So I've got the faulty doom sphere and the crimson skull. Oh, that's a bad one. We need to get rid of that, sell this. We need to build anti-corruption here for now because I don't actually have a way of reducing. I don't actually have a way of getting rid of that right now. But that is a huge problem, obviously. Okay. Glad I paid attention to that because that's a really easy one to miss. I feel like for the really serious ones like that, hey, Capitan. Like, I feel like for the really serious ones, like, once again, like Crimson Skull, they should make sure that the player knows about it. Because I don't feel like it is the most, like, you're not really informed as a player that, hey, and I saw that the Reddit is very often, like, filled with people who are like, you know, I just got 10 wars declared war. I just got started 10 wars with random factions. Like, yeah, you probably had Crimson Skull. You probably got Crimson Skull. How are you doing, Capitan? How's your Kroggar campaign going? How are things? For me, we're just continuing this. Ideally, I want to try to do like one campaign per weekend. You're getting out replenishment by the dwarfs. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Don't worry. Jokes aside, though, the AI doesn't care about replenish. As I've said many times, the AI doesn't care about replenishment restrictions, so it's not actually embarrassing. But it is just funny. But yeah, just once again, that's the thing. You need to like declare war at the right time, and then you need to like take out the capital and just keep that momentum going. Because the well then maybe, look, this might be revolutionary. Maybe don't fight the guy with 20 armies before the war start. You know, I'm not here to tell you how to play the game, obviously, but like, I would sense a slight, like, you know, oopsie doopsie there, you know, a bit of a fuck up, maybe a bit of a questionable maneuver. Like, I feel like there was an obvious solution here, like not to rub it in or anything, but something could have gone better. I think we are over specializing into the flamethrowers, but fuck it, we're gonna over specialize into the flamethrowers. This is the flamethrower army. I have 142 range on the grudge settler ones. That's pretty good. Yeah, you can check the strength objective. But yeah, my advice is okay, if you're gonna do that, lightning strike them. Like, train up lightning, even if you have to respec your lord to do it. Just train up lightning spec on a lord, lightning strike on a lord, and it's worth it because you don't want to fight them as a group. So you want to just chain the lightning strikes with a really powerful army. No, the AI will focus you. No, never ever assume that the AI will look at the situation objectively and make a balanced decision. The AI will 100% of the time just be like, the human player is fighting me. We kill the Hey, plus 10 melee attack when fighting elves. Melee attack when fighting elves, Lord Army. We're gonna get that one. I didn't even know that was a thing. But like the AI will always prioritize a suicide charge on you rather than like objectively the correct thing to do. So no, that's your mistake. There's like, it never happens that way. It should, but the AI has a hate boner for you. So sorry about that. It just is. It like yeah. But once again, lightning strike is your friend if they have too many armies, but you're confident you can defeat them one at a time. Let's get a master rune of spite on this guy. I like putting that on. Oh, that's why it didn't go so good. Like this is a terrible item for the record, but that's why it wasn't going so good. It's because I didn't actually put any of his equipment on him. So that probably didn't help our little manual battle we did a minute ago. And let's put Malachi's Persuader, I think, is better. Like, yeah, this is the combat one from Malachi, and this is the I want to repair my artillery. Which I don't really have any artillery right now, we'll ignore that. So I think I'm doing fine. I got 3 armies, one of my main one is good, and the other 2 are mostly goblos. Managed to keep goblins? Are you playing Gorok? Does Gorok hire goblins now? Or are you... Drowse... Oh, yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Then, fair enough. Then that's very... Like, that's the way you should be playing. Now, once again, if you have, what's his face? A Gorbad Backstabber. Like, as long as you have Gorbad Backstabber on your goblin army, they will perform really well. My advice is focus on the archer goblins. Because you can, if you stack enough archer goblins together, you can create something that's pretty competent, especially once it gets Gorbad boosted. Then obviously you have your Lord and Gorbad do the like holding people off. Maybe like 1 or 2 melee units to hold things off. But that's generally how you want to do things. That's the smart way of doing, like that's the competent way of doing the army. Generally speaking, missile armies in this game are the way you want to build your armies when you have the chance, because ideally you want to do your killing without taking too many casualties on your end, which then obviously lets you damn it, look at that, look at this asshole. We're you know what, we're grudging. That's a grudge. We're gonna act on that grudge. We're gonna make probably a pretty dumb move to go kill her. Yeah, you ideally speaking, there's so much corruption here that I'm gonna lower it down manually. There's way, I can't risk that going to 100% and I can't afford to get rid of it. So we are gonna manually lower that corruption by force. Does it do anything for surrounding regions? No, it does not. Does control? No. Attrition, leadership? No. We're just yeah, we just need to keep that attrition nice and stamped down because we cannot afford to have war with 10 random enemies, because it counts as, I'm pretty sure it counts as your reliability. So for a lot of reasons we can't do that. But yeah, Drazov is really fun. But yeah, focus on, like, once again, for your third army of trash, put like 2 or 3 guns in it. If you put 2 or 3 guns in and the guns focus on the important things, then the trash dying is not so bad. Also, guns weigh really well towards auto-resolve, so it's this double win kind of situation, because the way auto-resolve if you don't know, the way auto-resolve calculates might not be the best option, but honestly, I wouldn't know how I would calculate, like, an algorithm to calculate, like, the complexities of this game, so I think it's kind of fair. The way auto-resolve calculates a win-loss is that it acts like both armies unleash all of their missile firepower into each other. That's the calculation. So what it looks for, ideally, for a really good auto-resolve, it looks for missile damage times and armor. Those are the 2 things that it cares. So if you have like something like flamethrowers are the only units in Skaven that auto-resolve very well, because basically, once again, the game acts like you just unloaded all of, and we're gonna get that last big fight next turn. You know, we don't even need to make it next turn. Let's just declare war on him. We're going to make that one big fight right now to get our grudging up to 100%, which will get our growth going. You're not at war with anyone. That's a shame. I was kind of hoping you were. But we'll just declare war on him. And then that way we'll get a nice big fight starting against the Wood Elves. But yeah, you, ideally speaking, want missile units with high armor, which is where, once again, those blunderbusses and those Fire Glaze come in because they have really good armor for missile units. And they hurt like a truck, especially if you can just let them unload because auto resolve says they unload. So it's a win-win for you. But yeah, consider adding 1 or 2 guns. And then an artillery piece is good because that, like, even like the bolt thrower is really good just to give you the ability to just siege attacker, because watch out, you don't technically have siege attacker in a goblin stack. So if they go off independently, which ideally you want to do, you don't want to keep all of your armies grouped up. Ideally you want to have your armies going in different locations to go take different things. Then having the ability to have siege attacker on your trash stack is important, because otherwise you'll be like, oh well, I never had to care because, you know, I always was able to auto resolve, because, you know, with your legendary lord it has siege attacker automatically. But with anything that isn't your main attacking lord, until your lord gets on a mount or whatever, you do need to have an option to siege attacker. I am gonna probably underway, and I can probably reach that next turn. Let's see, what do I want to get? Lord of the Deep. I don't think we really need that much. No, we don't. I love that so many lords just have like a leadership aura size. It's generally pretty skippable. Especially with dwarves. I think dwarves especially are not that useful for it. Like some factions maybe. If you could like leadership aura on like Skaven, because Skaven really rely on their heroes and lords to like keep them all together, right? But we're not Skaven. I forget what dwarves call Skaven. But yeah, so he just walks off into the sunset, and that's the last you hear of Skarsnik. And it's like, at the time, once again, I didn't quite clock that was the last time I'd ever heard about Skarsnik, but it is. Yeah, and once again, you know, unfortunately, you know, I'm sorry to break this to you, the Chaos Dwarfs don't really have a presence in the end times. You know, a lot of factions that didn't really exist back then don't have a presence in the end times. So, for example, that's pretty good. Our corruption is nice and stabilized now. For example, Cafe. Cafe now, the way it is written now, should not in theory have lost as like cleanly as it is, because, you know, it has like Dragon Emperor's Children, and it has like all of this magic in the system. What's the word for the deep? Should I build it as soon as possible, or is it much of a time money sink? Okay, so if you are spreading out the way I'm doing, the deeps is less of an investment right now, because ideally getting another army to conquer like more is better. If you are worried more about, like, if you are playing maybe less tall, this is the most ridiculous auto resolve of my life, and I'm just gonna accept it, because I cannot win this with this. I know they're mostly trash, but there's a legendary lord here. There's a lot of air force. I'm not winning that, so I'm just gonna accept it. Oh, and now we lose. Okay. You know what? I'm glad they take the city, because now I get to kill them with Grombrindal. But the deeps is when you are building tall, tall in that sense. Like so if you have like a few cities, it is really useful for that situation, because like you can really just get maximum value out of just like, so, you know, there's the one that like it increases the amount of money you have per turn. So if you're doing like a really long campaign, it's worth the investment. If you're like the kind of player who, like, you know, ends a campaign in like 30, 40 turns, it's not worth it. It's really depending on what kind of playstyle you're doing. Also, read the benefit. Like, there are some that are really good. So there's like, you will never take attrition in the city even when you're under siege. That's really good, because the AI doesn't handle that very well. So like the hidden benefit of that one is that you can just basically infinitely hold off an AI army who's expecting you to get weaker so they can declare siege on you. Get a bit cheesy? That's up to your personal standards, right? But it just is. So like there are pros and cons to it. It really depends on like your personal preference and all of that. I want to train him as a Slayer stack for now. I think he'll be funny. He'll be my Slayer stack lord, because I like running Slayer stacks. But it really depends on which specific building, because there's a lot of buildings. But you'll notice that like I'm on turn 60 and I haven't built a single deeps. So my opinion is that you're better off like stabilizing and like building up. But if you've got like a core province somewhere that is like really safe and really like okay, maybe it's worth getting a deep. Like you can't just start building, because it takes ages to build, right? So you can't just start building and then work on it later. I don't get to search a favorable auto-resolve this time. That's a shame. No. The Chaos Dwarf, so that's the thing that I was talking about, the Chaos Dwarf. The Chaos Dwarf get no diff. And I'm not even like doing that in like a meme way. I'm talking like the Chaos Dwarf just get white. So obviously, what's his face? Grimgor passes through and just basically deletes them from the face of the earth. All of them. And that's because, you know, they existed. You know, they existed the lore thing called a Chaos Dwarf. But if you, on an objective standpoint, they didn't really exist. Like, Chaos Dwarf were not a real army. So if you're not a real army, you're not really treated with the same level of respect. You can absolutely be killed so that somebody else looks cooler for killing you. Look at Beastmen. I know Beastmen are a real army, but they're basically not. Games Workshop will happily slot, you know, have a character 1v50 or 1v100 Beastmen just to make him look tougher, you know. Literally Archeon 1v like 200s some Beastmen back in his origin story, like before he's even Archeon, right? Because you're like, oh well, Archeon did this. Like, no. We're talking like Archeon when he's still part of the good guys. 1v200s, a bunch of Beastmen, and it's like treated as like not that tough of a fight. And it's like, if I was a Beastman player, I'd probably be a little bit more upset about that, but I'm not. So it's like, okay, that's a thing he can do, I guess. And it's just like, I feel bad for Beastman player, because if you don't know, Beastmen used to, so obviously they were a Warhammer fantasy army, right? So the version of the game we're playing now. And then in Age of Sigmar, they became an Age of Sigmar army. So you have to take your bases. So Warhammer Fantasy, traditionally speaking, is played on little square bases, so you can like line them up into ranks. Age of Sigmar is played on a more circular base, like 40k, so they stand like separate from each other. So if you had bases to your Beastmen, and you really like to play Beastmen, sorry for you if you do, you have to essentially take the base off, which is a risky operation, could mess up your paintwork, you have to do new paintwork, blah blah blah, and base them into little round bases. And then, now that Old World is a success and Old World is working, Games Workshop is like, ha, what if, big idea here, what if you just went back to the square bases? So actually, if you did nothing with your Beastmen because you didn't like Age of Sigmar, you're actually in a good position. But if you actually wanted to try Age of Sigmar and you wanted to move your army to Age of Sigmar and you bought all of Age of Sigmar Beastmen, and yet now you have to go back, it really sucks for you. Beastmen players, it is a joke in the community, right? But they are an abused member of the community. You know, you gotta just be like, okay, you know, it's not one of those like, you know, there are some things that people like when they like, you know, soccer teams or whatever, you know, when they clearly like it because, okay, it's winning this season. No. If you're a Beastman player, you're in it because like you're dedicated to your Beastman. Like, full credit to them, right? But once again, Cafe, as it exists today in lore, has like an incredibly powerful Dragon Emperor. It like literally summoned a meteor to deal with the ogres. Like, it has like all of these contingencies and all of this power level that just doesn't seem to exist in the end times. So, you know, who knows what happened, but like basically how easily it gets wiped out does not match with like the idea of what Cafe is today, because Cafe originally is not what Cafe is today. So Cafe, as it was in lore, was like the Great Wall, because if you're gonna have fake China in a video game, you're gonna have the Great Wall, you're gonna have the Dragon Emperor, but the Dragon Emperor seemed to basically be just a dude, and that was retcon because, you know, they actually been really good about like keeping the existing Cafe lore and then just kind of like retconning it into like our new cooler Cafe. So it was retcon that like, oh, the Empire emissaries that came to Cafe, they met like an emissary, but because of the language barrier, they thought he was a Dragon Emperor. So it's like, okay, you know what? As far as retcon goes, that's a good one. That works. And they just do a bunch of changes like that to try to keep it as much as possible. But like, once again, if you're not aware, so you know the Great Maw that exists in you know, next to Cafe, you know, which is basically this holy site for ogres. They go in, you feed it food. It's not actually clear what the Great Maw is. Sometimes it's kind of described like Tyranids from 40k, where like it came from space, it's all consuming. So like, but that seems to have been moved away from. But generally speaking, it is basically just treated like this like endless vault of like hunger. So like it will just ravenously eat everything, and you just have to feed it endless money, endless food basically. And it just is. It's something that kind of like is more than anything. Let me just start working towards the Slayer Oath. I think we'll get the grudge money. Let the Slayer tech. I think we'll get the grudges before the gold before we get to there. So it. But once again, so what happened is the ogres have this like whole backstory, which is kind of like crazy annoying. So obviously the ogres were created by the old ones, right? Like pretty much every race that is part of like the good guy angle is created by the old ones in some way. Humans, elves, dwarfs, ogres, halflings, and lizardmen. There we go. I'm forgetting the basic ones. Like lizardmen are also created by and they all had like different building criteria. They were kind of experimenting, but ogres were the last ones to be created before chaos kind of did its whole big unga bunga moment, you know? And ogres kind of weren't like prepared, like they weren't like treated with the same. Oh, she's back already. This is not good. This is gonna be real. If the AI uses it properly, this is gonna be really rough. But the ogres were not treated with that same kind of respect as like the other. Well, they didn't have time because the chaos unga bungad, and it is what it is, right? They had to leave. Old ones do what they always do, which is let's just up and leave. And they weren't given like their hunger wasn't addressed. So there was two ways to deal with the hunger. They were either just gonna address the hunger outright. Let me try to turn my camera around. This is gonna go really badly. Why are these guys glowing? Is that a regiment of renown thing? Did they just glow? Is that a lore thing? Okay, I'm gonna cheese it. You know what? This is not the end of the world. Okay, men. Are they men? I was asking this question with dwarves, but like, would dwarves refer to themselves as men? And if you don't refer to themselves as I guess it would be Dawi. Yeah, I guess they would just say Dawi, line up. Like I'm just thinking questions that probably even Games Workshop doesn't really care about. Now, let's line up fast. I don't think we're saving that artillery piece. There is a few units over here. What are they? There's a forest dragon. There's two forest dragons in the back. Okay, that's a problem. We're gonna take our guns and we're gonna turn them around this way. Sorry, once again, I'm just rearranging my units here. Probably is, I think your opinion on pausing for an ambush is really up to you, right? But like, I sometimes like to do it. Sometimes I feel like, okay, this is a bit bullshit, and I feel guilty. But that's a lot of units, so I don't really have the luxury of like making oopsies. I can't just afford to forget about two forest dragons in the back. We're gonna keep my caster guy up front because he will act as a wall. So, ogres, coming back to my point, are created by the old ones as kind of like one of their like ideal things, because they are magical, but they're pretty hard to corrupt. So they don't have the same fix as the old one, as like how are we doing? They're not. Oh, we roasted a lot of them. Yeah, we really need to not walk in front of the gun line. Let's go, man. The issue with dwarves, right, is that they're really anti-magic, and that's great, right? Unless you want them to do magic, at which point it's not so good. So he's landed on the slayers. That's actually ideal. The rest of you, go fight that. Oh my god, there's so many units back here, and there's Striker back here. I feel like we're killing more of my own men than they are. We killed the we need to turn around. Like we've killed some of this. Oh, that's good. Now you go there. Like, if you want them to do magic, it's not so good. So they I don't mind pausing it at all. Yeah, I like. No, but it's completely fair, but I'm a little I'm at 1,600 hours, so like, but yeah, no, if you're new, once again, if you're new, it's completely and utterly fair, and don't feel bad for it. But I'm not quite at 150 hours into the game, you know, so I should have something to show for it. Where is my guy? There we go. We blow him up. That's good. Let's chase him down. Now you guys, we actually deleted most of the main army here. Let's turn around. The issue is where there's a lot of risky units here. Oh, there isn't actually. There's a. Let's go. You fight that. So the ogres actually have this really like interesting backstory where they declared war basically. They didn't really formally do it because obviously ogres don't really, you know, think in those terms. But they like kept having this endless hunger, right? So what they did is they declared war. They just kept eating. They just kept eating everything they could get their hands on. And some of the things that they ate was a now extinct race called, oh, we really need to stop doing that. Now an extinct race called the Sky Titans. And the Sky Titans are like essentially these like mega giants who used to live on the top of mountains. And they just farmed. They were just like regular, like they were really, really powerful. And they just kind of lived on the top of mountains, kind of isolated from the world. And the ogres were like, okay, that's cute and all, but they have food. They have a lot of food up there, you know, because like not only like they had like a whole civilization, you know, they were very. But the big issue with the Sky Titans is that the Sky Titans were a very like isolated life. Like they didn't really interact with other races, and they didn't really interact with each other. So what ended up happening is that 1 or 2 ogres at a time like would just kind of go in and attack them. So first they would start by like stealing their food. You know, the classic one, right? They would just like eat their like, you know, because as you can imagine for giants, they also had like giant food sources and stuff, right? So they would just kind of eat the food. So they would just like, once in a while, they would just like raid on their like animals and stuff. And then it moved on to like, okay, here's a small one. Here's a small Sky Titan. We're just gonna eat him. All right, we are losing some units here. I honestly, I don't think he's gonna make it. I think we've lost that. That guy is what it is. Now guns are very good. Let's take those guns back, and let's try to shoot this guy. And they just over time they exterminated all of the. No, I'm talking about this is not end times lore. I have been talking about end times lore a few times, and I'll probably go back to it because I just finished reading the end times lore. But this is not end times lore. This is just ogre lore. This is like the ogre origin story. And we're talking about Cafe and like Cafe's power level and why like Cafe getting like 0 diffed in the end times is a bit messy now that Cafe is a real faction. So what happened is that once again, they ate all of the Sky Titans. So once again, they exterminated a whole civilization just because they were kind of hungry, which like my wife might be able to relate with that one. Haha, wife joke. But like at the end of the day, so they exterminated these people, but obviously that was a temporary fix because, you know, it was not a very sustainable plan, right? Like they exterminated the people, but then they're still hungry because they still exist, they're still around, and they need a solution for like what comes next, and they didn't really, you know, they're ogres, right? So they didn't really come up with anything. So what happens is they start moving into Cafe, and now obviously Cafe under modern lore is a very, very powerful nation. We need to actually, you know what, we need to actually deal with Draken. You go deal with Draken for me. You go fight this. We've roasted too many of our own men, so now we're in this weird situation where like we're actually like, I think we've killed probably more of our own men than they did, but we need to actually deal with specific units right now. So they move into Cafe, and Cafe's solution to the ogres coming is just to unironically call down a meteor, like just casually call down a meteor and just basically just summon it down on the ogres, and that's how they solve the problem. Like, oh yeah, okay. Damage resistance on. Damn it. Yeah, this has gone terribly. Look, it's an ambush, so I guess there's only so much you can do. But we're getting shot at. There was way more units back here than I expected, and they're running out of ammo, which is good, but we're running out of units, which is bad. So they just straight up call down a meteor, and that kind of solves the problem for them, you know? It's like, because what it does is it creates what's called the Warpstone Desert, which you'll see, it's like where Xiaoming is, where it's like, it's kind of this like super irradiated desert. It's not the end of the world, like people cross it, but it definitely creates this barrier between the ogres who are living on one side of it and, oh wait, what are these guys? So they shoot armor piercing shots. We might be able to use that to try to kill this thing. Let me just upgrade all of my stats and let's fight her. Ah, I forgot about that. He's gonna die trying. I feel, yeah, that's annoying. I kind of wanted to keep him. That's the issue with unbreakable units, right? Is that they don't break. And sometimes you're like, you kind of wish that these guys would run. Yeah, we're losing a lot of units. Let me order the retreat. Too late. We're gonna get caught. Might as well fight. But like, no, AI does not keep upkeep. AI does not respect any of the limitations that you do. AI is not bound by upkeep. AI is not bound by a lot of caps like that. So if you see the AI with like 17 armies, it's just straight up because the AI is not restricted by those same like mortal limitations that you are. So don't overthink it. It just is what it is. Let's just basically fight people with our army. So, and once again, they just summon a meteor because the dragon emperor and his astromancers just summon a meteor down, and they create the big maw. So the great maw. So that big hole in the ground you see when you play as Cafe, or when you play as the ogres in that region, their god is effectively created by Cafe, and they do all of this. And then once again, they get no diffed in the end times by Grimgor. And it's like, it doesn't quite line up, you know, it's not very consistent. And the reason why it's not very consistent is just simply put because like, who they were wasn't a thing at the time. As like who Cafe was is a much more recent invention, because like Cafe as it is seen today was created by Warhammer 3, and like it's a collaboration between Games Workshop and Games Workshop and CA to create a new faction for people. So everything you see now, all of the Dragon Emperor, all of the Sentinels, all of those units are new creations. But it kind of creates this funny thing because obviously the end times come before it, and the end times they just get diffed because they weren't a real army. Like in Koresh, Araby, Tylea, all of these places that exist in lore but don't really exist in game because they didn't really have real armies, they all get zero diff by Skaven. So AI is bullshit. I swear that my Chaos Dwarf campaign almost got cucked because Settlement spanned 7 armies. So yeah, unfortunately the issue with that is like, the solution to this problem, I didn't even notice that my gyrocopters got deleted at some point. The solution for this is unfortunately to spam powerful armies that A, can auto-resolve a lot of fights, but B, are like missile units. So you're not so worried about like, you can fight several fights, because obviously if you take melee losses, right? The issue with you taking melee losses is that those melee losses, you know, you've actually lost entities. Where if you just lose ammo because you're just shooting at people, it's not so bad. So my advice is, whenever possible, if you can build a faction that has like competent missile units, is build those missile units, because once again, your ammo will replenish. And hey, Fastel, how are you doing? It's been a while. So to taking AI cities, it really isn't, because the AI will respect things like hiring. The AI respects things like hiring. So if you take out a city to hurt their hiring, that is effective. But it's not like a player battle where you like, you know, you do a blitzkrieg to like Marienburg if you're fighting against an Empire player, and you know that you just fucked up his money for generations. Yeah, it's not quite as good as that. It doesn't do as much as you'd think. Yeah, my genuine like, even if you leave like an AI faction, maybe you want to leave an AI faction around because like you want to farm their legendary lord trait or whatever. Even if you leave them with just a fort where like literally they have zero ability to do income, they will 100% just come back anyways. So yeah, unfortunately, you can't really do like economic warfare on the AI. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It has no real impact. Let's retreat actually. They do have a lot of missile units, so we can't just stay too passive. I think we're gonna go in. He has a bronze shield. But yeah, like you can't do that. And my recommendation to anyone, all of you listening right now, is like, if you ever get the chance, you can find someone who's like, you know, willing to play the game. Like getting playing this game as a multiplayer game is a lot more rewarding in terms of the strategy. Now there are obvious issues with it. It's like, you know, playing a multiplayer game requires 2 people to sit down, you know, for a significant amount of time, blah blah blah. But if you can do it, if you can just find the right guy and like, do it. It is such a rewarding experience in terms of like the complexity of the game. You're both like limited by the same rules. Now, it's not always the most entirely stable experience because they don't really have like official servers or anything like that. So you are bound by whoever the weakest computer is in your group. So if one guy is a really good computer and the other guy is a really terrible computer, you will be playing really terribly. So it's not a perfect fix, but if you ever get the chance, play this game with a friend or two, like sit down on a Sunday, play for a few hours every week, and you're going to have some of the most fun you're ever going to have, because once again, you are both limited by restrictions, you're both going to be building real armies, you're both going to be doing all of those things that make the game so much better for you. That's my recommendation to anyone, is like, but once again, like, and if you're like, oh, I only have like a new player friend and myself, then like what you can do is like, one of you plays like Belagar. Belagar can get very powerful, so be careful, but one of you plays something really weak, right? And then he plays something really broken. And now, you know, with the whole like, oh, you don't need to own like the whole series to play Immortal Empires. It's really easy to just get them like, especially like on sale, or maybe even just for yourself. Keep a spare account with like Warhammer 1. And then that way they can play the Empire relatively cheaply. Like for you, it's like a few bucks. And then you can just give them this account if they want to try the game out. And it's that way you can like rope friends into it without actually like, because like for a new person, and when they look at the series, right, they see all of the DLC, they see all of those costs, and they're like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. But if you just have a spare copy which just has Warhammer 1, they can still play Immortal Empires these days, and you can still play that multiplayer experience. And then that way you don't have to sink the massive investment, and it's less intimidating because they've tried it. Because it's the same thing. It's the same strategy Games Workshop uses for the actual like tabletop. Is like you will walk into a store, and a lot of stores will have like demo art. So but what they'll do is they'll let you paint a model. Because like I actually was part of that camp. I was like, I'm not sure I'm a good enough painter to do it. But you go into the store and they let you paint a model, and you're like, oh, this is really fun. This is really fun. And then that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Because what they do is then they give you a free model to paint. And you might be, that's really nice of them. Oh. But with the trick, how they get you is that model you paint is a trap. And I'm not even exaggerating, because not only do they only have a limited selection of paints, so it will never, no matter how good you are, it will never look as good as the one on display. But it's fine because it doesn't matter. You're just learning how to paint and they're giving you a free model. But on top of that, once again, you realize, ooh, this is pretty fun. And now you have a model. Now you've tried it. So it gets rid of that like barrier to entry, because like getting into Warhammer is an expensive thing. But if you've tried it and you know, oh, I like it. That's when they get you. That's when like Nah, it's fine. Trust me. They'll give you advice. They'll explain to you how the various paints work. Trust me. If any, and I'm saying this to all of you, is like if you get the chance to just try it, it's worth it. Trust me. I didn't think I could paint. I can draw. I can draw pretty well, but you can't, and that's fine. Like just try it. Look, at the end of the day, even if he looks terrible, he's your model. I thought that was cool. Like my first one is really not as good as my next stuff. But my recommendation is if you ever walk past a Warhammer store, which actually, surprisingly in Tokyo, there's like 7 of them. They've really made this like massive push to like really try to get into the Japanese market. So with Warhammer, with 40k, it's like the Tau, and I think the Tau are pretty popular, so I guess it's working. And then for like other factions, it's like for they haven't really done it with AOS per se. But yeah, the Tau are basically just Gundam. Like it's oversimplifying, and I'm sure I'll offend the like 5 Tau fans in the world. But the Tau are basically just Gundam. Well, sorry to hear that, my friend. Where are you based, if you don't mind me asking? Poland. Poland doesn't have a single Games Workshop store? I actually find that kind of surprising. Strange. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be like I think a lot of the unofficial stores will still offer that deal because they know it's a good sales intent, and usually Games Workshop will sell them will send them models to do this little trick on you. Can I win this? Yes. I think as long as I roast the front line, like I think we're good. The issue is my lord is really soft, is really squishy right now. So it might be a bit rough, but let's see. Let's see if it works. Oh, by the way, if you wouldn't mind like liking, subscribing, all of those things. Oh, it seems you have. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate all of those. But yeah, let's see how it goes. Like, yeah, I would still recommend going to like a physical store because they might still do you that offer. But if you're not confident in your painting, that's all good. Now we have a reinforcements of some terrible front line, but it's still dwarven front line, so it's not the end of the world. So we might actually want to wait for them. Now we have really weak flamethrowers, but they're still flamethrowers. So ideally, we want now these we need to keep out for the flying. These are our anti-flying defense. Now we can't afford to be as stupid as we were in previous fights and just shell our own men. We just really cannot afford to do that. So, and now we have our wizard, for lack of a better word, and we have our lord. Our lord needs to stay out of it until the last second, basically, because we can't afford to do the same stupidity we were doing, but we also can't afford to really not have him participate in the fight. He has a big amount of it. Yeah, I get it, but miners, even for dwarves, like, they don't have shields. The two dwarf warriors will have shields, and that'll be pretty effective, because, you know, we are playing, what I'm worried about is the flying air force, and obviously the lord herself, but probably the lord is qualified as artillery. A lot of the missile lords, so like Alifanar is considered an artillery shot by the game, so what that means for you, the player, is that, it will have a morale debuff. Am I in position to shoot that? Yeah. So it actually has like a -10 leadership debuff on top of just being like a pretty painful shot. So there is actually a utility, because like most of the time you look at a leaf and arm, you're like, oh my god, this guy does no damage. To be fair, he does in fact do no damage. But okay, let's let's try to pin him down. Like, he does in fact do no damage, but there's a slight hidden benefit, is that once again, that morale debuff is pretty strong. Okay, let's move. Let's deal with the Air Force right now. We need to, let's distract them with the gyrocopters. We're gonna have them try to dodge. Gyrocopters are too big though. No, and also Empire front line is really not the end of the world. Look, I'm gonna defend the Empire front line. The Empire front line's main purpose in life is to hold while your guns are, yeah, if you're relying entirely on Empire frontline to do all the actual killing, yeah, you're gonna be disappointed. Absolutely, I'm not gonna defend it. But if you're using Empire frontline in the way like you kind of should, like not saying that like aggressively, but like, you know, in the way you should use Empire frontline, which is like as an actual unit to actually like, are they actually gonna go for the dive? Oh no, they're just gonna get roasted more efficiently. Okay, that's fine. As you use them to hold off the actual gun units, no, we need to regroup, we need to reposition. If you use them to actually hold off, oh, we're gonna die. We're out of position, and they have cavalry. Let's get in line, let's get in the melee, let's get in the melee. Get in the melee. Activate. We're gonna lose those units, but I think we're gonna lose those units anyway. I think it's worth it to hose them. If you use Empire frontline as like, yeah, goblin archers are good, but you need to upgrade at some point. You know, you need to get those like late game mulching units for the greenskin. We are losing. They are in my lines, and we have, oh, here are my reinforcements finally. Maybe I should have hidden entirely in the trees. Maybe I could have made it work, but I'm not convinced. Let me try to detonate here. Oh, we actually do have you. Go. Okay. Like, their job is to, once again, coming back to my point, the job of an Empire front line is to hold while your real units do the actual, like, killing. So as long as they are dying on the job, that's fine. Hey, Alemgar, how you doing? How's life? But yeah, are those eagles? Yeah, they are very much eagles, and yeah, they look at like I'm glad they're not building them the way the AI like a player doing them, but like Sisters of Twilight is definitely a scary armor when it's managed by the players. They can be incredibly powerful. Let me try to retreat some flamethrowers so I can get some shots off. Just take the one that actually matters, the one that actually has some units in it. And we've lost my lord, that won't be good. Let's try to run these guys back. Okay, that'll do. Just get in line, get in position, and fire at will, man. Nah, we got grabbed into melee just in time. Damn it. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna lose this. How are you all doing tonight? Want an update? Finally wiped out Skaven, but on the other... Ah, yeah, it was you. It was you. Wiped out the Skaven, but on the other side of the mountains has either been taken by Cetra or Manfred before I could turn the dwarves on turn 20. So... I think you can peace out Cetra. I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure you could peace out Cetra if you wanted to. Cetra can make a very reliable ally, and he will absolutely fight Manfred. If you basically if you just stay out of it long enough, Cetra will deal with Manfred, and then Cetra owns the area. And if Cetra doesn't deal with Manfred, then you can like loses to Manfred. At least you have time to build up. And why are they scared? Because a human player can spam the Hawk Riders here, and will unironically make them into like, you know, an air force worthy of the American army, because they can like, she boosts up their firing really well. So most armies have a really hard time with flying missile units at the best of times. So like, it's the same with dwarves. It's like, if you spam gyrocopters, you've got an AI that like, you've got an army that like a lot of factions can't even deal with. But like, the amount of like power you can like put down range is basically incredible. Like it's really hard for you to lose. Like, where's Clarkaron? Okay, let me just respawn a Clarkaron. Like you can just unleash this really powerful, and she's one of those lords that can absolutely like do a lot of killing on her own too. Let me just, you know what? What do I want? I want something. There's nothing armored. Obviously, there's nothing armored. Oh, do we want? No, we don't want. Ooh, do we want Slayers though? No, we're gonna hire some real units that'll actually do it. But like, what you want ideally is that she can build this really powerful air force, and like, it's really hard for a lot of factions to deal with a really powerful air force. Some can, and you'll have a good time, but others just physically cannot. They're like you know, your greenskins are not gonna handle getting air forced very well. Like, they do have archers, but as you pointed out, you know, those archers are not so good. So it is what it is, kind of thing. It's like some units just cannot handle. Okay, so we've lost our momentum. We're gonna sneak up past the side, so she might turn around and deal with that. But let me just do that. We've got an imminent rebellion on Nagaron. Oh, the Skaven. Do we have a solution for that? We have this guy. This guy is our fix. He's not actually a fix, but you know what? We don't need to spend all of that money right now on this. Let's focus on actually important things. The three of you will hire one more hammer, because that's your whole thing. I like to build lords, as I've mentioned before. I like to build lords using their individual doom stack. So he cares about hammers. He doesn't actually give that much buffs to hammers, but he cares about hammers. So he's gonna have like a hammer army with like some backline. And that's just the way I like to do things. Is it always the best result? No. Like, once again, if you take Volkmar, and not in Volkmar's faction, but if you take Volkmar's like an external faction and you try to give him free company militia, you're gonna have a terrible time. But it's his thing. So problem is that got the Elven Force, so I got a trespass to get to the mountains. Yeah, so once again, military alliance with him, if you like a military access pack, is good. Like, you can declare war on some enemy he's fighting in order to try to secure that military access with him. That might be worth doing. There's ways around it. Otherwise, just hold. Just hold, or you can go through the north. You can attack the dwarves from two directions. keep an army in the choke point and then just go around the north. There's two ways to deal with it, but otherwise, just sometimes you just gotta be like, you know what? Maybe you just let them. Maybe you just let them just vibe. They live over there. They don't bothering you, you know? So maybe you just let them have it. I think we've got a pretty strong army at Gron. That army is a problem, though. Now, who owns which one is the... I really want them to take this out for me. So that's the settlement over there. I could just abandon it. I will just abandon it. But yeah, just like, either just ignore him.
The ancestors agree.
Ah, no problem. I appreciate you stopping by either way. Thanks. But yeah. Let's see. We need to stabilize our situation. We need to keep pushing with this army. This army is gonna die anyway, so it's like, it's fine if I just like send them in to die, and that's really good. I am going to exterminate the Skaven army here. I might be able to win this thanks to the armor. No, even the Skaven auto-resolve is not that bad. And no problem. Good luck, good luck. At the end of the day, I can't say I've had the best results in this campaign, so I'm glad you're having much better results. But yeah, turn 20, if you've you've exterminated the Skaven, you're doing really well, Dylan. Like, that's a good start. Let me secure that. Once again, hiring a regiment of renown as an emergency unit is always a good fix to things. Like, that's my advice to anyone. It's just like, keep them, because it's better to just be able to whip them out when you need them, rather than like save them for a rainy day per se, you know? So once again, let's just hire that. Let's hire these two into this. There we go. We got a legendary hero. We'll put him into this army. I didn't expect that to happen. I completely forgot that I get him by just hiring slayers. And we'll take the extra slayers from here. So once again, he's my slayer guy for today. So do dwarves have supply lines? Yeah, they do. Army upkeep, like they do have, most armies have supply lines, I think, generally speaking. But our dwarves definitely do. So it's not the end of the world, but like, so if you are worried about the supply line issue, you just fire this army. But ideally, I want to walk the gyro bombers over here. So I am just keeping that army alive. You know what? You are actually going to go there. Because in needs be, he's gonna be attacking that back if I need to. But yeah, so either you keep the units you just got and you shove them back into a real army, or you just fire the army. But that supply, that grudge army has 0 upkeep. The grudge army has 0 upkeep, so it's a really good way of boosting your power suddenly. It's what makes dwarves so powerful, because unironically, dwarves, which are supposed to be a play tall, ooh. Ooh. This is winnable. But Crone Hellebron is going to be the problem. But I can win this in theory. Let's fight it. I feel like I can win this. I feel like this is going to be a really rough fight. Okay, so grudge armies are part of the dwarf rework that happened during Thrones of Decay. So, the way this works is the dwarves are now on a grudge collecting system. So you have enemies, because you're dwarves and you hate everyone. You have enemies. And if you, as a dwarf player, go out and deal with these points, you get something called grudge points. And now, grudge points are exactly what you'd think grudge points are basically, you are dealing with the enemies of the dwarves. And those can be anybody who's done like anything negative towards you will have grudge point attached to them. And if you kill them, or you fight that army, or you take the city of that person you don't like, blah, 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 you will accumulate those grudge points. And then, what that allows you to do is you can get benefits. So you get those like red units. I'll show you those in a minute, which are like stronger versions of the base unit. Or, in some cases, the other underrated benefit is you can get a whole extra army. If you keep you get growth benefits. If you are dealing with the enemies of the dwarfs, you get growth benefits, you get all like control benefits, blah blah blah, you get army benefits, and you get that whole extra army. It is a really good rework. It incentivizes the player to do what they should be doing, which is like going out and actually like dealing with the AI. It encourages you to like go fight. It is a really good fun mechanic, and once again, it gives you a whole extra like army. So it's like, you know, there's a lot of benefits. It's very fun. It's very new. So yeah, no, it's not like, obviously it's not an original thing, But I'll break it down for you in a minute. Once we're done with this fight, I need to deal with their artillery piece first. So the AI right now thinks it has an artillery advantage, so it's not moving up because it feels like it can shell me. But obviously my artillery is more better than their elvish artillery. So we'll deal with him, and then we'll shell the rest of his units so that it feels motivated to move up. Now, ow, ow. I probably shouldn't have such deep lines. Malachi is great. Yeah. Malachi is really good, but once again, I'll break it down for you in a minute. Let me just... Oh, hi. Hi. You're in range, you're in range. Kill them. Kill them all. This is really good. Half the army just showed up early. If I can just exterminate these are a great problem. Yeah. Good. Where are my shielded units? I put my shielded units at the front? No, not really. They're on the sides. But no, everything's shielded. That's good, it's good. Fire. This is really good. Yeah, we need to watch out for Kron Hellebron. The moment Kron Hellebron is in range, we basically need to try to kill her as fast as possible. If I can, we've won. If I can't, we lose. Big strategy. Big thinky. Big thoughts. You welcome if you've joined me for that big strategic thinking. There is a unique... I think there is a... you get the option to put the grudge system on pause. So if you feel like, hey, I'm not going to... Oh, I'm in a bad spot. I'm not going to be able to kill that many enemies. You can delay it for 20 turns. And then I think it's part of the... Oh, wait, the flyer's coming. It's part of the... Let me shoot that. It's part of the deeps. The deeps, I think you can cancel. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the deeps allow you to cancel. Oh my god, we're in for a rough time here. We need to shoot at her. We need to just hope that the grudge, these guys can just handle it. There's so many issues. Yeah, so I think the deeps have a building that allow you to skip the grudge system. I think that's what you're thinking about. Yeah, you can if you want to, because there are times when for whatever reason you don't want to be expanding, but I really recommend expanding when possible, because unironically the expanding is what you should be doing anyway. That's what makes the deep mechanic so good, is that it is encouraging you as the player to do exactly what you should be doing in the game. You should be going out, you should be killing as many people as possible, and you should always be moving, you should always be attacking. So a mechanic that, once again, completely encourages that is really good to teach new players, and it's why dwarves these days are probably one of the better campaigns to be doing, because you get all of those benefits, and we really need to be dealing with those Reaper Bolt Throws, because we are not dealing with them, and I probably are racking. How many kills? 37 kills is not nothing, especially for dwarf kills. We need to focus on that and then send them in. But yeah, I'll break it down for you in a second. Let me just focus on not dying, and also making sure that my shotguns stay in good health. There's a few objectives here. There we go. We'll kill that guy. We're definitely getting a lot of loss. I don't think we're going to win this. I think Kron Hellebron is way too healthy. And we are still getting shelled from halfway across the map, which is annoying. But we can definitely make this count. But yeah, once again, give me a few seconds, and once we're done with this, I will explain it, because it's a really fun system. I'm really happy with it, so it's good to explain. But it is not a system that is probably a lot of the mechanics are not very well explained to you. They were kind of explained well when the update launched, because then they have a video and they have a guide and blah blah blah. But then afterwards, they kind of just expect you to go back to an old press release, and nobody goes back to an old press release. So it's okay, we're getting shot, but I need that line of fire. Yeah, there we go. Shoot Hellebron. We're doing no damage. We need the grudge raker. We need to run. Let's take the thunderers and run. We need damn it. If we turn around, we're getting shot because we lose the shields. Shields are directional in this game, so don't turn your back to an enemy that's shooting you. But I really need those shotgunners to be focused on Hellebron, because they're the only thing that are really gonna have that armor piercing that I'm looking for. That's good. Go in. Oh, we've lost. There's no turning this around. We've done really good casualties. I'm really happy with my performance here. The army's performance. But yeah, we're not turning this around, unfortunately. You retreat. Only let one fight. If you can, only have one unit lock into melee. I know this is a bit of a unintended formation, but if you can only get one unit locked into melee, and then like position yourself onto the sides like what I'm about to do, and you can like shoot. That's how you use missile units together. Gyrocopters are really good. How does armor work? So armor works on like a yeah, it works on like a reduction of stats, but I think it just straight up like, so if somebody has no armor piercing damage, then it will just straight up block the damage, like straight up. So so it will have a certain little bit of it, because every unit has like a little bit of armor piercing damage, but it will just straight up ignore most of it. So there we go, we got our opportunity to kill Kron Hellebron for what it's worth. Yeah, we're not, that opportunity doesn't matter. Shoot, one more time. Now we're in melee now. So yeah, if you have an, so, and then it goes for a percentage. So I think the max, you can get way more high, you can get way higher armor, but the important like armor number is 200. If you can hit 200, you've hit the armor cap. So that way you are basically immune to like non-armor piercing damage. So a lot of like the chaff units, and then some actually really high-end units have no armor piercing. So for example, if you're fighting dragon princes, so if you're playing as you know, if you're playing against Imric Dramic, here's a little tip: they're a tier 5 or tier 4 cavalry with no armor piercing. So it's really good, but it will just straight up block damage. Now once again, most units will have a little bit of armor piercing, so you can't just be like, ah, they'll take 0 damage, but it's really good. And then I'm dabbling with gyrocopters, doomsack, and stock with the lord or an engineer with ammo. Have you tried that as well? Yeah, absolutely. My advice is, for anything like that, your solution to your problem is called Gotrek Gurnison. Gotrek Gurnison is an incredible anchor for any army, because actually having a stock lord is not always the best solution, because here let me give you a tip. If you, instead of just having a stock lord, have something that acts as the anchor point, because Gotrek will be one of the only things on the ground, right? All of the units will focus on Gotrek, and then if you have like your flamethrower gyrocopters or something like that, you basically want that blob so you can bomb it, you can just shoot it, and having a blob is really useful for your units. So if you have an invisible army like what you're talking about, they basically end up like, they don't actually do as well as you'd think, because what you really want them to like, I'll just auto resolve that. You really want them to actually like blob up on something, because it makes killing it so much easier. That's just my advice. Is like, don't underestimate the like strategic advantage of the blob. Now, so first of all, you get these mercenary units. So these are just straight up better versions. Now let's talk about what you get for your grudge mechanic. So you get this bar here, and this bar is filled up with a certain amount of points. So at the high tier, you get +5 control, +50 growth all provinces, upkeep -50% for grudge settler. These are the ones here. This is not that army that was killed. That's a free army. You get all grudge settler units are available, so you can hire them, and you get a temporary army of grudge settler units which are free. So you get all of those benefits. And then you can hire, or you even get a free army, but you can hire grudge settler slayers, which are going to be a strict upgrade to regular slayers. These ones have less sets, but you see this one has sundered armor. So their armor, their attacks will straight up drop enemies' armors, and that's a difference. Now their stats look slightly worse, but that's because these ones are like level 5 and these ones are level 0. But you see, these ones come with sundered armor, and now the specific change you get depends on the unit. So grudge throwers, I think the shot will actually kind of become like a spread shot, like in the last few seconds. So it'll actually spread out. Troll hammer torpedoes are incredible. If you need, and these are some of the best anti-lord units that dwarves have. You just fly around, and they are really good at like anti-single entity, anti-large gyrocopters. They are incredible for anything like that, and they just fly around. And like you just compare them to the average unit. So for example, the Iron Drakes here, the Regiment of Renown one, have like the highest range of any Iron Drakes, like 132 range, when like the average is like 80. So like it almost is double, and they all have some benefit. And once again, they act like regiments of renown, so you can just hire them in an army like I can do now, and I can just add like regiment of renown units basically to any army you need. Now I'm gonna actually use it over here if I can't win this in auto resolve, which honestly I don't think I'm winning that in auto resolve. But she didn't take the territory, so oh, there we go. I have the settlement still. The settlement was in a better condition than I expected, actually. We'll just take this back. Let's fix this because otherwise we're gonna deal with the Trish. There we go. We're keeping that in line. But it just there's all of these benefits, and once again, the way you get those points is by like going out and fighting the enemies of the dwarves. So it's very thematic, and it's a very good thing to encourage people to do. Because once again, encouraging players to go out and like, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Yeah, that's gonna be really annoying to go take back again. That's kind of frustrating. Like encouraging people to go out and actually fight, like take battles, take things. Because once again, you're on a timer. So in 8 turns, I need to have this bar full to get the full benefit. So it'll encourage you to take fights. It will encourage you to like say like, who is beast, and it will also other people will rack up points. So if you have an enemy to the dwarf, so someone else is beating up a dwarf faction nearby, it will encourage you to take it. Now the other benefit for the dwarfs is the Great Book of Grudges. So you can look down of your list. So if you fill one of these benefits, you like one of these pages, and there's a few pages. I really feel like you should be able to click here to turn the page, but you see, you will get like a grudge set. So if you defeat Clan Moors and Crooked Moon, because this is the Carrick 8 Peaks grudge, very thematic. And this Clan Moor dies, I will get +2 settler units because there's a cap. You can only have 4 settler units naturally. But then there are much more impactful ones. So for example, gain a dwarf ancestor relic. You see, restores underway network for Uzulak and Karakazorn. You can like straight up teleport, unlock the landmark building of Oak of Ages, which like you have to destroy all of the Wood Elves, but we will be destroying all of the Wood Elves. Legendary grudges, like you get like benefits. Hall on the Ancestors, like will give you just Oath Gold and Grudge. So that one's not so exciting. Own ability, Call the Miners. You can summon like a Miners with blasting charges like anywhere on the map, kind of like a dwarf underway, which is really good because blasting charges have, you know, grenades. So you can just like surprise grenade in your back line. There's a lot of benefits you can do, and that is part of it. And finally, the last thing you won't be aware of is that you can straight up just hire lords. So depending on how you're doing compared to other lords, which we've been kind of beat up, so like it doesn't really work. And obviously I have a Confederate auto resolve mod, but you don't actually need Confederate legendary lords mod, because what it can do is you can just straight up press this button, and if you're doing really well compared to your fellow dwarves, you can just confederate a dwarf with a button. You can also confederate the dead dwarf. So the dwarves are one of the first factions that actually is able to confederate the previously dead legendary lords, so it's really effective. It is such a good detailed mechanic that it's really good. And then on top of that, they added all the deeps, which you won't be aware of, which is a really good thing as well. But once again, you see, it tells you here. So it has increased shrapnel projectile, increased armor. Trollhammer torpedoes are incredible. No, not particularly. It's not, because you don't like build up to it with Confederation. Are you performing better in battle? Are you killing the enemies of the dwarfs more better than your other dwarfs? If yes, you win. It's not quite to the same level as like the Tower of Tsar with and also I don't think the Tower of Tsar will let you confederate a dead faction. I don't think. You can confederate the really passive one, right? But I don't think you can straight up just get a dead one. Let me see. What has Malachi been building his stats into? Speaking of which, fire and oh my god, this is a bunch of useless stats. Oh, well, there you go. Tells you how much, like, I tend to actually make sure that they survive. The nice part is, like, most of the only one that is at risk is Astrogoth. Astrogoth runs the risk because he's in a really awkward position. That's good. I'm glad then. But, like, for Astrogoth, like, the issue with Astrogoth is that, whatchamacallit, is that he's in a really, like, you kind of, like, if anybody moving to one part of the map to another part of the map has to go through Astrogoth. So unfortunately, he tends to get beat up a lot, right? But if you're playing Drazwif, you tend to, as long as you can handle the enemies yourself, you tend to be playing relatively safe. Now, they have a lot of artillery, so we're just going to accept that auto-resolve. A strange noise. I was just hearing some strange noises coming out of the computer. But like, yeah, it's like, as long as you are playing Astrogoth Drazwif correctly, Drazwif is who I'm talking about. As long as you are playing Drazwif correctly, you don't run it, like, you can help protect Drazwif pretty well, and then you can balance out that situation okay-ish. The third one, the forgettable one, is relatively safe. Like he never tends to get wiped out, generally speaking. Like obviously it can happen. Don't get cocky. You know, something weird happens because sometimes it's just like there's a weird thing happening on the map. You know, but most of the time he tends to be, relatively speaking. Once again, I'm adding all of those caveats. Pretty safe. Now, my recommendation is you use the standard choke point defense that I'm talking about. Keep an army at your capital. It's one of the only factions where I'm like, you want to keep an army at your capital to protect from like anybody coming in from the north. Because if you lose that capital city, right, that holds the choke point, you basically they have free reign into everywhere, because like from there they can attack like 3 different cities at once, which makes it much harder to defend. Like it is an advice that I bring up a lot, but like using choke points, and it's really important, is Kislev. Like using choke points is the keys between a good like defense and a really bad one. For example, let's look at Kislev. If you can take the Tower of Crack, great name by the way. I love my Tower of Crack. But like you can effectively defend from anything coming in from this direction, and it protects your like important lands. If you can take a layer of the Troll King, which unfortunately is a minor settlement, you defend from anyone coming in through here. And then if you can take Volksgrad, which is usually what you want to do. Now you won't have access to all of the benefits, but I would recommend so like either Prague or Volksgrad to act as your choke point in this direction. And then that way you unfortunately it's not a huge amount of lands, right? But you can protect like this basin of land here from most of your enemies, because in this direction you don't have so many enemies once you've dealt with Festus. And then that way it's a lot of factions rely on those choke points. For example, when you're playing as Empire, you ideally want to grab like Bay of Blades or an Erengrad. Because if you grab Erengrad, everybody coming in, because Kislev will usually get deleted when it's not player controlled, right? But if you grab Erengrad, it acts like a lightning rod. You want people to go in for like those like really defended settlements, so they're not just like running loose around your lads. So you want to get like Erengrad, and you want to grab like Kislev or Prague to act as your like lightning rods of aggression. And then what you do is you like grab 1 or 2 settlements on the southern Norscan coast, so usually like the one that's here, for example. And then once again, you build it up, you leave an army there stationed permanently. Something that auto-resolves very well, because you don't really want to fight it too much, but you just want to like channel the AI into where you expect them, rather than like fight them. You don't want to fight the AI if you don't have to, if you see what I mean, right? You don't necessarily want to get in a war with them. You just want to like channel them into these like useful locations, so that way you don't have to fight them. It's a lot to take in, but it's good advice. Once you get into the mindset of doing that with like a lot of your enemy, like the armies you fight, I want to redo his skills. I really want to disband him, but I don't want to. Let's do that next turn. We're gonna hire a Demon Slayer Lord, and then we're gonna swap these 2 around so that I can re-spec Malachi into something actually useful, because Malachi right now has an army that is really not worth it. So this is a new thing. It used to be a mod, and then they're like, oh my god, this mod is so popular, so now you can do it. It is actually way cheesier than the mod. Here's a tip. If you respec a lord, he is dead for free. He is gone for 3 turns. If a lord dies or you disband him, he's gone for 5 turns. So the cheesy thing to do, it's up to you whether you want to do it. It's really like, it's your decision, right? But like, is to just straight up, if you need to move, so imagine you have a really big empire, and you need to move your guy from like one side or not, you just respect your lord, and that allows you to like respawn him somewhere much more useful. Worth it to build garrison building? Yes. Anywhere where you're expecting an attack, it is worth it, because it really helps the auto-resolve. The auto-resolve, it's good. It helps you lower the amount of units you need to keep there to keep a strong balance of power. If you have the garrison, right, the garrison will count towards your auto-resolve, and then that way you don't have to like build up such an army. And then finally, the other big like neglected benefit is it gives you walls, and walls are really good. So if you're a faction that cares about walls, it's really good. Now, here's a tip for you. If you ever play Skaven, it is even better than everything that I've just said, because all Skaven buildings give you money. So by building the garrison building, you are building something that actually gives you money and helps you with your auto resolve, because Skaven have no, they don't have good auto resolve. Now, little thing for you. The one in the same like building chain, or not really building chain, but in the same like menu as the garrison building. Never ever ever, and I'm gonna give the caveat to that rule. Never ever ever build this thing. This is an entirely useless, unless you are playing against a player who is playing something that can actually really use like not the deeps, but like the Skaven like mechanic or something like that. There is zero downsides to you building that. It is not worth the investment of money. It doesn't do anything. Don't bother with it, because the AI is simply not going to use like hidden like buildings that efficiently. And corruption, usually if you're having an issue with corruption, just either get rid of the thing that deals with corruption, or in this specific case, it cost me a ridiculous amount of money too. So now, in this specific instance, I'm building up a lot of anti-corruption. But once again, I've got like 2 really heavy corruption buildings in this region, and I'm dealing with them in my own way. But 99% of the time, never ever ever build them. It offers you no real benefits, and it's not something you actually want to do. That's just like my my little explanation of that. But yeah, building the garrison building. Now, when you're, so for example, when you have settlements that are further away from whatever the front line is right now. So I'm going to give an example which is technically currently not accurate, but like this settlement, this region here, once you've cleared out the dark elves over here, which I'm about to do, like this settlement here doesn't need walls, because realistically speaking, it's not going to get attacked very regularly. So it's just not worth building a wall. And for example, Hexgate, building, now the other advantage is when you build a wall, you get an actual settlement battle in a minor settlement. So that's pretty good depending on your faction. Also, settlement battles tend to break the AI a lot more than just a field battle. So there's a lot of benefits. Some of them are more cheesy, some of them are more real. But at the end of the day, yeah, it is worth it to just... how does the unusual location work? Yeah, they just pop up every campaign. It is really good. I feel like that may be a little bit too much. But it is like, I feel like sometimes they're not so unusual as that, because like, look, let me just scout through my lands. I've got 1 here. I've got like 2 in this region. No, I have 1 in this region. I had a second one. I think it got deleted when oh, they captured this, which had the other one, so it's gone now. Okay, there's not so many. I had more. I think there was some more here, and then they got deleted. But like, yeah, they just appear. They'll just appear. So, like they are fun. Some of them can be very like disruptive, but I keep them all on because I think it's funnier to just like have that variety. There was one that is really good, and I got it in the Empire. It's the Chaos Dwarf one. Now let me explain. The Chaos Dwarf one lets you just straight up build. It gives you +20 relations with Chaos Dwarfs, which is not that bad. It gives you the Kadai Destroyer in the settlement. So randomly, your random Empire army that just like, if you attack that settlement, it has a straight up Kadai Destroyer as like a unit in the army, which is pretty funny, right? But then the best part is it gives you +20 armor for units. And that +20 armor, 20 armor for Empire is incredible, because like a lot of like that Empire infantry we were just shitting on earlier is really good if you actually give them +20 armor. It makes a huge difference. And even for the late game units, it makes a huge difference, because armor is really good for auto resolve, as I've mentioned. So you see here, now that's just a standard one, but it doesn't look at that's not there are some like random events that will actively help you or not help you based on. Now here's another tip: if you think there might be an ambush, which I am 100% thinking, there we go. Oh, it didn't help. Normally it can, like, if you walk up an ambush in like a defensive stance, you will like trigger the... I should have fought that manually. I wanted to click that manually, I didn't think. But like, if you think there might be an ambush, walk up in camp stamp, and we'll usually, if you're, you know, she probably built up her ambush, because this is probably Drake, and Drake probably does ambushing stuff. But like, if you're worried about an ambush, like walking up in camp stance will help trigger the ambush, and then when it's safe, like when it's detected, you can then like do whatever. But that we should have fought that out manually. That was a dumb way to lose half an arm, a whole army. Hey, at least I don't have to pay their upkeep anymore. Well, so and then this is a pathing thing. I want to take this settlement because I want to move up north. So because of that, I'm going to start with the lower one. Once again, you want to always path ideally that you're taking a settlement a turn. If you can take a settlement a turn on your offensive, you are keeping up a good, like you're keeping up a good speed on your offensive. What you don't want to be doing is like wasting time, as we've discussed. Like wasting time is the difference between a good campaign and a bad campaign. He says, well, having not the best campaign this round. But no problem. That's what I'm here for. It's like, but yeah, you just want to keep that momentum going. That will make the difference. Like, especially when you get into the higher difficulties. Is like, if you can just keep pushing. Oh, also, the deeps, if you build deeps in specific locations, they get special buildings. I think Skavenblake, Kazakarak, and maybe Carrick 8 Peaks, I think. If you build a deeps in those specific places, you get a special building. You might want to Google that. I might not remember correctly, but there are some special buildings where you actually want to build the deeps. But I think I'll build the deeps, and then I'll give a breakdown of like what is good or bad with the deep. Let's do that next, because there are some good ones. And I'm sorry, by the way, YouTube chat. I'm working on getting you guys up on screen, but we're not there yet. Struggles, the daily struggles of the thing, because like there are like paid software that will do it, but $17 a month is definitely more money than I'm making on Twitch, and right now I'm still making zero money on YouTube. Vo, thank you, by the way. Your watch time is helping me. I actually need watch time pretty much more than anything else right now, so thank you for watching. It's a great help. Yeah, so right now I'm not making $17 a month though. So I'm not going to use the paid software. So let's talk deeps. Deeps is a fun one. Okay. Zaranagrund. There we go. That's the last one. That would make sense, I guess, because like doing it in Kazakh means that like it's just straight up available. So let me just pick Nagaron. I'll upgrade Nagaron and we'll talk about it in a few minutes. It is a new mechanic, so yeah, you won't know about it, Vestal. But if you just wait around a few turns, because I want to build it here. I think here it makes sense, and then I'll explain like all the new things that the deeps gives you. Yeah, give me a few minutes. Let me exterminate this goddamn tree. So you see she has 300 points. So let's talk grudges for a second. So you see, the Witchwood is the enemy capital. So that's 400 grudge points. Then she just killed an army, 300 grudge points. And I need to collect. Does it tell me? Does it tell me? I need to collect a certain amount. And so there we go. Current grudges progress. I need another 600 grudges because you see 3,800 and to 4,400. So yeah, by exterminating the settlement, I'm gonna fill up my grudge meter. Oh my god, that is expensive. They are trash. But there is an army here. That is a trash army. But it is still enough of a force that if I kill everything, I might actually have a problem with it. I hate fighting battles. I hate fighting battles against the Wood Elf settlement. It's such a miserable fight. That I don't think I have a choice. I don't think I can't afford to take that many losses. Yeah, it does. It will. So what matters for the grudge bar progress is your vision. As you see more and more people, because you're expanding, your grudge will scale very like massively. Every time like a cycle happens, they will recalculate the number. So be careful about like expanding or getting maybe like vision. Like if you meet cafe and you expand it out into cafe, like expanding very quickly, like vision will actually like increase your grudge meter very high. But once again, we have so many enemies and we're doing so many fights right now that like we're ahead of schedule. We're gonna finish it this turn, but like we almost didn't finish it, so you have to be careful. Now the AI is not probably gonna do what I would do in this situation, which is like, see, this is the best walls in the game for any faction, because you see you can shoot you can put all of your archer units up here, right? You don't want to put guns because they won't have a good line of sight. Yeah, it counts on visions of everything, Vestal. But if you have archers who will have that easy shooting, they AI can't go, and no one can. The enemy can't go up this wall unlike most walls. So it is a very nice wall for that specific purpose. Now, flame cannon, go. Everyone else. we're going to move up on the sides. Now, we're going to move up in 2 blocks because we want to give a clean line of sight to that flame cannon without roasting my own mem like I've done every single fight this game. Yeah, no, try it. They're really fun. They are, like, their rework has made them one of the best factions in the game. You don't have to do them now, obviously, but yeah, just try them at some point because they are definitely a lot better than they used to be. They are by far, in a power level, they are by far one of the strongest factions in the game if you don't care about magic. And in a, you see, look, this is the Regiment of Renown one. The shots are splitting up in the last few seconds, which doesn't really matter against this, like, large entity, right? But it does matter against a lot of things. Like that the shots, it has more range, I think. But it is splitting, which helps it, like, do. So the normal one, I don't think, does that. Maybe it does. I think it's the... Maybe if I did the grudge throw, that splits up at the last second. But, like, once again, this is the... Like, yeah, they're really fun. They are really upgraded from how they used to be. They are definitely a fun faction to play right now. Yeah, these are the red ones. These are the grudge settler ones, which have unique effects compared to the normal ones. What those effects are, just trust the toolbar over my limited, like, my bad memory right now. But yeah, and once again, it acts like a second stack of Regiment of Renowned units. So once again, you need an emergency unit for something. Well, there you go. Now you have it. You need, like, they're really good. Once again, it's such a good change for them. It is such a nice quality of life. I'm actually just gonna... Oh, I need to push up a little bit because they are still shooting at me. We're gonna move that artillery up though. Oh, they're getting magic. We're getting magic on, and I think they summoned something. Let's go. Let's turn on that melee defense. Let's turn on that melee defense. Let's really just not take any damage from melee. The way melee defense... So, melee attack and melee defense, if you're curious, because technically we haven't addressed that one as well. The way melee defense works is that it is a number which is compared towards a unit's melee attack. So if you have like 100 melee attack and they have 100 melee defense, the way it will end up working is that, like, you basically won't take any damage from any, you won't get hit. So melee attack is not like a damage number. What it is like your likelihood of hitting. If you are like, are you going to hit the enemy unit in melee? Have you ever had a situation where, like, it looks like you're swinging, but it's not connecting? That tends... No, there are some glitches with that. It's not perfect. Let's not act like the game is perfect. But a big issue with that is, like, your melee attack is just like, if you're throwing Skaven Slaves against a legendary lord, you'll look at your units and it'll look like they're doing things, but, like, your unit is blocking. Because, like, the melee defense is just so high. Oh my god, we're getting melted. I probably should rotate the cannon in a second, but I want to kill this unit first. And then, like, your weapon strength dictates, like, how much damage you'll do if you actually connect, like, mitigated by, like, your armor and stuff. Those are like the stat calculations in this game. We are gonna try to, like, flamethrower or something else. There's a lot of math, like, all of those numbers, like, on a unit, they matter. But once again, what matters here is, like, we have incredible melee attack and we have magic damage. Magic damage, there's no downside. Fire magic has technically some situations in which it's bad, because there are some units that will have a lot of fire resistance, but there's 0 situations in which having magic damage is a downside. It used to, because it used to be that spell resistance would also, in Warhammer 2, spell resistance would give you resistance towards magical attacks, but they got rid of that. The only thing that will protect you against magical attack is ward save, but ward save protects you against everything, so ward save doesn't really, like, it's not really a downside of magical attacks. But magical attacks will deal with physical resistance, will deal with any kind of resistance like that. So it's great. Magical resistance is just like a flat percentage resistance. Same with missile resistance. Missile resistance will not stop you from getting hit, but what missile resistance will do is, like, after you've been hit, it will reduce your damage by 10%, 20%, 50%, or in some cases, like, you know, some legendary lords even like 70%. Now, steam tanks, for example, of the Empire have what is known as directional resistance. So they will block it, but only from, like, specific directions. So if you hit a steam tank from the front, and when you have it leveled up, when you have the technology for it, it'll even, like, tank armor shots. So, like, artillery shots. So what it will do is, like, from the front, a steam tank will block 90% of damage. You're basically wasting your time shooting it. But if you can, like, get behind it or it turns around, it will drop to like 10%. Then you actually have a really good like opportunity to like just blow up a steam tank in the rear. So like watch out with your steam tank when you like turn it around facing another direction. It can sometimes be really bad for you to do that. We've lost our trash. We've definitely lost enough units that is worth flame throwing my position. Yeah, this is what, when you run single entities like this, like doing like blast damage, like what I'm about to do, like very high AoE damage, is has basically no downsides. But when you have a lot of infantry, there's a lot of downsides. But right now, I just want to get rid of the chaff. Now he has a rune of smite, so he is doing AoE damage to like everything around him. It's this dwarfen like rune that does AoE damage like passively when he's in melee. But yeah, it used to be that there was downsides to having magic attacks if the unit had a lot of spell resistance, but spell resistance is just straight up magic. So like, are you getting magicked on? If yes, or if, are you trying to use magic on dwarves? Maybe don't do that. Like you can do a lot of things like, so if you're using magic on dwarves, try to do buffing spells, especially like buffing against your own units. So try to buff like your units like combat damage, like armor piercing, like additions to your units are really good. Stuff like that will make a big difference. But buffing your like trying to damage spell your dwarves. Now, there are some wizards in the game that are powerful enough that it just will not matter. But most of the time, it's just generally not a good idea. It is better to like, let me make sure that those do not regroup, because if those regroup here, that would be very bad. But like, by just like casting magic on dwarfs is inefficient. So what you want to do is you want to, once again, you want to buff or debuff, because buff or debuff magic is not really affected by magic per se. So that's your go-to fix for that. Now I think this is going to be a fight that we're going to end up winning. I think the auto resolve was not really lying to me. This is a fight we're going to end up winning through my lords, and I need to make sure that we're not losing the magician. He is tougher than a normal magician because, you know, he's still like a dwarf, right? But he is still not like an actual real melee unit. Let me retreat this cannon. I don't want to lose that cannon. Losing these guys will not be the end of the world. I think ideally I don't want to. We kind of fought this whole fight because we didn't want to lose them. But let's start retreating. I think everybody's gonna run, and we're just gonna let my lord do the fighting. Let me turn on damage resistance for him. Let me just, once again, your lord, when you're going to have really high, like, he's definitely one of those lords that, damn it, we're going to lose him. They might ignore him. No, they're not going to ignore him. They're going to chase him down. Yeah, well, we lost him. Yeah, we lost, that's unfortunate. I really didn't want to lose that. Okay, let's just keep taking the city. So I think we look, the good news is he'll probably end up in a much better, like, health pool than he did in the next fight, and we can probably solo the next army in a 1v1 match. Let me just, where they're running out of armor, and then, like, the other thing that really matters for, like, your shootability is, you see, taking a unit, especially like a dwarf, but like any unit will do as long as he's small, and then shoving him inside other units like I'm doing now, especially like enemy units, will basically mean that they can't hit him. Like, they'll take a shot sometimes, but you see most of the time they're not really, they're kind of blocked from taking that shot. So that's a good way to avoid, like, archers or guns, especially guns. Like, archers can still take that shot because, you know, they got the angle. If you're fighting a gun-heavy faction, so you're fighting against Chaos Dwarfs, like, take your units that are worried about the guns and just shove them into... Now, that doesn't work with your Tamarkons of the world, because, you know, Tamarkon is Tamarkon. Tamarkon's a big boy, right? And Tamarkon does not give a shit about being unshootable. Tamarkon is huge. But also, Tamarkon has healing. If you have replenishment, don't, like, you have regeneration on your lord, don't end the fight too early when you have a healing lord, because ideally what you want to do is you want to, let me try to kill this guy. You want to, like, let your regen trigger, or if you have a healing wizard, same thing, or if, like, once again, your Nurgle, just, like, heal your units up at the end of a fight, or like, let the timer run out a bit so that your regeneration kicks in a bit, and it will help you be in a better condition for the next fight, especially when you're using heroes that have, that are single, you're using single entity armies, because, like, if your single entity is still alive, right, then all you have to do is, like, refill it and your army's back to full strength. So let me just go around slaughtering. That's the issue with, like, single unit doom stacks, like what I'm doing now, is like, I'm technically not at risk particularly, but my main issue is more that I have to, like, individually chase down every single unit in this army, and it's kind of just boring. So that's why you want to avoid a lot of, like, single entity doom stacks, just because the auto resolve will not calculate their power very well. If you own like the Sword of Cain and the Nemesis Crown, there is nothing the game will throw at you that like will threaten you, but you simply put, the game will not recognize it. The game will not recognize that, okay, this is the most powerful like weapon that the game has ever seen. So don't take that. Come back. Run. Like, so that is the issue. So running like single, like, so what you ideally want to do is you want to get an army doom stack that auto resolves very well and then performs on, ideally also performs on the battle very well. Because there are some doom stacks that if you run them will perform very well like in auto resolve, but like when you actually try to use them in like on the field, or worse, like maybe there's a specific situation where if you like fight them on the field, it doesn't work so good. And then like now you're in a bit of a problem, right? So we're facing them. So once again, shields work by a directional, even like not only the steam tank shields, but all shields work in a direction thing. So if you are not facing the enemy, you're going to take a lot more archer damage than if you run towards them where your shield will kick in. So once again, he has 10% will block 10% from hitting from the front. It's like, it's not massive, but like Belagar, for example, has like a 90% shield. You can scale him up to like 90% missile resistance, which makes him very funny. Yeah, but that's pretty much everything. So yeah, the best. Oh my god, we lost a lot. Some of our units are alive, and I think Grombrindal's alive, but I don't really think we got that much out of resolving, out of fighting that manually. Unfortunately, so maybe not my biggest decision of strategic gene, but this is an awful map. It is an incredibly powerful map for the defender, and it is an awful map for the attacker. It is one of those maps that like the moment they have a little bit of archer, ooh, it's not a good situation for you. But look, you see, Grombrindal can handle him alone. Now, what you want is there's an item for dwarves called like Dwarven Ale Tankard or something like that, which it's like a green item, but it gives regeneration on all lords, on any lord you put it to, and it's a really good item to have. So yeah, we lost 2 of our legendary heroes, but we got a lot of our base infantry. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. We'll find out. So yeah. That's the issue. Like once again, like I had a campaign where like I was playing Slaanesh and I didn't own Champions of Chaos, and I didn't own like, and the Slaanesh DLC wasn't out yet, obviously, because it was like a few years ago. It was like a year ago. So I ended up picking up the Sword of Cain and like the Nemesis Crown, and I would basically just go around killing everyone. Now, here's the thing about Grombrindal. This line of skills, unlike every other guy in the game, applies to all armies faction-wise, all armies faction-wide, all armies faction-wide, all armies. So you want to spec that out. This is, if you're playing another dwarf, you're playing your Malachais or you're playing your blah, 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 you want to make sure that you confederate Grombrindal as soon as possible, because he offers you the best quality of life for any other dwarf you carry. It is incredible the amount of benefits he can just give you, like passively, and you want to do that. So once again, we are working on that deeps in a minute. Oh, we maybe want to put a deeps here. I want to put a deeps here. Next time we'll put a deeps here. And I'll explain to you what a deeps is. We'll do that next. But yeah, it also before Thrones of Decay, he used to be the most powerful lord. Now the straight up amount of power that yeah, that's a really beautiful one. Yeah. Why are you fighting Bretonia? Wow, you're playing that really into the late game to be fighting Bretonia as Chaos Dwarfs. I'm kind of impressed because like I tend to drop a lot of... There's reached a point where I'm like, okay, I've won. And I tend to drop off the campaign, but I'm impressed that you're sticking around that long. Now, we can win this because once again, we have a lord. But yeah, like... Well, we'll talk about deeps once we're finished this little fight here. But a lot of maps here are very good. Like a lot of... So the issue with Iked Claw, as I think we were talking about yesterday, is that Iked Claw... fights the goat, and then he fights Bretonia. If you've ever played on Bretonian maps in like their area, like Bretonia has a lot of like woods, you know, it has a lot of like little clumps of trees everywhere, which makes it really, really annoying for like Jezzail spam. Because I really like, when I play Iked, I like Jezzail spam. I like to like spam that stuff. I like to really make it work, and Bretonia just has so many trees everywhere that it just kind of gets in the way of that. And it's really, once again, the biggest issue with Iked is his starting position. And it's just kind of sad. Yeah, the lizard men were bugged. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad they fixed that. It's sad that they even like had to be fixed, right? It's like, base faction. I hate that they can do that. I think they can do that like 2 more times. It's kind of like an annoying little thing, like, because they'll go hit, like, they'll go for like the squad. Nothing here is a unit that I care about, but sometimes like you actually do have a unit that you care about and you forget to go hide in a tree or something, and it's like suddenly, they're dead. So I'm actually gonna let the front line die. All of these guys are gonna die before I commit Grombrindal to the fight, because there's a few units in this army that can actually hurt Grombrindal. Like the Treeman can definitely get a few hits in, and there's a lot of like single entities with high damage. So all in all, I'm gonna use him as a buffing lord, so he's gonna activate all of his like melee defense buffs and blah blah blah. But I'm only gonna commit him to the fight before we like hit this line, because I don't want that line to fight. Yeah, let's go. We're doing good damage. Let's commit. These are not so dangerous. I just can't let them get to the artillery. So let's try to engage them. I don't know what they're doing. It's a weird. Usually the AI is pretty good about using cav for flanking, but now they seem a little bit borked. I'm not necessarily complaining. It's just interesting. But I think Arbold is bugged. No. That's normal. The AI clumping around a settlement is a bug that has existed since the age of time. It affects all factions. It's a much deeper bug than like the Lizardman bug. So the Lizardman bug is specifically like the Lizardman AI wasn't like moving at all. And not doing anything. Now, unfortunately, the pre-existing bug of game doesn't do anything. That like a lot of factions won't do anything. That is an existing bug, unfortunately. That has existed since the dawn of time. And at this point, like they keep saying, "Oh, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it." Unfortunately, I expect it to be there when this game like formally like is end of life. So unfortunately, that is just a thing that exists in the game. It's sad, but yeah. Look, I think I speak for everyone when I say that like being a fan of this game means that you have a bunch of complaints about this game, and I'm definitely have a lot of complaints about this game. It is a great game. It is an incredible game. Like don't take it that I'm saying it's a bad game, but there are so many issues with this game, and you just got to. Yeah, they've been fixing AI logic for a million years. No. Do not trust CA. When CA says we're gonna fix the AI, do not believe them. See, it. How did he die? How did he die? He was standing here. I can see his corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not accept this. We will be re-rolling this. I do not accept whatever the hell ridiculous thing just happened here. He somehow died. I don't think he has enough magic. Like he has a wizard, right? What set does he have? Do I need to hide him? So we have a Treeman wizard that's called. Oh, that's a legendary wizard. Damage to combatants. I think he used Muster of Malevolence on me. That's gonna make the fight a lot more difficult. We cannot commit him to the fight. That's gonna make our life harder. That's gonna make our life a lot harder. Artillery on the hill. Front line. This is the front line I don't care about. Once again, you in front, and you extra in front, and then the front line that I do care about. And only then, if in an emergency situation, will I reveal Grombrindal, and hopefully he's used up his magic. Here comes the bullshit. I forget about the bullshit. Yeah, you just can't do anything about that. They're just gonna able to do that on you. It's annoying. I want to keep this guy to the. I don't think the grenades are gonna matter too much. They're too big. No, I don't think so. I don't think this does enough single entity damage to hurt him. I really think I got magicked on. So once again, we're gonna keep him nice and out of the fight. Unfortunately, it means I don't get all the leadership and like melee defense buffs I was counting on. But it is what it is, right? Now let's focus on those cavalry. But nah, don't ever trust an AI fix. Because some of these issues are so like fundamental to the game that they can't be fixed very easily. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they want to fix them, they just can't. But An AI fix. This is the benefit of playing with human players. Is yeah, some spells are worth overcasting and some spells are not. So what you do is you take your spell and you double click the spell, and then it will tell you what it does. So for example, the only thing that you get out of overcasting Spirit Leech is you just get a further casting range. There is no damage increase, there's no benefit apart from the further casting range. So if you are playing, you know, they are in range, do not overcast them because, you know, overcast more better. It doesn't always work like that. So you just read the like the spell tab and you just see if it's worth overcasting or not. That's my advice. Because for example, sometimes it like overcasting a spell will deal more damage against armored enemies. And like, okay, if you're fighting against armored opponents, that's probably like you want to cast it on dwarves, that's probably worth doing. Now there are other times when like the spell benefit is really, really minor or it's not relevant. Because like getting more armor piercing damage onto like a spell you're casting on Skaven slaves is not so worth it. So it really depends. Some spells are really worth overcasting, and I would, well, you see, look at that. He knows I'm here. He knows I'm in this forest. Get away. We might be able to fight. The wizard's over there. What is the spell? So what is the spell range? I'm worried about a spell that is 75 meters. Okay, if we fight in this, I don't want to fight in the forest because that's a benefit to him. But like, if I stay away from the wizard, that's okay. Let's go. Let's engage him out. So it really depends. Just read the spell, whatever spell you're trying to use, and just see if the benefits are relevant to the. Oh no! Back in the forest. I'm too close. Kind of hard to measure distance. There's no clean measuring tool, but I am not going to. Okay, he's beating up my cannons. No, that's fine. Let's engage the guy in melee. I think I'm getting an AoE damage effect. Yeah, you see that like slight animation that's happening on my units. He's doing it there. Something is. I think probably the wizard here is doing an AoE magic effect on me. So it just means that like units that are standing nearby, I need to get away from him because units that are standing nearby from him are getting damaged up. So we need to get away from him ideally. I really want to commit him to the fight, but I just can't. Let's try to take shots on him. I have only 4. If I didn't have only 4 entities, I would probably be doing a lot of damage, but I only have 4 entities, so. Keep doing shots. Unfortunately, there's the Lord. Or maybe I got shot by the Archer Lord, because he was invisible this whole time. Alright, that's fine. Let's just... The army dies, that's fine. I don't need this army. They're trash. But yeah. Unfortunately, I can't... Like, a lot of the time for, like, the big vortex spells, overcasting gives you a benefit to, like... duration. So, for some of the vortexes that go randomly, you know, like the fire magic, it can mean a situation because, you know, like, Flaming Skull will go off course. Sometimes it will go off course into your men, and then sometimes it will go off course into the enemy lines, and that's fine. But when you increase that duration length, you run into that situation where, okay, I want to fight his army without fighting the Lord. I want to get away from the. I want to try to like the cavalry to come in first. Let's be smart about this, because ideally I want to inflict losses. But like sometimes like having a longer duration on a spell that is like went randomly into your own lines, that's not so good, you know? And then other times, like, it is very beneficial to just overcast it. So, once again, I can't give you a clean answer because honestly, there isn't one. You just have to, like, read the room. Let's activate my first. They are going to do 0 damage against me, and I'm going to do a lot of damage against him. There we go. We just broke that permanently. That's really good. I think the reality is we're going to have to accept that I'm going to be fighting that wizard. Does he have... You can't check Winds of Magic, can you? I wish you could. Like, you just usually tell whether they can cast or not based on, like, is he casting on you or not. I think he shot me. And now he's out of magic. Are you gonna fight me? Let's just stay still then. I probably should have faced him. But either way. Let's kill him. Let's hit him good. See, look at that. He's an archer wizard. He does have melee stats, but I am a legendary lord at level 44 and I have my stats built in. So... There we go. That's very good, but I did take a lot of damage. Realistically, I'm not winning this. He is going to hurt me. I could retreat. That would give me an auto resolve reset. I think we need to... I think unironically, we're going to cheese this a little bit. I'm gonna run away from the wizard, who's really slow because he's a treeman, and I want to fight his other units. I don't want to fight the wizard. Now, can he cast on... I think he would have cast it on me if he could. Am I faster than him? He's got 31 speed. My 41 speed. Yeah. So, I can just outrun him. Can I outrun these, though? I will in a few seconds. Maybe not in the forest. No, we can. We're going to outrun them. So, I want to get to the other side of the map, and I want some of his other units to come in first. Now, they're all about the same speed. Unfortunately, I think we're not going to outrun them. So, what do I do? I think we're just going to go in. I think we're going to activate all of our buffs. We're going to fight outside of the forest. There's no reason to fight them in the forest. We're gonna just use all of our buffs. And we're just going to go down swinging, I think, is the best plan. I think we've lost the city. So we're going to have to wait a few more turns for that deeps demonstration. Sorry about that. Let's try to rest up for a few seconds because he's probably... No, he's fresh. Oh, I probably have perfect vigor. I could check 2 seconds. I want to check. So perfect vigor is one of the best stats you can get in the game. And I'll explain it if I check that I have it. Strider immune to fire. I don't have it. So perfect vigor is this skill that lets you have 0... you don't get tired. Your unit doesn't get tired. So tired has a huge amount of debuffs that the game doesn't really tell you about. And like having 0 debuffs, these are really good the blocking units, but they're not actually so good on their melee attack. I'm worried that I'm blowing that too early because I'm really worried about his damage, but I think we want to ideally we want to break this unit and then leave again. All right, we broke it, we leave. Broke it and leave, we broke it and leave, we broke it and leave. So we're just going to hit and run this. It is a bit cheesy, but I can use my stand my ground and my Grombrindal has no fear to basically just break them several times over. We are unironically going to win this fight, or at least damage them enough that if I kill the other 2 units, then I can retreat off the field and he probably doesn't have the auto-resolve on his own to take the city. Because I did, a lot of units retreated. So is it going to be a little bit cheesy? Yes. But hey, it's going to be effective. Yeah, so getting perfect vigor, which I think, is really good. Now, another thing that might not be immediately obvious, what I'm just explaining is, there are some lords that give you some skills that are exceptional. If you are a wizard lord, if you are Gelt, it is unironically worth it to slaughter Yuan Bo like a dog. Yuan Bo gives a disgusting benefit to any wizard lord. It doesn't matter that he's technically your ally. Fuck it. His ally doesn't mean shit. Do I fight him? I really feel like I might be able to, but I might be being too cocky. I think I'm going to make a ridiculous decision. I'm going to ruin everything that I was just saying about oh, we're going to kill his army and then leave. He has 51 miss out. He has a little bit of sundered armor. He has magical attacks, which is going to suck. I have physical resistance 25%. Last chance. I could just ignore him. I'm going to ignore him. I'm just going to rush past him. Okay, you could just beeline it towards his units. I want to take out his units. But various lords will have different skills. So if you're building a melee lord, you want to get Sigvald, you want to get Fraught. Fraught gives you 10% health. But specifically, Yuan Bo gives you 20% cost reduction on all spells, which is just... Ooh, that is a beautiful one to get. Okay, we're just going to fight. I think, ignore them, fight this. I can kill him. Just ignore them. They don't do so much damage. We're hitting Coadil pretty good. We are losing health. We're going to lose this. Yeah, we run out of our... we're not actually fighting anymore because, yeah. Ah, well. It is what it is. We did a lot. We didn't do enough. But what was I saying? Yeah, so different lords have different things. Another one, if you're doing Lore of Metal, another big one to do Lore of Metal is Astragoth. Killing Astragoth. I did a series, and it's one of my old streams. Is I tried to build the perfect Balthasar Gelt, and you really want to get Astragoth because it increases the duration of your spells and stuff like that. But getting getting Yuan Bo is, especially if you're an evil wizard, perfect. Go slaughter Yuan Bo. It's worth making that beeline halfway across the world if you have to. Yeah. I understand it. Look, I'm cheesing a little bit. there's two options for you. A, you use auto resolve. No, not auto resolve. Recruit Confederate defeated legendary lords like I do, which has the benefit of just letting you like hire lords that are like lords are dead. So it works for you, but it also works for the AI. So you're no longer going to be in a situation where a specific lord is dead because you can just he will just show up at another cafe faction. And then the other thing that you might not be familiar with is that you can resurrect, even without mods, this is not a modded thing that I'm talking about, is you can resurrect dead lords. So like straight up dead in the ground, they can still be brought back. It takes a lot of work. Basically what you do is like specific regions in the game are designated as the homeland, the starting province of a specific lord. So what you can do is if you cause a rebellion in that specific place, and then they take it, it will become the faction of whatever unit of whatever person you're talking about. So, for example, if you go to Sylvania and you cause a rebellion in Sylvania, you will get the best lord in the entire, like the best hero trait in the entire game, because she will not respawn as Vlad. She will respawn as Isabella von Karstein, and Isabella von Karstein, if you kill her, gives regeneration to whatever lord you're fighting, which we've already discussed how regeneration is really good, but regeneration is especially really good on single entity combat lords. But also Vlad's trait is really good too, because Vlad's trait is, it decreases the death time. But like, yeah, no, it's hard to do for some factions. Like you can for like if you raid your own lands hard enough, you increases your taxes and stuff like that. There are ways to. It is some factions it's pretty difficult to force rebellions. Other factions it's not so hard. If you're playing Chaos Dwarfs, just like move a ton of slaves into a region and just wait. It's easy. When you're playing as like other factions, it's much more difficult. So sorry about all those battles. We will get on to our deeps demonstration in a few turns, and two turns. I will do deeps at Clarkeron. That will be a perfect demonstration point. And then so 2 turns we will demonstrate what deeps actually do. Are we keeping that? Yeah, we're keeping that corruption nice and stable. That's good. I don't want none of that. So we're gonna take Palace of Ruin, and then we're gonna come back over. She hasn't moved since taking that piece of land. That's annoying. Like, I don't like it when it is good for me, right? But I don't like it when the AI is doing something stupid, even if it favors me, because then it's like, you don't want to be reminded that the AI is not so smart, unfortunately. But yeah, you can bring back lords you care about, but you can also bring back allied factions you care about. Oh, look, I was just saying that she isn't coming back, and here she is. She's back, and they're sending. That is going to be really annoying. I was just shit-talking the AI, and now I deserve what's about to happen. I jinxed it so hard. But you can also bring back allied factions. There's a map, I'm sure you can Google, I don't have it on hand. There's like a map of like which regions are a specific legendary lord. But like, yeah, once again, you can do it. I think we'll just accept that. I think I'll just accept that auto-resolve. I'll take the replenishment. And I think we are going to... Can I in-camp? Yeah, we're going to in-camp. We're going to in-camp over to Palace of Ruins, and then we're going to take it over. Oh, by the way, a mod that is purely a cosmetic mod, but I really like it and I recommend it, is OVN Lost Worlds. OVN Lost World adds like a more like lore accurate graphical update to a lot of the maps, because a lot of the points on the maps are like very like standard. Well then I'm waiting. A lot of the settlement designs is very like standard, and then it really adds that like extra oomph, lore accurate oomph to some of these like settlements, and it really just makes them slightly nicer. Like, do I have vision on Altdorf right now? I might not do. Look at Altdorf. Altdorf looks like so much bigger than it is, and it has the like free sides of the river like it's supposed to. It's a really like small thing. Okay, I can't show you Kislev because Kislev has been deleted, but like Prague has a citadel. It has a citadel up on a mountain. You can see the siege of Prague during a Gotrek and Felix book. So the way Prague works is that there is a citadel up on the mountain, right? And that citadel is like the fallback point for the city. So like if it does end up being overrun, you just fall back to that point, and you just keep going on your defense of the city. But like Prague is one of those cities that is like basically like turbo doomed. Like if it wasn't for the fact that it was, a major city of Kislev. Prague gets deleted in Kislev history many, many times, and then every single time they come back and they just rebuild it, and then the cycle repeats. I'm gonna keep building up Malachite, even though it's a big waste of resources right now. just because I want Malachi built up. But like, Prague is not a good place to live because once again, every so often it will just get deleted, and then Kislevites being Kislevites will just come back and just rebuild it and start again. And it's like, why? But hey, that's what they do. That's what they do. That's like Kislev exists to like hold back chaos, and they do it. It's not the most logical thing. It's really to give you that tough. It's a lore thing that justifies you having like tough bear riding cavalry when like theoretically they should have just moved to the Empire. Blah blah blah. But see, the issue with it is like if you just move back to the Empire, right? Then this becomes chaos territory, and this becomes a new Kislev. So they serve an important purpose for the world, and they can't go north of this because it starts to become like anything past here is chaos waste, and they'll mutate you, and you can't live there. No, mods does not affect your achievement, you getting achievements. Mods does not affect achievement getting, so don't worry about that. Okay, so if we want to get a mountain region, we want to build it maybe Hagref. Hagref is not a mountain region. That's unfortunate. So where is Radko? Radko Gorge. There we go. Let me unbuild this, and the next turn we'll build a deep, and we'll do a demo of what a deep is. But like Kislev just once again, it is like the borders, the upper borders of Kislev are defined by the chaos waste because like they can't really do anything. Like think of it as like super Chernobyl, right? It's like it's radiation, it's yeah, like the whole place is haunted, and it actually happens during the Gotrek and Felix books. Like they actually like trigger the spirits. So like in the middle of like a siege attack by chaos, there is also like this like the ghosts and the spirits of the place like come in and like mess with them. And like Gotrek axe being like a really powerful magic weapon is like one of the big fixes for that. Is like if you're not aware, spoilers, Gotrek's axe is like you know, it's not really spoilers. I'm not gonna explain why it is, but like there's a good reason. It's not just like, oh, it's main character. It is also main character, right? But it's not just main character. Gotrek's axe is one of the most powerful things in the entire setting. Like, not an exaggeration, not a bullshit. Like, there we go. We're building the deep. So you have to take one turn to build, and then we'll talk about like what it does. But Gotrek's axe is by far one of the most like powerful items in the entire setting, and it's really powerful because even in game it's very powerful. But you know what's really funny is that the axe of Grimnir. Okay, that kind of gives you a spoiler. So there's two axes. The second one is owned by the dwarf High King, and in game, it's really not that good. This is terrible for the weapon of a god. Let me just take that. I'd probably need to auto resolve that, but I can recruit more miners very easily. So like it is the weapon of a god, and like in game like it's one of a pair. So the other pair once again is held by Forgrim Grudge Bear, and in game it's terrible. It's like one of those like they've reworked a lot of the items, right? But they didn't rework the legendary items, and I feel like it's a little nitpick, right? It is completely nitpick. Ooh, do I make trade with the elves and then I exterminate them later? I think right now we have bigger issues. I'll take 5,000 to be friends with her. I won't be friends with him because I do need to kill him. He is on my door. Once I'm done with the wood elves, we will be killing Nagareth elves. So right now I will be buddies with him, even if it makes me sick, and it's technically like I'm befriending them to kill them more better later, so it's fine, right? That's fine. Let's keep hiring some slayers. We'll hire Grombrindal. Grombrindal gets the flamethrower. The RR flamethrower, because once again he likes his flamethrower. So like look at that, 36 ammo. That is nice. We are gonna lose this. There's not much I can do about that. I can't really stop it. I don't have the money to like straight up like summon another army. So right now we're just gonna keep hiring a little defense force, and we're just gonna accept that he's probably gonna keep taking this. But like as I've said mentioned many times on like these streams, like the Gotrek and Felix books are they're good books. They're well written. You're not gonna get like deep story progression because like the character progression in a Gotrek and Felix book is not from like their situation in life in the plot, but you actually do see a very cool change in the like the individual characters, like their competency, and also how they treat each other. Because at the beginning, Gotrek treats him, and it's not too much of a spoiler, Gotrek treats him as a bitch. Like Gotrek's whole thing You know, I'm gonna describe a little bit. I'm not gonna describe the plot. They're worth reading even if I describe a few of the plots. Like, Gotrik's whole deal is that Gotrik wants to be remembered because he is a slayer, right? So a slayer, no matter what, has to go die in battle. Like, that is his thing. You accept it. You are gonna go. And it doesn't make sense to you or me because, like, if I was told, like, hey, you done goofed, you need to go and, like, kill yourself, I would probably just, like, leave. And then I would go live my life somewhere else and just kind of ignore it. No, but you know, dwarves take that seriously. You can't just simply ignore it. You are gonna die in battle. You goofed. You done goof real bad. You are dying in battle. So what happens is like, once again, he is treated by all of. You are treated by all of society. I want to build a few giant slayers, even if it takes 2 turns. So you see, this is what I mean. By the way, this is what I mean by, like, units that take 2 to 3 turns to recruit are generally not worth doing if you like, because it's better to keep that momentum going. But giant slayers are the best anti-large, some of the best anti-large in the entire game, and especially for dwarf. So it is worth getting a few slayers. But now, coming back to my conversation about Gotrik and Felix, is like, what was I saying? Is like, Gotrik's whole deal is that Gotrik is gonna die. He accepts it. He's not happy about it, but he's not gonna go against it. He is just, I have to die. So let's build up the second part. So you see, now you unlock the deeps. So the deeps are a set of buildings which have very different effects, but they're very powerful effects. But as they take some of these take a long time. If you really want to build up your deeps properly, it'll take a long second. Well, let me finish my Gotrik and Felix talk, and then we'll talk deeps. So he accepts it, but he still has an ego. He still wants to achieve something. So his whole reason for getting Felix is he wants to be remembered. He wants to have stories to tell about. So when Felix comes up to him and is like, hey, I'm a poet. Gotrik's like, ooh, we got an opportunity here. We got an opportunity here. So basically, he gets Felix to sign up to a deal. And I don't think he was doing it like intentionally, like schemingly, but he, let me actually hire an army because I just realized that that's still there and we do need to deal with that. So Felix didn't quite know what he was signing up to when he agreed to become a rememberer. Because he was like, noble dwarf, I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna join you on your glorious quest. And he doesn't quite realize that he is signing himself up for quite the adventure. So we'll do the deeps next turn because I've already sunk all my money this turn. He signs up to a rememberer is a guy who follows a slayer around and records the way he dies. Because what the slayers are supposed to do is they fight a guy. If they kill that guy, you go find someone tougher. And you keep doing that. You find the toughest fight because the way you wash away the sin of whatever bad action you did is, and I'm not going to discuss what Gotrik's sin is. I'm not going to discuss any of that because that is something you learn much later in the book. Is the way you wash away that, that bad dirt on your name is you go and you die in battle. And that's how you get to heaven. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter what's recorded on. What's important is like whether God is impressed with you. If God is impressed with you, congratulations, you're going to heaven. Good job for you. If God is not impressed with the way you died, bad news. Your shame not only affects you, but can also rub off on your children, which is a bit of a shitty thing to do. But like Thorgrim, Iron Fist's whole thing. Thorgrim Iron Fist's whole thing is that he is king of the Slayers. So he is weirdly trapped between 2 things. Because his ancestor was a Slayer before him and then passed on the Slayer, or I think he goofed. I'm not actually sure about that. But he is trapped between 2 oaths. Because technically what he's supposed to do is he's supposed to go out, find the toughest, baddest thing around and kill it, right? But because he is king, he has duties as king. So he can't simply abandon his people and like go and find something really evil to kill, because then he is not being a good king to his people, and then he is still a fuck up. So he is trapped once again between this dual oath of like, I need to be a good king and I need to die in battle. So the only way he can do it is like, and this is really like, that's his whole like thing, right? Is the only way he can kind of escape the oath is like it is the right thing as a king. So like he is fighting like, let's ignore that for a second, folks. We're not paying attention to that. We're not paying attention to that. Like Yeah, there's a lot of it because what they want you to do is you want to get interested in the character. So yeah, there's a lot of deep lore for some of these characters. So they want you to get interested in the characters because once again, all of the lore for Warhammer is there to sell you on the miniatures. So if you think the story is cool, then you'll like miniatures. Like rats wouldn't sell me if rats weren't Skaven. But they're Skaven, and so it's fun. I love Skaven. But like, let's get back to Thorgrim Ironfist. So his whole thing is that if he just goes out and dies, he will have failed as a king. So the Slayer's Oath will still affect his family, and he's still stuck with that. He will have not succeeded. So he is stuck between this like dual thing of like trying to he's trying to like wash away the sin, and at the same time he is also stuck between his obligations as king. So if he is in battle and he's doing what he needs to do as a king, so he's leading his men and he's doing that, and then at the same time a tough opponent comes in and he can die fighting, congratulations, but that's a very specific set of circumstances. He can't just rush in at the start of his army and die like a slayer is supposed to do, because like that's not doing the correct thing for a king, you know. That's not the correct king action. So that he is stuck in his thing, and that's why his son, which we're gonna look at here, Garagrim Ironfist, came up with a creative solution. Is like, I am gonna take the Slayer Oath for our family, because Ungrim Ironfist's Slayer Oath is not specifically tied to something he did. It's a generational thing. It's like his ancestor done goofed, so he is cursed to be a Slayer for life, which also helps him be the king of the Slayer Hole, because you can't be king of the Slayer Holes without also being a Slayer, right? So he is born into that situation, because once again, if you don't wipe away the Slayer Oath, it will pass down to your children, your children's children, blah, blah, blah. It is a permanent deal. You are stuck with it. So Garagrim Ironfist comes up with the solution. It's like, I will become a Slayer, and then I will wash away the shame from my dad, and then I free my dad from the Slayer Oath, and then he can just focus on being a good king, and it's over. Unfortunately for him, spoilers, he kind of dies, and not in a I'm not sure why it doesn't wipe away. I presume it's either, there's two possibilities. Either it doesn't wipe away. No, actually, no, I remember the reason why his son dying doesn't wipe away the Slayer Oath for Ungrim is the most like dwarf it makes sense in dwarf mentality. Is like, my son has died trying to save me. I am A, his king, B, his father, so I'm gonna take the Slayer Oath because that's not a good thing. He takes the Slayer Oath because his son died trying to protect him from the Slayer Oath. Unironically, that is what he chooses to do. And it's like, once again, that makes sense in dwarf logic, and this is something that something that doesn't make sense to human logic, obviously. It's like, your son died trying to save you. Can you just like accept that? No. Because it's shameful, it's embarrassing, and I just can't accept it. So he retakes the Slayer Oath, even though his son died to protect him, because he never really wanted his son to do it. His son kind of, like, the thing is, the moment you take the Slayer Oath, it is accepted. You can't go back on it. You can't change it. It is what it is. But he was never really happy on it. And he was like trying to die first because he didn't want his son to do. Now the issue is, for the record, because his son swore the oath, even if his dad managed to wipe away the shame, he would have been. So his son basically announced to the world, I'm going to try to kill myself before my dad kills myself to protect my dad. And once again, because they're dwarfs, he doesn't accept it anyways, which is like, it's one of those like tragic little like, once again, yeah, but there's a lot of depth. So let's break down the deeps, and then we will ignore once again what's going on in the north. So you have the simple ones. This is pretty clear cut. Is your income, you get a lot of incomes, you get an ability to call the miners, but you get a bunch of negative benefits with people that hate you anyway. So this one is a pretty clear, no negatives, fine. And it's the same with this one. Like, these two are really clear, good benefits. You see, income from trade tariffs will affect you faction-wide. So this is a faction-wide. A lot of the deep benefits are faction-wide benefits that pay off for your investment, because a lot of money that get into building these buildings. But then you get things like control. You get income generated, but you get negative control. So that's a bit more mixed, right? But then you also get oath gold per turn. 10 oath gold per turn is really good. But then you get some more mixed ones. So income gain based on the surface settlement's income. So if you have a really rich income, you want this one. But you also have this one that I forget. Maybe I need to unlock the rest of it first. But there are some that are like, you gain income based on the amount of turns you have, right? So you gain some based on like the amount of turns you have. So like, I forget. Oh yeah, you need to build this up. So like, once again, we're doing that right now. Like we'll fully unlock it, but like there's a bunch of like faction-wide benefits. So they'll come with upsides, they'll come with downsides. And in that sense, they are really good. But once again, they are a huge investment and they really take time to pay off. So is it, look at that. He died halfway across the world. So I just got Carrick 8P secured. So I get 2 more Grudge Settler units in my thing. No, you get them on High King decrees, which I forget how you get them specifically. But as long as you have some High King decrees, you can keep building deeps everywhere. But once again, it's more of a question of like, if you keep building a few and you haven't even built up your first one, is it worth it because of the amount of money you're going to sink into it? You might want to look into how you get High King decrees. I don't actually remember right now. But you can really like, and once again, they act as a second set of like, a second set of buildings. So let me go to my current one. See, it acts like a complete second set of buildings, which add a bunch of benefits. And so once again, if you go to those really rich areas of the map, like those really, if you have a really, really rich mountain province that's making you a lot of money and you get that like increases income based on like the settlement above you, that's really good. But yeah, dwarves are not the most complex character, but when you like really think about when you understand, on the face of it, they're not so deep. It's like, he's the Slayer King, he wants to die in battle. It's like, he can't. And there's a lot of like hidden depth to it. And like Gotrek is a really nuanced character. So as I said, like Gotrek's whole thing is, once again, his society treats him as that, because the moment a Slayer takes the Slayer oath, society treats you as effectively dead. Your family has a funeral for you. It is over. You're done. You're dead. As far as anyone, no one will acknowledge you as your old self. People will acknowledge you as your current self. So like they'll acknowledge like Slayer, blah blah blah. And like sometimes Slayers will request like, hi, I know it might not be like strategically good for us to do right now, but I want to go die in battle. So I'm going to go run into the enemy lines and you can work around me if you want. So, but like, I am not going to hold a formation. I am just going to go die in battle. But once again, Gotrek has a lot of pride. Gotrek takes a lot of pride. Gotrek used to be an engineer in his past life and like used to be like a respectable member of society. So Gotrek wants to be remembered. Gotrek wants stories out of him. He wants to be like a hero. Like he wants to be remembered for his great deeds. Like he's not going to be remembered for his inventions anymore or anything like that. So he wants to at least be remembered for his great deeds. And like, that's weird. I need to check that later. Bonjour. I need to whatever that keeps popping up a lot. The hell why is Copilot up? So he drags Felix around with him, and that's how the buddy cop duo does. Now, Felix comes to a lot of a realization, like in a lot of their adventures, of like, if something is strong enough to kill Gotrek, Felix is probably dying right afterwards. So it's not a very good plan. So what Felix comes up as a fix to like honor his deal, because in the first book, he was actually like, he didn't realize what he signed up to, and he was almost going to make a break for it. He was almost going to like, oh, is that the College of Pirate? Oh my god, that's the College of Pyrotechnics. Oh no. Oh, that's a terrifying, oh god damn it. Yeah, that's the College of Pyrotechnics. The College of Pyrotechnics is one of the most terrifying armies. It's actually a weak version of the College of Pyrotechnics, but they'll usually have a bunch of steam tanks and a lot of other things mixed into that army, so they're pretty strong. Let's go deal with that. But so what was I saying? Is that at first he just joins them because like he didn't realize what he was signing up to, and he actually like he actually thinks about running away at one point. Then he realizes that Gotrek would 100% murder them, because once again, dwarves take their oaths really seriously, and breaking such a serious oath would once again means a lot to Gotrek. It's not good for your health. It's not a good plan. So he backs off of it at that time. But over the course of the story, Felix has opportunities to leave Gotrek several times, and like he actually reaches that point where there are several times when he could have just run away like consequence free, like no downside, he's not being kept, he's not blah blah blah, but he still stays because he actually he actually cares about like this dwarf. It is his friend, and he actually cares about telling the story. So the thing that he starts doing over their adventures is he starts writing, and you'll actually see some quotes from that book as you like load into screen. Sometimes you'll see a Gotrek and Felix book quote. Is he starts writing these memoirs and he sends them over to his family in Altdorf, who he just expected to just keep them. Like he expected just to safekeeping. But what actually happened is his brother published those books and he actually became really famous. So in the later books, and unfortunately this is around end times. I am going a little bit. I'm not reading the individual stories. They're worth reading. I'm just mentioning like little plot details. Felix actually becomes really famous as like an adventurer / swordsman, and he actually starts teaching because there's a point where they retire for temporarily. You know, he does that thing where like his wife is sick, so they like get away from the action, and he kind of misses it. He does reminisce a lot on it, but his wife gets sick. So he gets away from the action for a long while. Hey, look at that! We got another one. That is a really good one. It's like experience gained from upon demolishing this is really good if you can get the right like character or hero into it. And yeah, he made a drunken oath to Gotrek, but he still made an oath to a dwarf. And you are holding on to that because once again, so basically what happened is Felix, and this is not actually explained in the book. It's actually pretty confusing in the first book because it's not actually explained. Oh, you pick up on this over the course of the book, but it's never like, it's not a flashback. You don't get a POV of this. It's like, there was a tax. So the Empire was doing a tax and they needed to fund another war. I think Chaos was invading, so they needed to fund a war. And the solution was, we will do the window tax, which I think is based on a real world tax. It's like, we will tax people. And it's supposed to be a pretty fair tax. We will tax the rich, or we will tax people based on the amount of windows they have on their houses. Which, once again, if you have a mansion, you probably have more windows than the poor person, right? So in theory, it sounded like a good system, but actually what ended up happening is all of the rich people just bricked up their windows to avoid paying those taxes, and a lot of the poor people just couldn't, or sometimes they just had holes in their housing, which like, the tax collectors ended up counting as a windows, because, you know, tax collectors, I'm not trying to be fair, tax collectors, but actually it ended up being a tax that really heavily affected the poor. So Felix, being young, idealistic, you know, poetic, you know, bit of a hippie, it's like, no, I'm gonna go riot, and he starts what's called the window tax riot, which at some point gets the attention of the government, and it isn't actually, now, a lot of people like to put this at the field of Karl Franz. It isn't actually Karl Franz that actually like actively ordered like this to be shut down, but like it is still the Reichsguard that did it. So it's kind of easy to tie it to wait, not end turn? I thought I had end turn. It is easy to like tie this to Karl Franz, but like the Reichsguard come in and like really crack down on the rights. Just like you cannot have riots in the capital, especially in wartime. Like it's understandable, but you know, it's one of those moments like, once again, the Empire is one of those like factions that, you know, they are the good guys, right? But they sometimes have to do things that are a little bit shitty objectively because like otherwise it's not good. And once again, you can't afford to have riots in the middle of wartime against chaos in the middle of your capital city. That has so many downstream effects. Like imagine the rioters would win, right? Like you would have chaos because, you know, like on a like lower sea chaos, but lower sea chaos can lead to upper sea chaos, and upper sea chaos is no bueno, especially in your capital city. So like they have to crack down on it, but obviously it's kind of shitty because, you know, you're crushing down on the poor people who are actually validly pissed off. No problem. Tomorrow I'm streaming earlier. So right now it is 9 o'clock. So I'll be starting to stream 3 hours earlier from this time for you, whatever time that is for you. I'll be starting to stream much earlier tomorrow. So feel free to come on, stop by. But so once again, he is about to get trampled by the Reichsguard, and that's when Gotrek comes in and saves him. And so then they go to a bar, and Gotrek gets drunk because Gotrek likes drinking. Because once again, if you're gonna die, you might as well enjoy the booze on the way out. So Gotrek drinks a lot because he has nothing really to lose, and he kind of gives that drinking problem over to Felix. So they both are pretty heavy alcoholics, and it does actually come up in the story. But like once again, it's understandable from Gotrik's perspective, because like once again, he is gonna die anyways. Like he's trying to die. He might not be doing a very good job at it, and it's a kind of a recurring joke for Gotrek, right? Is that he's a terrible slayer, but he is trying to die. He just might not be very good at it. So for him, drinking is like all upsides. It's like there's no negatives to it. It's like, oh, my liver's gonna get bad. It's like, also they don't really get affected by it. But for Felix, it's a bit of an downside. But so they get drunk in a bar, and then Felix does the thing that makes the promise that will change his entire life. Is that Felix promises to be his rememberer, and he doesn't quite know what it means, and he doesn't quite know what he's signing up to do. Those are two entirely like fair criticisms of the situation. But he still signs up to be a dwarf's rememberer, and you better believe it that dwarf will hold him to it. So unfortunately for him, he is now a rememberer for a dwarf, which means he has to follow Gotrek around, and he has to, once again, he has to record the way in which Gotrek dies, and he has to bring it back to the dwarfs and tell them about, like, did Gotrek Gurnison wipe away his shame or no? You know what the good news is? They are going to probably wipe out this settlement at some point, and then I will wipe out this Crimson Skull Chamber. That'll be really good. So that's how the story starts. Is like, it is a drunken oath, but once again, even just this little backstory tells you a lot about the Empire and how it works. But once again, that one's based on a real historical event. I think there is a real window riots, so I think it's not completely like creativity, but it is still like cool that, like, you know, it started with a window riot because so Felix's dad is from like that merchant nobility, so he kind of came to like an upper class status through making a lot of money through his mercantile business, but he's not like an old family, and he's not like a mercantile, like he's not like upper nobility. So he's very wealthy. He's one of the wealthiest people in the empire, but he is not nobility. So he's still looked down upon. And so his big dream for his sons is, I'm going to send I am not beating this in 1,000. Yeah, that's Valky. I'm not winning this in 1,000 years. His big dream for his sons is, I'm going to send them off to like a good unit, like a good proper university. They will become respectable members of society. Maybe they will marry into big name families and blah, blah, blah. And then like my sons will become something. And that was his whole dream. Unfortunately, Felix gets into, he gets into a duel with someone. I think someone was talking shit, not like politically. Gets into like, someone was talking shit politically. So they duel, and during this duel, Felix ends up killing him. So, bit of an oopsie, and he gets kicked out of uni. Because like it probably isn't like, you can duel people and you can kill them, but not a unit. You know, you're not supposed to like kill your fellow students, right? That's how it all starts. So he gets kicked out of uni. So it's basically his parents are like, oh fucking hell, like, you know, his parents are disappointed in him, and he just once again, he just kind of does political activism, and he gets started in that riot. So basically, like, the other brother, luckily for his family, is much less disappointing when it comes to that. And I can relate to not liviving up to your parents' expectations quite in the career path, so I can kind of relate. Like once again, he just ends up in this situation where like his parents don't mind so much. It's actually kind of better for them, because like he is kind of an embarrassment for them, because like he is like frequenting with the lower classes. He is causing riots. So, you know, if your goal as a family is to like make a good name for yourself, it's not, what he's doing is not great. It's not great for you, right? So he is kind of, it is kind of like one of those like, maybe this is not so bad that he goes and wanders off with a dwarf, like wandering around the world. Like it keeps him out of sight, you know? Out of sight, out of mind, blah, blah, blah. So initially they're not so against it. Now, over time, his father kind of changes his mind and kind of wants it. Like they try a few times to like bring him back into the family business. And there are times when he's like, once again, he's offered like, hey, you can get a well-paid position. You can like actually like lead this company. You don't have to be wandering around in the sewers. And there's a few times, because like he is a Nolan at one point in the story. And like he is basically a bouncer for a bar. And he stumbles upon his brother randomly, or his brother hears that he's there, and he tries to like recruit him, like try and bring him back to the family business, because his dad's like, okay, you know what, he might be a bit of a disappointment, but maybe he's like aged up a bit, maybe we can turn him into something. It's like, I only have one son, second son as a backup is good because, it's a family business, right? So if you can present someone who has a second name Jaeger as the family business, it helps operate. It's more of a business decision, less of a like love for the son thing. And they make sure to really emphasize that this is not really done out of love. It's more out of like a, damn it. We really have to fight that, don't we? Can we win this? I feel like he doesn't have a lot. If we can deal with the steam, if we can deal with the 2 steam tanks, I feel like he doesn't have a lot that threatens my lord. But I said that before and then I ended up dying. So my lord is at full health. My lord's pretty tough. I feel like we can win this. We just need to make sure that we need to shut down their rockets. And like that's going to be the make or break, is like how effective are their rockets? Or we get our units into their units in melee and then they blow up like some of their ogres. That would be pretty good too. But a lot of their units are ranged, so we can't... Ooh, we can start up from an unexpected location. We are going to do... I think we're going to do more of a charge of the light brigade more than a successful charge. We are going to bum rush... we'll hide these 2 into opposite bushes. We are going to bum... Oh my god, they're going to detect me. This is not a good plan. We're going to go in. I don't think we're going to get to the artillery, but, we've kind of committed to the plan at this point. If I step back, they'll detect me as they push in. Like, this is not a good option. This is a terrible plan. Oh my god, they see me, they see me, they see me, they see me. Please don't shoot, please don't. Alright, okay, the trees are protecting us a little bit. Like, if they shoot, they might actually blow themselves up in the tree. Yeah, okay, we're in melee. You know what, this is kind of a win. We are in melee. We can make this work. We can make this work. But yeah, once again, he comes back to that loyalty thing where like initially he wasn't huge on being part of like he wasn't a big fan of being like that didn't last. And they didn't even shoot at me. They were supposed to shoot at me. And initially he wasn't a big fan of being like Felix's whipping boy, and he actually does hesitate once again. Oh my god. The fight is over. The fight is over. Everybody's run. Okay, good. But he does kind of warm up to the idea. And he ends up just being okay with it. Like, unironically, like once again, there are times when he is offered different positions and he's like, no, I am his rememberer. And it gives him a lot of like street cred with the dwarfs because he gets the title of dwarf friend, which is like a pretty big deal. If you are a dwarf friend, you are basically treated as like an honorary dwarf basically. And like humans do not, it is treated as like a very weird thing that Gotrek gave him this like accolade basically. He should not have gotten that, but because once again it was given by another dwarf, the dwarves can't argue with it. So he's treated like as a dwarf by a lot of things. So like he gets to like, the dwarves are very, very secretive in Warhammer about like a lot of their culture and lore. So like, for example, they will not speak Khazalid, which is like dwarf language. They will not speak it around anyone else. And it's actually really upsetting if somebody, it's not like a compliment. Like a lot of like cultures, you should learn their language is like a big compliment. No. If you show up, like some of the Empire, like higher ups, they learn because, the Empire and the dwarves have a lot of contact. They learn Khazalid as like, just like because it's in their books and they learned it for like some of the dwarf contacts and stuff. But like that is not something that they show. It is something that they keep to themselves. Like, hey, we can understand their secret negotiations and stuff. But it isn't. We need to shut down that artillery as soon as possible. We're gonna get there. But it is not something that like will win you favor because like they learn their secrets, and that's not something the dwarves really like you doing. Now there are exceptions to that. Once again, if you are a dwarf friend, technically Felix could learn Khazalid. And like if he really wanted to, but like, it's not really something that like he tries to do. He never really ends up learning it. But once again, and the other person that's really, really upsetting, and he learned it. And this is the most scaven thing in the world. Is whatchamacallit, Queek Headtaker knows how to speak Dwarvish, and he did it for the sole benefit of being a little shit. Because what he will do is when he's fighting a dwarf, he will just show off that he can speak Dwarvish, and like the whole purpose for that is that once again he is upsetting the hell out of whatever dwarf he is saying that to. Because once again, the only way Skaven learned that is, and like the only way he could have ever learned this is he learned it by probably torturing a dwarf, because no dwarf would teach him how to speak dwarfish, right? Like, it just, you wouldn't do that. So he explicitly learned it by torturing a dwarf into like getting him to teach him the language, which once again, a dwarf is not going to break very easily. So like, it really tells you something of whatever torture happened to get them to do that. But like, there's so much implied in the simple fact that this Skaven is speaking dwarvish that like, oh my god. As usual, we do the like, it was very good that we didn't let him shoot, but like, ouch. But it's like, and this is once again, it's this really cool little cultural details. Like a dwarf would never teach him that. So the fact that Queek can speak it is just like, it is just like this, like one more little thing that he does to just be annoying. I don't need to put damage resistance on, the Lord, because the Lord doesn't need it. I do need to put it on the hero because the hero is squishy. So let's put the damage resistance on him. And it's just like, once again, it's like, oh, you can speak my language. Why is that so exciting? It's like, well, once again, dwarf culture is this like, is very different from ours. So once again, they would never teach it to an outside, and they would never teach it to Skaven because they hate Skaven. Like Skaven and dwarves hate each other pretty much almost mutually. Because for Skaven, they're sharing the same real estate, you know? They live in the same like kind of area of town. And so like there's some competition that goes on from there. And then secondly, like the bigger issue is like there's been generations of war between the two, right? So each side hates each other really, really deeply, really, really fundamentally. And like, you know, the dwarfs are not like a live and let live kind of society. So once again, there's once again, and that's that little lore details, like, why is it a big deal that they speak the language? Like, but once again, Felix becomes a dwarf friend and technically can, if he ever wanted to, he could learn the language. We need to spread out. We need to take out this tank. We need to shoot the tank. We can shoot the tank. He doesn't have all the buffs. That's really good. Let's fight these ogres. Let's turn around and we'll focus this one. There we go. This is going well. I'm going to make the tank turn around. So that way they loses the missile resistance. So you see, tanks have a directional missile resistance. I'm not sure if this one has it because I'm not sure if it gets the tech tree or not. But let's stop. That was a much better plan in my head. Let's keep just shooting him. Go. Like, so there's just like all of this setup. Like, it's once again, Warhammer, and it's the same with like Warhammer 40k. Like, I'm sure most, like, you probably have seen it at some point. You know, there's a lot of like videos on Warhammer 40k that are just like shorts and like videos just explaining the lore, because there's a really deep amount of lore. But at the end of the day, all of this lore exists to sell you on the miniatures. A lot of stories. It's the same way that Pokemon as an anime. It's like Pokemon as an anime to get kids attached to the Pokemon, and then they buy all the merchandise. It is what it is, but it works because like it is actually set up this world that is actually pretty well thought through. Like the Warhammer fantasy world has every single place has a lot of backstory. Every single place has a good amount of depth if you want to dig into it. Not all of them. You know, as I said, Beastmen don't have lore. Like a lot of them. Like there's a Beastman that comes from the moon, from the Chaos Moon, and it's kind of a weird, freaky Beastman. So like maybe there's like an actual like civilization up on the moon, and like that's kind of interesting, like the implications of that. But like they don't actually have real lore, honestly speaking. They don't. So it's god damn it! I should have exterminated them. I can't. Pyrrhic victory and my lord survives. No. We're just gonna send Grombrindal in alone. Grombrindal will kill him. So it is just treated as like this, like there's a lot of depth. Not one thing. Some factions are much more stereotypical. So like the high elves like are cool because of their characters, right? So we're gonna get into Teclis during the end times, because Teclis is an interesting little fella, and like a lot of people like Teclis from like earlier books because he's a fun character. He's the one that like is willing to be friends with a lot of the humans and like stuff. But Teclis during the end times, if you are an elf fan, is definitely a character you can point to and go like, my character was ruined. So Teclis obviously has the curse of Anirian. Because he is a descendant of Anirian, He suffers from the curse of Aniran. So usually it comes with a positive and a negative, but sometimes it just has a all positive. So for his brother, the positive is that, oh my god, I can't retreat the army, can I? Okay, all of you hide in the corner. Like, the positives for Tyrion is that he is an incredible fighter. Like, to the point that, like, once again, he will pick up a weapon and he will naturally be like one of the most competent people you've ever... he has full Mary Sue powers. He is naturally one of the most, like, competent people with any weapon. He can really... he can, like... He is an incredible combatant. He doesn't suffer from like any of the like mental downsides from combat. He's able to, like, you know, get in like to like combat slow time, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's all upsides for him. But his negatives were not very self-evident, but do become evident later during the end times. Is like Tyrion's big like down. Oh, and there's an artillery piece. Shit. I didn't realize there's still an artillery piece. But Tyrion's big downside is that the Sword of Cain really appeals to him. Now, the Sword of Cain, exactly like it is in game, is like the most powerful weapon in the world. It is one of those like god weapons that are just lying around in the fantasy world. Because there's a few of those actually. Once again, Godtric's weapon is also one of those god weapons. But the Sword of Cain is made by the war god and really will make you a really good fighter, right? There's no denying that. But the major downside is that it will make you into like this bloodthirsty like murderer. Like you are gonna get influenced by it. You are gonna turn bloodthirsty. Not only you, but like the people around you. But and once again, it has kind of like this like Lord of the Rings, like the ring power, where like it tempts people to pick it up, and it becomes, it's not always a sword. For Malekith, it's like a scepter, and it just like I will give you the power to like to be the strongest person in the world, to bring back the elves to like the highest power. So because it's like more of like a kingly weapon, it's promising it more like kingship. It actually looks more like a scepter for him. It's a little detail, but it's like kind of cool that it does that. But like it's not always a sword. We are gonna get attacked. We need to like back him up, and it's just like. But for Teclis, it is much more of a physical sickness. So in a race of people that physically never get sick, he is the exception. He has incredible magical power. He is one of the most magical wizards in the entire setting, sort of like Slann. But he just has massive physical sickness that he has to like basically take drugs for his entire life. It is not a perfect solution. It's not a fix all, but the drugs definitely do help. Like it helps him like avoid most of the negatives for most of his life, and he can like be physically active. He's not as like strong or as most other elves, but it definitely does. And then once again, the advantages for most of the other races is he creates a lot of that diplomacy with some of the other races. So if like the colleges of magic, that's the big one, right? It's like the colleges of magic of the Empire are created by Teclis, because he basically like after he deals with Malekith, so they have a little free books where like, you know, they give a nice character introduction to the elves, Tyrion and Illyriel, which creates Aliafra, which is their daughter, which is important because this is important. This is important for explaining exactly how it messes up. I found a way to deal with the stay on the cities and slowly build up. Okay, that works. Yeah, just like I'm happy to hear it, Capitan. I hope you win. But once again, lightning strike is good. If there's a lot of cities, because the AI will sometimes clump a lot of cities, it's just lightning strike them and just take them out one at a time. But like one of the big things that he does is so Tyrion has a child with Illyriel, and why that's so important is because the Everqueen is supposed to have a child with the Phoenix King. It's more of like ceremonial marriage. They're not actually like need to love each other or anything like that, but they do absolutely need to have a child, which will create the next Everqueen in the future. And he's the one who's the father of the Everqueen, which would have had some really long-term consequences, because like it would have put the curse of Anirion into the Everqueen bloodline and some other like negatives, blah blah blah. But the good news is it doesn't end up mattering because our boy Tyrion decides that Tyrion knows that the end of the world is coming. And Tyrion's whole master plan for this problem is that he is going to trigger it early, but he's going to trigger it in a way that like benefits like his side. He wants to organize events because he's getting communications from the elven goddess Lilith on like how do we fix the end of the world. It's not a very good plan. It doesn't go very well. But part of that is we need to bring back Nagash. Which like Nagash is a pretty big deal. Like we're gonna see him in the game soon, and I'm really looking forward to that, right? But like Nagash is an incredibly powerful, like on the level of, we're not gonna go into Nagash today. I think I'll go into Nagash like in the next few days. But Nagash is on the power level of like a chaos god. Like he is individually, he's just a guy. Obviously he's a bit more than a guy now, but he is still like on that power level with like chaos gods and like all of it. He is the guy. Like people, all vampires are scared of him. Chaos is scared of him. Everyone's really scared of him because like he's not someone you can just take lightly. So, but his plan is I'm gonna bring him back, and I'm gonna bring him back in a way that is like kind of weakened so that he can't just like solo the entire world on his own. Cetra doesn't want to bow to him, but Cetra acknowledges that he is powerful. But Cetra's whole thing is that Cetra will not serve. So Cetra is just not going to bow down to him and submit to him. But Cetra is like acknowledges his power. That it's a little. I know that the meme is like Cetra does not serve. Cetra 1v1s, and like Cetra goes and fights him. But I think Cetra fully acknowledges that like Cetra is gonna die, but Cetra would rather die like fighting than like live as a subservient slave. That's his whole shtick. It's not like, oh, I thought I was gonna win this. No. So Cetra knew Cetra was gonna die, but Cetra does not serve. So Cetra is gonna go fight this and make himself like really annoying. And that's like, so you see, here's a really big one for the deeps. Is like, look at this one. I know he's not here anymore, but like massive benefits, but massive downsides first. And it does take, I think I'm gonna try to build that. I need to remember not to forget about it. Is like, so the way they're gonna bring back Nagash into the world. So Manfred is kind of like, as his whole plan, he's working with Ark in the Black, and they're gonna bring back Nagash. And the way they do that is they sacrifice a bunch of people that are directly connected to various gods in the world. And that's necessary for the magic ritual. You need to get some old pieces of Nagash. And you need to do like magic ritual shit. So you need to get all the ingredients together, and then you can bring back Nagash. And part of that is to get someone who is connected to all of the various gods. So they get the Fae Enchantress. They literally just kidnap the Fae Enchantress, and they vampirize her. I'm gonna make that a verb. They vampirize her, and she gets turned into a vampire, and then they like that way they can they keep her more like contained, and like she's kind of like loses her mind because they kind of starve her out, so that way she's not like fighting. Because like the Fae Enchantress is a pretty powerful wizard, so she is a bit of a problem. And honestly, like if they gave her blood, she would have probably been a very, very impressive like wizard, because like, vampire magic on top of like Fae Enchantress magic would have been a pretty powerful combo. Yeah, there we go. I remember to build that up. She is basically stopped. So they just starve her out. So she doesn't like, a lot of vampires, if you don't give them blood, they get very weakened. And they just keep her caged up. And then they get a priest of Sigmar. They get a Tylean priest, because they have like their sun religion, and like they get a few other ones. But the really, 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 really big one is they get Aliafra. Now, Aliafra, as we mentioned, is a daughter of the Everqueen. Now, the Everqueen is a goddess incarnate, so like that's a pretty good divine link, right? But there's two big things why he chooses to sacrifice his brother's daughter. Teclis chooses to sacrifice his brother's daughter. Is A, she is not the daughter of the Phoenix King, so she doesn't have that like Phoenix King extra magic spice. She doesn't have that extra boost. We're gonna refuse. unfortunately, we need to refuse. We need to fight this because, like, if we don't fight him, then he will just, like, declare war on us later. So we need to fight him. He doesn't have that, like, Phoenix... She doesn't have that Phoenix King extra spice. She doesn't have that extra oomph, that magic. So, she does have that issue where, like, she is... So, he doesn't get quite the full magical boost he was gonna get because he didn't get that connection to the Phoenix King, which is the direct connection to like Assyrian, which is like the chief god of the elves. So A, and then B, because she has the curse of Anarian, which is like a full-on big magical curse, he basically absorbs the curse of Anarian. So it's like it's a double wombo combo to weaken him. And the whole plan was that you bring him back. That is part of the plan, but we bring him back weaker, so that way he has to like team up with the other forces. Because if he just came up on his own, Nagash is Nagash. Nagash doesn't like team up with other people. But if we force him to like, hey, if you don't team up with us, you're gonna die, then ta-da, big win. That was the whole plan. So once again, this is step one of the plan. He gets his brother killed. He's got his brother's daughter killed, and obviously, initially. He doesn't find out about it, but later Tyrion finds out about it, and he's really pissed at his brother. And like part of what happens then is because like at the same time, because this is all happening around the end times. So Ulfon is getting invaded, like the situation is really going to shit on Ulfon. They are running into this issue where like it's becoming really desperate times. He's lost his daughter. He's all of that, and they end up in a situation where like Tyrion picks up the Sword of Cain, which, as we've mentioned, yeah, they got Volkmar, and Volkmar is actually really important for the God Juice because Volkmar, and this is something that like the end time set up because I think it was actually mentioned before, but like this is the first time it was actually like confirmed. Is like Volkmar is the direct descendant on Earth of Sigmar. It's a really minor detail, right? And it doesn't really matter because like. He dies 10 seconds afterwards. But like they get Volkmar. So Volkmar is not only the Grand Theogenist, who's like Sigmar Pope, right? Which is already good God Juice. But like he also is a direct descendant of Sigmar, which implies that Sigmar boned, which good for him, I guess. You know, he got his action on because you know it's not something you know they mention. Yeah, so. And it actually made me want to play Volkmar's campaign, and then I realized why I've never touched Volkmar, I'm never going to touch Volkmar again. Even the coolest lore will not make me want to touch Volkmar. And once again, you don't do that much with it, because, like, he dies. And, like, technically, if you want a reincarnation of Sigmar, you have Volten. So, there's not really, even with that little lore tidbit, there's not a good reason to be engaging with Volkmar. But let's get back to the point. Is like, because of that desperation of like his home is being attacked, his daughter's dead, blah blah blah, he picks up the Sword of Cain and he goes turbo crazy. But this is also part of the plan because the way to get rid of the Sword of Cain downsides for his entire bloodline, because once again it's a generational thing, because like Tyrion and Teclis are like several generations down from when the first Sword of Cain was picked up, but they still suffer from the downside, the debuffs, because once again, it's God magic, and God magic decides that they are cursed forever, and now they are cursed forever. So, once again, this is a bit of a dry fight. So, I actually probably should just pay more attention to making sure that we don't get discovered, which we're about to do. So, like, because of that, he makes him pick up the Sword of Cain, because what that does is, it actually permanently gets rid of it for his entire, like, bloodline. So, it cures him. Which is probably a pretty big upside for Tyrion. It doesn't make him strong again, but it does wipe away some of that. But it also wipes it away for Tyrion, because his second plan with Tyrion is that Tyrion goes crazy, and Tyrion is going to get killed at some point by Malekith, and it's all like kind of orchestrated once again. So he gets his brother killed, and then he gets his brother's daughter killed. It's all part of the plan. I'll admit and be honest, my brother would probably do that without the plan, but that's a separate issue. So, like, without having some grand scheme reason for it. But they have a plan. It is all part of his plan. It's just to, like, get it, because the reason is he wants to make Tyrion the incarnate of the Wind of Light. So basically, they destroy the vortex, and the winds of magic that the vortex was absorbing, it gets absorbed into specific people. Magic physics. Don't ask me about the magic physics. That's how the magic works. Don't question it. So he wants Tyrion to be the Lord of Light incarnate. And so the issue with that is because he has the curse of Anarion, it really would not work real good. Like it really wouldn't work. For specific reasons, that would really not be a good idea to give him, like, I think it's like too much power while he has this like slight corruption on the soul, blah, blah, blah. And like considering how well he handled the Sword of Cain, it's really not a great like idea. So once again, he intentionally gets his brother killed so that he resurrects him by giving him, like, you know, just on the border of death, he gives him the wind of light, and his brother's back. So hooray, and he no longer has the Sword of Cain, so double hooray. Big win. And now his brother's back. But once again, he still got his daughter killed, and he still kind of tells him about it, and like, he only kind of, Tyrion only kind of forgives him in Age of Sigmar, and even then, there's probably still some tension, I'm gonna be honest, because like, you know, a lot of what happens now, and now, his whole plan that he is working on is like a specific way in which by getting the incarnates together, blah, 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 he will be able to like get specific people that he specifically selected to like harness the winds of magic, become really powerful, and like that's how we will fight back chaos. There's a slight problem though. He can't actually handle the spell that like ties this all together. He can't handle it very well. So he loses control of the winds of magic, and he goes to like people he wasn't really, that weren't really part of the plan. So like the big one, the big obvious one is that the wind of death goes to Nagash, which is already not a bueno plan. Well, like, he can't really stop him from doing that. So that was going to happen no matter what. And then the really, really big fuck up is that the wind of beast goes to Grimgor. So Grimgor is already Grimgor, but now Grimgor is boosted up on like big magic juice. And Grimgor obviously is on the other side of the planet. Is not really interested in diplomacy or anything. So like, he can't, because like, he needed to get all of these incarnates together. And having all of these incarnates together would have allowed them to like, you know, unite their powers and like do the magic, do the woo-woo. But unfortunately, Grimgor doesn't participate. So for a lot of time, they're actually stuck in Athalorn because the unintended side effect of Teclis like destroying the winds of magic is that the winds of magic are the thing that keep Ulthuan floating. For those who don't know, Ulthuan is, you know, the donut continent you see in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in our map, but it is also the source of the vortex keeps that whole thing floating. The advantage of it being floating, the extra benefit is that it actually stops it from sinking into the ocean, which, you know, it stops it from being invaded by Skaven. Ulthuan is one of the only places in the world, that and Athalorn, where like the Skaven are not underneath. Everywhere else on Earth, there are Skaven underneath your city, and they just doing whatever. But like, because Ulthuan is so like floating, and Athalorn is so like the roots of the forest will like kill any Skaven that try to climb under there. Like, those are the two places that are kind of safe. But so once again, let's go down the list of things that Teclis directly caused. Brought back Nagash, arguably debatable. Killed his brother's daughter, less cool. Caused a massive civil war between the elves and the dark elves, and like got his brother killed for it. Now, it's important to note that he also got the Phoenix King, the previous Phoenix King, killed, and he gets whatchamacallit, he puts Malekith, he's directly responsible for putting Malekith on the throne of the Phoenix Kingdom. Now, your perspective on that is questionable, because like, let's be honest, Malekith has done a lot of evil stuff in his life, so by definition, if Anarion thinks that this is my guy, then it means that Anarion, you know, king of the elven pantheon, is kind of cool with a lot of like baby murder and stuff. Oh, that's a bit strong. That's a bit strong. How strong is Sigvald? Sigvald is level 32, and that's a yellow skill, so that's his personal skills. So yeah, Sigvald is going to be a problem. We're going to be waiting for him at the settlement. So if like, once again, it's a really dumb bit of writing that Anarion is Malekith is a true Phoenix King. But hey, that's the direction. So if you think that Anarion is the true Phoenix King, and only by having a true Phoenix King can we unite the elves, like, no, it doesn't really work out, because he needs Malekith to hold the Wind of Shadows. You know, that's his chosen subject, and he thinks he's the true Phoenix King, and that will help. Like, honestly, my honest 2 cents is like, destabilizing the elves just before you know that the end of the world is happening Probably not the best plan. And once again, they lose everything. A lot of the dwarves a lot of the elves start killing each other, which is not great for the good guys, right? And then on top of that, they lose their home. Not great for the elves again. And then, so what ends up happening is that this like mixed coalition of elves shows up at Athlorn because Alariel, being like politician and queen, and once again, is a decision that like, well, like Alariel chooses to marry symbolically, absolutely not romantically or absolutely nothing like that, but she chooses to marry Malekith for the good of her people. So Malekith is now married to Alariel, so she has some support. And there are some people that will never, like there are some people that will never accept Malekith no matter what. But the other thing that they do to make the elves accept him a little bit better is they give him kind of like a magic glamour. So he looks like how he maybe used to look like when he was like uncrispified. So he looks like an inspirational leader and blah, blah, blah. Now, the glamour is not a fix-all because the guy is still like, his solution to a lot of problems is like, I'm going to kill everyone. Oh, why do you mean I can't kill like these lords that are annoying me or like blah, blah, blah. Or like, he doesn't have any patience for like high elf like diplomacy, which is a lot of like courtly intrigue and stuff. So, and once again, that's a bit of a rewrite because I'm going to be honest, the guy you read about in like the Tyrion and Teclis books is absolutely just as bloodthirsty as everyone else, but they do a little bit of a rewrite, which is like, oh, I wasn't trying to be bloodthirsty. I was just forced that way because like if I wasn't as bloodthirsty as like my followers, then they would have killed me. And it's like, nah. Once again, if you like elves, if you were attached to elves before end times, I can see why like you don't like a lot of the changes. It's completely understandable. It's a complete 180 from like a lot of their characterization before that, and it's like it's pretty dumb. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not a good piece of writing. It is what it is, and now you know it's the canon truth of the matter, but it's not a good piece of writing. Is like I understand why people are so upset, but what it does mean is once again Ulthuan is destroyed, so Malekith and Alariel, they go and seek refuge at the Wood Elves. So now there's some downsides to that. Be'lakor comes in. Now Be'lakor, I'm going to be honest, during the end times is a bit of a bitch. He gets defeated by Alariel and Malekith, which okay, they are incarnate, so like okay. He gets defeated by a random wizard in a Godric and Felix book. Now don't get me wrong, that random wizard is a very powerful wizard. Like he actually he's one of the only human wizards that has access to like several winds of magic, which like humans should not be able to do. So like, you know, he's got some stuff going for him, but he's still a human wizard. He's still a human wizard. So like, how can he do that? Why can he do that? He just can. Of course he can. He just defeats him. And like, okay, Godric and Felix help a lot, right? But he still gets defeated by it. It's like, it's not and then finally he gets trapped inside a jewel, and that's basically how he survives into AOS. He's like, he's trapped in like Alariel's jewel, and then later he escapes because he's back around in Age of Sigmar. And actually, here, 2 seconds. I'm gonna show you guys if you guys want to have a look. Like, look at this model. It is actually like, it's a real, like randomly in a store in Tokyo, in the middle of the city, like at a mall, there is like one of these because they have a section for miniatures because, you know, Japan likes his miniatures. And one of the best painted Be'lakors, like it looks so much better than this one. But like, look at this model. Like people have made this one, like you can go really wild with the detailing if you want. Like I can't get a good picture, but like you see, you can really go really wild. It looks incredible. It's absolutely one of those models that like I'm not confident enough that I could pull off. And I'm not a really big Satan worshiper at the best of times. Well, like, damn, that looks cool. And you have the option to put like a Sigmarine. So you have the look at that. Oh, look at that. Is that the old model? Yeah, that's the old Be'lakor versus the new Be'lakor. Look at the upgrade for Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar is some of the best models in the game has ever had. But that is such a difference. I'm so glad they fixed that up. Yeah, Be'lakor does not have a good showing for himself. Hey, Sent, how you doing? How's life? Be'lakor does not have a good showing for himself in Age of Sigmar. He basically gets beaten up by like various people and then gets trapped in a jewel. And that's kind of the end of Be'lakor. So if you're a Be'lakor enjoyer, not the series for you, I'm going to be honest, but hey, let's get Grimney's heir on that to boost up his hammers that we've been dragging along with us. Hammers are really disappointing, but once again, I like my doom stack. It's not even a doom stack. It's just like, I like my stack of a specific unit when it's a Lord's boosted unit. We're going to defend the southern point here, and we're not really going to declare war on the Wood Elves, because she has actually, like on the Dark Elves, because she has a huge amount of territory right now. We're actually going to go clear out Nagaron, and then we're going to go push up north with this army. So for now, we're taking a much more passive stance here. We are going to build up a flamethrower stack, and then we'll go in again. Hey, look. I appreciate you stopping by. Sorry about the sleep though. Yeah. Look, technically I could give you some sleeping advice, right? But at the same time, if your sleep continues being messed up, you stick around for my streams. So like the business side of me is conflicted with the like I'm trying to give good advice side of me. But you know, I'm gonna give you the good advice. Wake up at a normal time, and then immediately when you can, go look at the sun as early as possible in the morning. It helps your body like adjust. Okay, this was the morning, so I'm gonna go to sleep at that. The earlier you see sunlight in the day, it's like it'll be better for your sleep. And then, you know, get off your electronics late in the evening. But hey, once again, that's not a good business advice. So don't do that. Please stick around for my stream. Hey, for all of the people watching on YouTube and Twitch, like, feel free to comment as well. It's not just me and Sintang in here. Oh, they have allies. Oh, I didn't turn off, maybe I had non-aggression with them. Oh, well, we hurt ourselves diplomatically, but you know what? We're declaring war on all elves right now. So, I guess it had to happen. Yeah, England, right? Like here, you know, I think when I wake up in the morning, it's already sun out. It's like 6. I think it's a, like, latitude thing, I guess. Sorry to hear that, but, still, the moment at 10, you should try to do it as early as possible. But I guess it's not quite the fix-all that I would, like, recommend. Attrition suffered and replenishment is good. Let's upgrade that. But yeah, so all in all, Be'lakor is a really poor showing, but what is important is that they arrive at Alpha Lorn. And it turns out that Lilith this whole time, oh, that's awkward. I didn't look, it's good that he's not home. It means I'm going to be able to take all of his territory, but like, I didn't expect him to be here. That's a problem. That's a big problem. That's a really, really big problem. I guess we're gonna fight him. Let's try to make sure that nobody comes back up here. Let's just build some units. I don't expect to push out from there, but I don't want to like be invaded. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't expect to be fighting him. I could have waited a few more turns and he would have helped me clear them out. Okay. That's a big problem. We're gonna handle this just fine. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan, you know? I have a son now. I need to act like everything I do in life. I knew it was coming. This is good practice. Let me keep working on, I guess, his combat skills, because I want to get to I want to get more to gunsight. Gunsight's a really good one to have. But once again, so Lilith has this thing, but part of it is that but it will be fixed. I just overslept today after coming back from the holidays. Well, I thank you for stopping by. So Lilith, who once again is also the lady from the Bretonnians, Lilith's whole like secret plan is that she is making this like pocket dimension, you know, elf, and she's making this pocket dimension where she is gonna have all of the people like her supporters, so all of like the various good guys are gonna like basically be able to like retreat into. And now the issue with this whole plan is that Manfred, who once again technically is part of the alliance because he's working under Nagash, but he's feeling a bit angry at Nagash for reasons we're not going to get into right now. Manfred tells Be'lakor about this pocket dimension, and it basically just gets off screen. So a lot of these manipulations that that he does end up not even mattering. So like once again, all of this like scheming and plotting and things that 2 seconds. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm gonna take 2 seconds. 12. Like a lot of the scheming and the plotting that he actually gets up to, like doesn't amount to anything, because Lilith turns out is not really useful as a goddess. Like she's not actually doing everything like you'd think. So she a lot of her plans like don't amount to anything. The good guys come up with a lot of plans, And once again, those plans involved like a lot of like sister sacrifice and brother sacrifice, like country sacrifice. But at the end of the day, the world still ended, and the world still ended while Teclis did all of his scheming. So like, I'm gonna be honest, it kind of feels extra shitty to have killed off your brother's daughter, all of it to amount to nothing. But once again, that's more of a end times writing decision than like a Teclis thing specifically. But it is a bit of a bad showing for him. Now, we have artillery. We have artillery that does not care about line of sight, so we're gonna position ourselves here. We have gyro bombers, which are gonna matter because like, it is. So yeah, if you like Teclis as a character, because he's a very fun character to read about. Once again, he shows up in Gotrek and Felix, and he makes it generally a good time. Like, he's a fun character, but if you don't get too attached to him being a good guy in the end times, he makes some very questionable, debatable choices in that series, and like, he kind of damages the character. It's like, it's definitely one of those characters that suffers a lot during like his end times appearance, unfortunately, because once again, a lot of the bad things happen like either directly or indirectly because oh, I forgot we're waiting for reinforcements. Now we're dwarfs and we have our maybe we could have moved up and started shelling. Yeah, let's redo this. We're actually gonna shell them ideally while they're reinforcements, because they won't move up. They won't move up if we just shell them from a distance. So, but yeah, a lot of bad things that happen to a lot of the characters happens because of Teclis, and it's like Alfarian dies. So Alfarian the Grim, for example, gets sent on, like Tyrion wanted to do it himself, but basically, you know, because the whole war is happening and Tyrion is the best general the High Elves have, Tyrion can't go and get Ali Afra herself. Like, he can't go rescue his daughter. So Tyrion sends an elf, like his like second in command protege, like knowing Tyrion probably fucked her at some point. Tyrion fucks everything, for the record. Like, unironically, the Tyrion and Teclis book is like 99% Tyrion fucking every single female that he comes across, including his cousin. Incest is not a big deal, I guess, with elves, but yeah, he sleeps with his like first cousin, like you know, Habibi Tyrion, good job. But like yeah, it's just like it's a thing. Like he just does that with a lot of like oh, okay, we're not actually in range. They are retreating. Oh, whoa. Okay. Change of plans. We are going in. This is perfect. Advance, men. Like, we are gonna fight nice and early. My lord's a little bit out of the fight. So yeah, he is from Alabama. But yeah, once again, he, like, unironically, like, anything that moves, like, is just kind of like, is on the menu. But once again, so like, I had to Google, because like, I didn't trust him. So I had to Google, does Tyrion sleep with this, like, once again, his second in command? And it's not explicitly stated, but it's not impossible either. So like, if you, I choose to think that he probably did, just because that's who he is as a guy. But like, he maybe he didn't. It's not explicitly stated if he did or not. But I choose to think that he probably did, just because like it seems in character. But yeah, he sends his second in command, who was never mentioned up to this point, but like she's like a second in command for him. Like, she trained up by she's like a new character for the elves. Like, she's trained up, and then they send Alfarian the Grim, like, you know, of Warhammer fame, to go and like save his daughter. And he can't do it himself, once again, because he has a war to lead and he just can't afford to like go all the way over to Sylvania to do it. Now, bad news, if you like Alfarian the Grim from the game, he gets no diff by they make a pretty good showing of themselves. They kill a lot of vampires, but Arkin like basically touches him and basically just decays him. And this is a very permanent decaying, because like even in Age of Sigmar, they bring back his soul, but he's kind of like that Alphonse Elric thing from like you know, Full Metal Alchemist, where it's just like he's just a soul inside an armor, because he got like melted by like some sort of like nondescript death magic. So yeah, he doesn't make a good showing for himself, and he's one of the characters that just dies off really unceremoniously. So yeah, bad news if you like him from the games. Let's try to go fight Alifanar if I can, because we are losing this army. Yeah, sorry. He tries to save his daughter, he fails, and that's like literally it. Unfortunately, there's no like There's no, oh, damn it. There's no recovery. There's no, like, good showing. He just dies. So, sorry. Is definitely one of those, like, characters, like, if you're attached to him, you're going to be really disappointed. There's very few, once again, a lot of the elf, characters, like, don't do a lot. That is satisfying. Because, you see, horse units can't get knocked down, right? So they don't suffer from the usual units that shotgun units have where they knock down a lot of units and they don't do damage. So you can really just like unleash the full load of damage. Where am I going with this? I'm gonna shoot the dragon. We've killed that thing. Let's go back into the fight and let's regroup. Like none of the like Alifa Nar is another one, but like doesn't have a lot going on. So basically he spends the entire like Malekith book basically like sexually harassing him. Like every single chance he gets, he's just like there, just kind of like trying to kill him. And is that the fake or is that the real? I think that's the fake. Might be the real one. But like he spends the entire book like harassing him, but he never actually like does anything. And like his armies kind of harass him. But at some point he basically just like, okay, we're chill now. I guess you're the Phoenix King. And then he just backs off and he doesn't do anything for the rest of the story. So like not if you like him, he doesn't die at least. Like no, Alifa Nar dies, he just doesn't do anything. So if your measuring stick is he lives, Tyrion lives, Teclis lives, and Malekith live, but they don't do a lot. Orion dies. Orion gets off-screened by Tyrion with the Sword of Cain, which like yeah is absolutely how that would go down in game, right? But it's also not exactly a great showing. Yeah, he just gets completely no diff, like not even on screen. He just gets no diffed off screen. So it's like, okay, probably not great if you liked him. But I don't think he had the biggest characterization ever, but I think like, he just still gets, and then like, let's see, who else is, Alariel? Once again, Alariel is very sad that her daughter dies. She ends up healing the Oak of Ages, which like really secures that alliance with the Wood Elves, and it gives them that little enclave of like, support. So they stay there for a while before they try to make the final ditch in Middenheim, because they end up having to make a final charge for Middenheim because whatchamacallit, let me regroup a little tighter. Well, half of you are not even like holding the formation. Can you guys go into the fight? Like the big final move for the, because what was initially going to happen is that they were initially just going to wait in Athaloran, and they were just kind of going like, okay, we're in the best defensive position. We're just gonna kind of hold here, and like we know we're gonna lose, but like we might as well like lose like somewhere where damn it, I didn't even kill him. Like we might as well lose something somewhere, like we might as well fight and make our last stand somewhere smart. But Middenheim has an Old One's portal under the city, and Archeon is gonna open it, which will basically end the world, because like it will like destabilize it, because having two open chaos portals, because there's one at the North Pole and there's one at the South Pole. It's okay, you know, it floods in a lot of magic and it floods in a lot of chaos into the world, but the world is at least stable. But if he opened the one at Middenheim, the world would go to shit, basically. So he is with that situation where like they have to emergency teleport over to Middenheim and just make the best out of the situation, because they get attacked by Kabanda. And Kabanda is the Huntsman of Khorne. He is a bloodthirster, kind of like Skarbrand, but actually like unlike Skarbrand doesn't have a great performance. Skarbrand gets 0 diff by Malekith, like at the beginning of the Malekith book. And then Kabanda, on the other hand, Kabanda is doing a lot of work. Kabanda just shows up in Athaloran alone, just Khorne on his own, and he is going ham. He puts them on the back foot. So Lilith, who became immortal, I'm not actually sure why she did that, but she became immortal, gives up what's left of her life, because like all of her plans are a failure, and she acknowledges that. So she has a moment of introspection, was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna suicide in order to like give Teclis the magic power needed to do that like teleportation spell to get everyone over to Middenheim. Now, here's the thing. If they had said, oh, he can only do it with the people nearby, because most of the forces that get teleported are the people that were like in Athaloran, which is also Lilith's realm, blah, blah, blah. That would make sense. But, and then it wouldn't create such a massive plot hole. But the issue is, Teclis brings all of the incarnates of magics and their army. So he brings over the massive Grimgor Wa into Middenheim. And now, once again, the issue with that little plot point, which is a pretty big issue for that little plot point, is like, if he can bring the whole Grimgor Wa, which was somewhere in, you know, like wherever Grimgor was being, like nowhere near, it's like, okay, this is going to be really rough. We need to charge him down. We're going to keep the Giant Slayers, we're going to keep the Doom Seekers on this side, and we're going to try to hit that dragon. But this is going to be a really rough fight. Like, if we get into melee, we're going to be fine. If we don't get into melee, this is going to be very rough. But like, he brings all of Grimgor's forces and all that. And once again, they were not geographically close to him. So you lose that argument. It's, oh, you can only do that if they're geographically close. So you do get into that argument of like, well, why doesn't he just take all of the like, why doesn't he just take all of the bad guy forces and he dumps them into a volcano? You know, the standard like Pancreas no work criticism. And it's true that there's technically no good reason. Technically, an out of like a meta reason would be like, not a meta reason, but like an argument would be like, oh, well, the chaos gods would interfere with the like the magic if you were trying to mess with like all of the direct followers. Like maybe that holds up, but at the same time, I kind of feel like this whole operation is messing with the chaos dwarfs, like the chaos's plans, right? So I kind of feel like they would probably want to do it as well. Once again, I need to be very precise with my move order here, because like I need to shut down every single archer specifically. If I can't afford to get shot. So like it is a bit of a dumb plot point, but once again, he just brings over the entire good guys over to Middenheim, and that's when, you know, the end begins. Like that's when the final fight begins. So once again, a lot of the main characters are really juiced up. So your why are we like, wow, we got a bit of lag here. Like a lot of your MCs are juiced, boosted up by their various lores of magic. Now Karl Franz had a lore of magic in him, but it ended up not mattering. Now, this is the thing. Karl Franz at this point in the story is a reincarnation, is basically an avatar of Sigmar. Because as I've mentioned, I think in a previous conversation, Sigmar, the reason why Sigmar is gone from the world is Sigmar somehow got himself trapped, I think it's a Zeech thing, but like somehow got himself tied to the winds of magic of heavens. So while the vortex was still happening, he is permanently tied to the vortex, and he can't manifest, he can't do anything. But when the vortex collapses, he basically ends up being free, and he can kind of do stuff. Now, don't kid yourself, he doesn't do that much because he is split between two bodies. He's split between he doesn't have Galmaraz. At this point in the story, Galmaraz is taken with Volton. Now Volton is a character that probably will be added in an eventual End Times DLC for the Empire, because he is like a big legendary hero and you could probably make him like, but Volton is a reincarnation of Sigmar on Earth. Like think of him like as Empire Jesus. Like he is just like that guy. He's not like overtly the most powerful thing in the world, but like, you know, a lot of people are inspired when he's nearby. Like he's a really good fighter, which, you know, Sigmar is a warrior king, right? Is a god, the god king, but also is like a great combatant. So like he's really good. A lot of people are not 100% convinced by him, because, you know, it's a pretty big claim to go like, hey, I'm the son of your god. I'm like the reincarnation of your god, and like, but people vouch for him, so a lot of like holy figure are like slowly getting won over that he's probably is like some divine thing. It helps that he has a birthmark. He has the twin-tailed comet on his chest, right? So like that's a pretty good proof that like he is at least like backed up, you know, by like divine power, you know, because like a lot of people, whether you're on like the chaos side or the bad guy side, will have a mark of chaos. So if you have like, you might be born with the mark of like Nurgle on your skin, right? And if you're marked with so there are these characters called the Glotkin, and the Glotkin are these free brothers, and they're born with the mark of Nurgle on their skin. And once again, if you are marked with the specific god, like it can be assumed that you probably have some like favor with this god, right? It's a pretty good like mark of endorsement, right? You kind of back up. Let's try to kill this lord. Let me boost. It's the Spirit of Grugni, so it doesn't matter. Let me turn on the turbos. I don't think we lost a single entity. We probably did take we took a lot of losses, but I don't think we lost a single entity, which is good. But and he ends up having, and once again, they give him the hammer. But it's important to note that Volton is only at half strength because once again, he's only like a partial reincarnation of Sigmar because separately is the part of Sigmar that is trapped in the vortex which can't get out. And when he does get out, he becomes split between Karl Franz, because he has to res Karl Franz because it was a big of emergency because Karl Franz dies on an altar of Sigmar. That's what the Glot can choose to kill him. And emergency reincarnation into Karl Franz. So it becomes this like dual thing where technically Karl Franz has the Wind of Magic tied to him, but it gets ripped out of him by Archeon. And also Volton owns the other part. And once again, Volton gets into this big fight with Archeon and Volton ends up dying. He gets killed by a Vermin Lord, which is a really dumb plot point. But yeah, he just dies. And that unlocks 100% of Sigmar into Karl Franz. But the issue is Sigmar is then separated from his Galmaraz. Galmaraz is still at Middenheim and like, whatchamacallit, Archeon just kind of plays with it. Like, look at me, I'm going to keep it on my throne. Like he keeps it as a display piece, you know, like for his nerd collection. So it becomes this like, he doesn't unleash his full like power until like really at the end of the situation. Then it's too late. It's too late for it to matter. But like that, there's a reason why like Sigmar is technically present, but you know, for plot reasons, he has to be nerfed, and he very much is highly nerfed throughout like most of his appearance. But technically there are plot reasons why that happened. I'm really glad they're going to take that because this could have been really bad if this said, yeah, it's not going to happen for the next minute. So that's good. Like technically there are plot reasons why it happens. It's a bit dumb. Like I like Volton as a concept. Volton, like having like Sigmar Jesus is very important. And he was an existing character, so you have to address him. Because once again, they weren't always intending to do the end times, right? So you have this existing character who is a reincarnation of Sigmar. So you have to do something with it. That is the situation the writers put themselves in for better or worse. But it kind of feels like once again, the way they handled him was a bit dumb, and then the way they handled Sigmar being back is good. But the good news is Sigmar is back, so Sigmar creates Age of Sigmar as we know. And that's how we get to Age of Sigmar, and that's the whole thing. Because like, as the world disintegrates, because once again, there's a huge mega chaos portal that is open in the middle of Middenheim, and they successfully open it, and the whole thing, like, it defeats Nagash, it sucks in Nagash, it sucks in a lot of your main characters, right? And it is the end of the world, and you have a nice moment where, once again, Tyrion and Alariel, like, are holding hands, facing the end of the world together. It's like, there's a few nice moments like that. And then you have the basic moment where, like, Manfred stops, because they had one last chance to maybe stop the end of the world, and Manfred, being Manfred, stops it. Because he's petty. And to be fair, a lot of people treat this as like a completely stupid thing, but it is actually relatively set up that Manfred is beefing with Gelt. So, at the beginning of the end times, there are two big things that happen that are gonna stop. That are like part of like the end. So they know the end times is coming because the end times are predicted a long time in advance. And they even know that Archeon is coming. They actually try to deal with Archeon early on and actually cause a bit of problem. Actually, if they hadn't done that, they probably would have actually stopped a lot of it. Not entirely. But how do I put this? There is the Ulrich Bastion. So the Ulrich Bastion is this massive fortification that the Empire builds kind of like on its border with Kislev. And it's just like, it's this technology which is not really, it's kind of given by suspicious sources. So Gelt kind of like hides where it comes from. But they build like this massive bastion, kind of like about here, right? They build this massive wall. And like Chaos is on the other side of this wall, and it kind of lasts a really long while. And like, so for a while they had this like standoff where like, okay, we're militarizing on one side of the wall and they're on the other, and we can hold this in like kind of continuity, not perfectly. They know like there are breaches sometimes and like there are issues, but overall this is a pretty good status quo. This is very good. Then secondly is while they have the army like closed off, like I just said, like while they have it like walled off, they decide, you know what I'm gonna do? Volkmar takes it on himself to like waltz into Sylvania, and you know what, once and for all, We are going to deal with the bloodsuckers. We are not having those people anymore. We are going to get as many guns as we can, and we are going to we're going to defend the wall because they're going to die, and I can't really stop that. But we can defend here, and like Volkmar takes a massive empire army and is, you know what? We are facing the end of the world, and no matter what, we cannot afford to have these vampires still in our land. So they take this massive force and they go into Sylvania, and they die. It doesn't end well. It doesn't end well. He gets captured. The force ends up getting defeated. It's not a good time, but he had the right spirit, right? Because he's mostly taking flagellants and like other like more religious units. He calls for like a crusade basically, and as you can know from in game, flagellants, they're not so good. They're really not good units, right? So it ends up being a bit of an embarrassing attack. And he gets captured, and once again he is used for that summoning of Nagash. So technically he served his purpose. So after seeing this great big push into they lost their pope into this godforsaken region of the world, they create a second wall, and they basically surround Sylvania. And look at that, we've almost finished basically most of our tree at this point. That's good. They basically close off the wall. They surround the city, the Sylvania, and they basically, you know what? We're not dealing with this godforsaken place. Everything that happens in there is there, and he creates this like once again another wall of magic that keeps all of the vampires in. And they try from the inside, so people can come in, because basically what happened is Manfred was trying to like reunite the vampires to like, hey. I'm recruiting. I want to do another big push towards the Empire, right? So because of that, he tries to get the gang back together, and they make a big like argument for it. But what happened is that people can come into the wall, and then they get trapped because they can't come back out. So for a while, Manfred is stuck in a situation where like they're kind of because the issue is like all of these vampires are all in the same place. So as you can imagine, that's not very good for the human population. The human population is basically being turbo farmed, is the technical term I'm going to use. They're not having a good time. Oh, we might not be able to recruit in time. Why is Valkyr here early? I'm not sure. I don't think that's not the wrong skill. Valkyr is here. Wait, I don't need. What am I doing? I don't need Inspiring Presence. He's not going anywhere. He needs 2 points into Thunderer, and she might make it, but she's in Force March. She might not make it in Normal March. So more and more vampires are coming into this region, and they're kind of getting walled off. And because of that, like they're kind of decimating the out of like frustration, because a lot of vampires are not like very conservative with their human populations. They are actually kind of like killing themselves off in there. So, but unfortunately, Archon comes in, and what they do is they manage, thanks to Archon, they manage to like make a little breach, and they go around collecting a lot of the pieces they need to bring back. So they need to go to Bretonia, and they need to get like a Bretonian like artifact that is being protected by the Bretonians, and they manage it pretty smoothly. It's a big battle with the Bretonians. And then they need to go to I really need to fight more people. We're gonna make a risky move. I'm gonna declare war. I need to fight more people. So I'm taking the ballsy move of going in. But they go into Bretonia, they get all the pieces, and on the way out, they like basically they attack the like magicians, they attack the place that's keeping the wall together, and the wall collapses after a while. But throughout the whole book, Manfred is pissed. Really pissed. He's really not happy about it, because like, you know, you're a vampire, right? You know, you are one of the capital V vampires. You know, you are the guy, you're ruler of the night, blah, blah, blah. You're a big shot. And then all of a sudden, you're trapped in a cage by humans, and you can't get rid of it. It's kind of like upsetting. And what he does, so like he actually does repeatedly mention that like, oh, when I get out of this fucking cage, I'm gonna fucking murder him. So it's like, it is one of those plot points that, to be fair, is actually kind of set up. It is actually set up that he is kind of angry at man. Now, there's other reasons why he does it. He wants to grab I think he wants to grab a wind of magic for himself and stuff, blah, blah. There's a few other reasons he's out, but it is actually set up that Manfred has beef with Gelt. So it doesn't actually come. That's one of those plot points that like I knew people were angry about it, and I was reading the book kind of knowing that that plot point was coming, and I was actually really surprised to see that like this is a plot point that is actually kind of set up. You know, it's like it doesn't come out of nowhere, and I was like, huh. But yeah, so they managed to break out, but once again, they actually while they're breaking out, they also bring back Nagash, and Nagash also brings back Vlad, and like Vlad basically like shows Manfred like, you know, why Vlad is Vlad and Manfred is Manfred. So Manfred gets basically a super subordinate position. And once again, there's a whole story going on with like his like Vlad's wife. So Vlad's wife, like Nagash can't resurrect and they're not sure why at first. And it turns out that she got resurrected and like possessed by Nurgle. Like just straight up Nurgle possession, which like is an interesting thing. It was like, okay, what do you mean he can possess? Like straight up possession. There is a demon living inside her, and like she acts like, and like once again, this is a pretty powerful creature, right? This is a vampire. They're supposed to be pretty resistant to chaos. So like, there's a lot of lore implications about this particular little plot point. See, it feels like the kind of plot point they didn't really think through. But yeah, she is straight up possessed by a demon, and now you know, Vlad being a bit of a romantic, he can't bring himself to hurt his wife. I don't blame him for that. I don't begrudge him this, but like, it's like, it feels like maybe like, so once again, he saves her late, but like once again, the lore implications that like Nurgle demons can like straight up like possess someone, and once again, vampires are very resistant to, it's very important to hammer that down. It's like, it's not just like a standard demonic possession, like this is possessing like a pretty powerful entity in its own right. Like it's not just like a regular human. So it is like a little weird little detail that is a plot point. It feels like more of like a like something that they came up with to like, thank you wizard, I appreciate. It feels like something that they came up with to like build up some intrigue more than it is like a real like thought through plot point. Like, you know, if you're writing the end times, technically nothing you write technically matters, because like you can introduce anything you want plot wise, and it's like you don't have to think about the continuity after that, but like it still breaks a lot of things, and I like, you kind of wish it didn't do that. It's like, it's a bit strange. Oh, look at that, they're buffing. See, they're doing, the AI, probably maybe just because I don't think it's doing it intentionally, but the AI is actually doing correct anti-dwarf strategy. It's like with dwarves, you want to be using buffing magic more than you want to be using damage magic, because like dwarves have 35% spell resistance. So like using just like straight up damaging magic is not a good plan for them. But using buffing magic on your own men, you get the full value of the spell. So that's pretty good. Let's keep charging in. We need to shut down all of their archers. We need to make sure that like if a slayer gets too weak, like these guys, I might want to pull them out later. We need to be careful because slayers won't run. So the issue with that obviously is that if they don't run, then they don't leave when they're getting kind of low. So you just have to watch out. There's a dragon over here. I kind of want to go back over here. Let me try to take a pot shot at this dragon if I can. But yeah, there's a lot that goes on. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. No worries. No worries. Like, it's okay. I'm going for like another like hour. And then that's probably it for me for today. And then once again, I'm streaming earlier tomorrow, as you know. So if you want to stop by tomorrow, go for it. I'm streaming at a much more friendly time for the European audience. I'm kind of this weird middle zone where it's like I can't wake up too early to stream. It probably would be better, but yeah, I'm not really sure. Like it's not a great time zone for like anyone. But I'm just trying to like do that middle between like American time zone and like European time zone. It's just the reality of living in Japan, right? Is like the time zone that I would pick is not ideal for like my health. So I just make do sometimes. We are going to surround them and we're going to charge into the rear here. And then we're going to turn on the Beyblades. Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot of times because like obviously if I could appeal to the Asian market, maybe there'd be a market there, but I can't really. It's a bit hard for me to appeal to the Asian market. So I'm not even sure. I don't know. Like I know that like supposedly like cafe is very successful for the Chinese audience, right? But like I can't YouTube to the Chinese audience for, you know, obvious Chinese reasons. So, like, the one audience that might actually be interested, and also, you know, I don't speak Chinese. So, there's a few issues with it. Like, all in all, it's working. I think at the same time, it also gives me a little bit of a niche, right? Because, like, I'm streaming at an unusual hour sometimes for, like, depends on, like, what kind of streamer. I don't know. That's the whole, like, oh, God. Oh, God. Free health on these guys. I'm gonna try to pull out these slayers. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Let me pull out these slayers. Everyone out. I was saying, oh, I'm gonna pay attention, then I don't pay attention. I don't know if they got magicked or something, what happened to them, but hey, we're just gonna make do. I think we're breaking, there we go, we broke them. They are 100% legally dead. I think the game will consider them to be dead. But let's see. Let's see, let's stay with me, let's stay with me, let's see what happens. I should probably keep exterminating. Charge in. A lot of units. I'd go this way. You go that way as well. Like, you know, they're pretty fast, like, for a dwarf, right? So, we might be able to make that work. So let's see. Are they dead? Ward save is flat magic resist, is flat damage resistant. So it doesn't matter what kind of damage, magic damage, physical damage, spell damage, you just get flat resistance. So you are going to take 60 damage and you have 50% ward save, you're taking 30 damage. It is the best kind of stat to have. Yeah. No, yeah, it's late night for you guys, and then for me, it's like early morning. It's a good time though. It's a good time to stream. Like, you know, sometimes my wife and son are asleep. I can hear that they're awake, so I'll probably like head out after this and like, you know, do that. But it's a good. Let me just make sure that everything is okay. There's a lot of work things that I should check. I'm going to, yeah, we lost 2 of them. We kept 1 of the slayers. Yeah, if you lose too many entities, it doesn't matter if technically they survived. They're still dead, unfortunately. That is annoying. The good news is slayers, the normal slayers can be recruited in 1 turn, and that's pretty good. Yeah. Well, that works. I guess, look, maybe I need to take the South American audience more. If you will, hey guys, if you're gonna give me 2 minutes, I just need to do some work stuff for 2 minutes. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. The good news is, as I said, this army will be able to just keep pushing. Malachi, you know, Malachi can recruit like all of that stuff pretty quickly. Sorry about that. I just needed to check something. App is broken though. That's annoying. And let's keep buffing up slayers. Let's make my slayer force. Dutiful leader. That's a good one. Keep boarding. And like these guys, like once again, I wanna get some giant slayers because they're really good for specific targets, but not right now at least. Let's keep. I want to do. It is worth training up the blue skill because inquiring minds is pretty good, especially. Okay, he doesn't have. Oh, for a lot of factions, you get movement range as part of like the final tick on blue, so it's worth getting. But he doesn't. Different skill tree. I'm probably gonna get. I still want inspirational leader because slayers take a lot of casualties. So let's take attrition reduction, which is also a very good one too. Oh wait, 2 seconds. Why am I recruiting right now? Let me take the next city, then I recruit. Yeah. But, well, look, it works for you, right? Maybe, yeah, once again, I don't think I have a huge, is Warhammer, like, in your experience, have you met anybody else? Is Total War a big thing in South America? Do you focus on tree or share screen? It depends. So, here's the way you calculate skill tree. So, for example, if you have a lord who can solo an army in himself, it's good sometimes to sync the points. But the issue is, lord power is not calculated by auto-resolve very well. This is really not going well up here. Lord power is not calculated by auto-resolve real well. So you'll run into an issue very often where like you have an army, like you have a lord, right? Who can absolutely kill a faction, like kill an army, blah, blah, blah. But the issue is he can't do it. I need to do a few more fights to get some victories. And so you see we're 90%. I don't think we're going to make it in time. I think I failed to get the last tick, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, we can't defeat that. Oops. I need to maybe, where can I get a win? Is there anywhere I can get a quick win? No, we're out of armies. So unless, I think these guys might attack me. So we need to win this fight. If these guys attack me over the end turn, that qualifies. Yeah, we'll see. Give me a second, I'm just checking. Let me just, like, yeah, if we win this fight over the end time, we will get the final tier. And I want to do this one because this allows the Spirit of Grungni to stay permanently, which is very good. And then we want to keep working on War Mourners is really good. Like you see magic damage, magic attacks for all players is a nice one. But yeah, generally speaking, you want to be training specific skills that are like the units you use. I would recommend working on the army first and then working on the lord second. It's more as a quality of life lesson, like specifically. Like once again, if you're playing as Tamarkon, you can train up Tamarkon. Okay, fair enough. But like Tamarkon, for example, I'll answer you in a second. Tamarkon can solo armies on his own. If you build up your spec into Tamarkon, that's good, right? But a lot of lords like still need that army support to do it. So it depends. I would generally recommend for better auto resolve that doing your melee stats first is, oh my god, they're gonna siege me and they're not gonna attack me, aren't they? Ah well, that's unfortunate. They're not gonna do it. But always do Root Marcher and then the red line first. The red 1 point into red line and Root Marcher. Root Marcher is essential for everything because like, you know, it really adds, the benefits really add up, right? Because like, okay, the good news is that's a lot of kills here. One of them is sieging me. Okay, so I'm actually gonna ignore this beginning force and I'm gonna go focus on killing the reinforcements wherever they come in. But Root Marcher, always do Root Marcher, then the red line for like whatever specific your units you want to focus on, and then focus on like the level 12 skills, and then after that focus on your lord last. That's my general, that's the way I do it. It's like upgrading your army is better because it helps much more with the auto resolve and it helps with like your general combat stats and stuff like that. That's my advice. Sorry, I'm just checking. So, where are the oh, this is beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what the best part is? He's not even going to move up until those reinforcements come in. Is this going to be cheesy? Yes. Absolutely. Unquestionably. Undeniably. Cheesy. But you know what? I don't care. I'm going to keep a little army here, which this whole job is going to die to like delay them if they do choose to move up. And in the meanwhile, position yourselves. GG. Oh, they're actually going to move up. No, they're just adjusting. They're just adjusting. But yeah, once again, corner camping like this. What if the Lord is get like, so like Gelt. I'm going to use Gelt as an example. Get like, upgrade like Spirit Leech or Searing Doom or like one good spell and then go back to the same plan. But sometimes sometimes it's just like most lords will start with a pretty good like combat spell. Maybe just keep that, right? If you think you can just do like getting the spell upgrade is pretty good, but like having a spellcast lord is dangerous because like if your army is not very good and you lose your army, right? Then you can't spellcast. So I would still recommend that order, but yeah, obviously we're like maybe train up one spell. So if you have it like Elspeth, just train up a Spirit Leech and maybe Life Leeching, so you can really just keep Spirit Leeching, or Gelt just do Searing Doom, or stuff like that. Just like one tick, because you get the advantage of whatchamacallit. You get the advantage, like you get the discounted spell, but like don't try to just like train up their full menagerie of spells, but just like one spell that's pretty good is probably worth taking, you know. Let's go. I'll just let him shoot. You, Garagrim, focus on him. There we go. We'll just gang rush. Let's get. Is it cheesy? Sure. Do you see me feeling bad about it? No. Do I want to send the Spirit of Grugny over here to like destroy this thing? Or do I want to go back and just keep like extra abusing these guys? I'm actually going to have these guys come around and like back up that corner because this corner's a little bit weaker. And also Slayer Pirates going. Yeah, we're gonna have the Spirit of Grugny coming right about here because there's a bit of a weak point here. But like generally speaking, yeah, don't like, and be honest with yourself. Like, are you the kind of like magic player who like takes a magic lord but only uses like one skill of their tree, and then just train up that one skill and just ow 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 ow. Okay, that was not a good plan. That was going better in my head. He's not quite as stuck against the wall. I think that the range of the explosion is bigger than I realized actually. Yeah, that was certainly a strategy. There was a plan. There was a plan. But like a lot of these situations, like yeah, the spam does the most exactly. So you just use that one. So like once again, and spirit leech into life leeching or whatever it's called, like the passive is really good because like that just allows you to just use it like you can basically cast forever. And that's good. And then once again, sometimes it's not like, oh, you know, some spells are good for specific targets. Like Spirit Leech is one of those spells that like, technically it's good for single entities, right? But here's a little trick about magic in this game, is like getting magic casted on counts as a huge morale debuff. So sometimes even using an inefficient spell on a unit has the added benefit of just like adding to their morale break. So that's just a piece of advice for you. It's like sometimes, even if it is not the bestest spell, like just using a spell still has big benefits. I should have just, I'm going to drive the Spirit of Grugny away and then I'm just going to use it as like a shooting platform. Instead of like trying to bomb them. It's like the bombing's a bit risky, obviously. So yeah, we'll just keep it here. And it's just racking up. It won't do as much damage, but it'll do damage. Let's just go in. That's like my thing. But yeah, that's the whole plan. Is like we gotta fight. It won't like they'll be good for the future. I think we're gonna go out and we're gonna take out the other peninsula that belongs to him, and then after that we will be able to focus back up north because up north we're having a few issues, right? That's the issue with like. That's why it's really hard for anyone really to control the north. It's like there's so many. The further you go, there's always a new enemy. So you always have to put like sustained pressure on the north. Like some battlefronts, like once you've captured it, like the Empire is a good point. Like once you've captured the Empire, like, and you can protect the Kislev front and maybe like 1 or 2 choke points. You don't have to. It's a very defended area. But like that part of the map, if you're not a bad guy. Is just enemy. You always have to be like worried for that like eventual attack from something, unfortunately. So that is in this case, you know, we dealt with the Dark Elves, and then it's like okay, now there's Slaanesh. Well, technically he's Warriors of Chaos, but he's Sigmar. No, Volkmar. No, Volkmar. What's his name? What's the name of the Warriors of Chaos? Sigvald. Sigvald, not Sigmar. Sigvald's whole shtick, right, is that he is absolutely Slaanesh dedicated. He actually brings people into battle. His elite legion brings mirrors on their have mirrored shields, so that way he can watch himself kill people. Which, like, you know, Slaanesh is all about that excess, and that's definitely excessive. So they've got that fade. It's just like this little cool little thing. It's like, yeah, of course, you know, you're a Slaanesh lord. You really need to commit to the bit. And you know what? Full credit to him. He absolutely commits to the bit. That is the understatement of the century. Like he is. So it's kind of weird that he's like part of. I guess because you know they didn't have Slaanesh set up at the time, right? But like now that Slaanesh is a thing, they really need to like maybe reposition him. Oh, I forgot this guy was here. Well, let's find out if I die or not. Like, they really need to, like, reposition him. And that would help the issues. Like, you know, some Chaos factions are going to have many more lords. Because Nurgle
is going to have one more lord during the end time and maybe even 2 lords during the end time. Depending on how big, because, you know, they're going to make the free LC as Neferata, right? But then maybe they'll make a free LC lord for like every faction, because technically a lot of these factions have a lot of units they could add. So technically for the Empire, you add the obvious of Toddy, Boris Todbringer is like the obvious one. Middenheim is full end time. I really like the glow on these guys. Middenheim is where the end times happen. It's a big part of the end times, and Empire is a big part of the end times. Blah blah blah. So like all of that is very accurate. But what you could all okay, we have dragons over here, and my bet is they're in this forest. Let's go in this way. Like what you could add. Oh no, they're over here. Okay, what you could add is Helborg. I forget his full name. It's like Helborg something something. But like Helborg is the captain of the Reichsguard, and he's actually a pretty like major he's a pretty major character, and on top of that, he does lead armies. There are some characters who are legendary lords even though they don't lead armies, but Helborg absolutely leads armies. So he's a very good choice to just have as a legendary lord. So ideally you don't want like, there's some characters where it just doesn't make, I can't think of a good one off the top of my head. But there are some characters that just shouldn't be leading armies, but they do because, you know, gameplay, blah, 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 they're a legendary lord and we want the character. But that tends to be a big distinction about like who makes, like Gotrek and Felix, before they got changed to what they are now, which is way better. Gotrek, and I really need to do the quest battle for Gotrek and Felix, I hate it. And especially with a faction like this where I don't have a wizard and magic to heal them. I've been ignoring them this whole time, but I really should do the Gotrek and Felix battle. But like a lot of characters, like Malachi is a questionable choice for a legendary lord, right? Because Malachi, he does lead units. He has led wartime units, right? Because he builds these like military outposts where he's like building stuff, and like sometimes those outposts get attacked. And okay, he has units when he does that. Like there's an army. I'm gonna pull back some of these units. So he is technically running a military force, but he's not running an empire. So like it's a bit questionable to have him running an empire, because usually he is running it on the orders of like another dwarf. So like Forgrim, Grudge Bearer. So it's a bit of a strange, like I think it's definitely one of like, oh my god, he's a Gotrek and Felix main character. So like he'll sell really well, and obviously, you know, like the faction you can build underneath him is really cool. But like technically he's not the army leader. The same way, but actually a lot of the Skaven lords. So here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, because, you know, Skaven made like the legendary lords way more popular than their actual faction. But like the Skaven legendary lords are not the actual leaders of their specific factions, are not the legendary lords. So Iked Claw and Queek Headtaker are not the leaders of Clan Squire and the leaders of Clan Morse. They are like, they're generals, they're commanders, but they're not the actual like leader of the faction. The leaders of the faction are a different group. I forget what their names are. They're not really important significantly. But they're not the one. Fraught the Unclean. I'm not sure. I don't know. Mulder is not a big focus. I like let's say the Skaven books that I've read so far are Fanquil, which is Fanquil focused, and then I've read the End Times books, which are much more Clan Moors. There's a big focus on Queek, and then obviously Scryer and Queek do. I think Mulder and you know, they obviously make the Storm Fiends, but they don't have a huge individual focus beyond that. So I don't actually know what his exact position is, the ranking is. But yeah, most of the legendary lords are not the actual like the wartime leader. So it's one of those like funny things, but like that it makes sense, because like if you need a wartime general who's the leader of the faction, like that makes sense. The same way that like Tyrion, a lot of people, and I've seen a few people think this is like, a lot of people think that Tyrion is the Phoenix King, and it's like, it seems like an obvious thing to mention, because like, you know, Elariel is the Ever Queen, and Tyrion likes to go Elariel for Elariel, blah 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 blah. So like you'd assume, so that guy's king, right? And it's like, no. He's not actually, he says like for Elariel, blah blah, and there's actually a good lore reason for it. He's not just doing it and like he's like completely breaking cover. He is her champion. So what that means is like, you know, he's kind of like her hype man, but also like he's in charge of like like defending her honor. Like he's basically a representative. So like for that reason, there's actually a good reason for him to be saying like for Lariel and stuff like that. He's not just completely breaking cover. It's also kind of breaking cover, let's be honest. I think it's like the fact that like, okay, so once again, coming back to our questionable series of in the books, in the end times, they clarify that whatchamacallit, the Phoenix King knew he wasn't Aliafra's father. They're like, oh well, like obviously you knew, you're just lying to yourself, blah blah blah. And it's like that feels like a questionable development. I don't know what cucking the man before killing him really adds to the character. But like yeah, they make him an actual cuck, because you know cucking requires that you know about it and you're okay with it, right? But like they make him an actual cuck and then they kill him off. So just, you know, just to add like that extra little shame. But like before that, it was kind of like a secret, and like some people knew there was something going on, but a lot of people thought like maybe it happens afterwards. Because just to clarify, like they're not married permanently. The only thing that they were supposed to do together, which they didn't, which is the bit of the problem, is they were supposed to have Ali Afra together. So afterwards, once he's done having Ali Afra, then he can go do whatever he wants. He can go fuck whatever he wants. He does all those things, right? And like he does. Tyrion has more kids. I'm not sure if they dropped that plot point. I feel like they might have dropped that plot point. But at one point it was like Tyrion has a lot of kids, which once again, it makes sense because once again, like him and Felix are probably the two people who have definitely had the most like on-screen sex in their life, and definitely the most like with like many people, because Felix sleeps with a lot of women, right? But he doesn't have a good track record. A lot of them tend to die. Becoming a love interest for Felix is a pretty good way to like to die. It's a very surefire, guaranteed way. Like so, his first one. So in Felix's skill tree, there is a skill tree for Kirsten, and Kirsten is one of his first love interests in the book, and it was actually like such a love interest that like he was gonna stop following Gotrek around, and he was just gonna you know settle down with her. She dies before he ever comes to that realization, and also he also realizes during that fight like, oh my god, Gotrek is Gotrek. I can't afford to like piss him off. I that's not a good idea. But like he does. Yeah, he does remember like he is the one that he thinks about a lot. So like there are three women in Felix's life. There is Kirsten, who was his first love, his first big love, and she died. Like he actually was very serious about her, but she died. So that, you know, that kind of not only cock blocks you, but also life blocks you. So there is that. There is also Ulrika Magdova, who, like, you've played the game, you know what happens to Ulrika. I think it's like it's no longer like a big secret. At one point in time, it was like, you know, is this a spoiler? But like, you know what happens to her? She becomes a vampire. So that is a bit of a problem, especially when you're following around Gotrek. Now, Gotrek doesn't kill. At one point, he was absolutely going to kill Ulrika, because when he realized that she's a vampire, he was absolutely going to kill her. But then, like, another vampire shows up and is like, hey, chill. I'll take her. It's not a biggie. I'll teach her how to manage it. She won't be a problem. But, like, God, like, the dwarves, once again, have a much more, like, okay, she is a problem now. We are going to exterminate this problem kind of mentality to a lot of these things. So, like, Gotrek was, like, the friendship that she had with Gotrek did not matter to Gotrek at that point. Gotrek was 100% going to exterminate her. And then the final one is the most questionable character decision ever. So, and this is the thing that makes Gotrek a bit of a questionable character, and maybe a little bit suspect. So, in the first Gotrek and Felix book, he saves a little girl because she was going to get killed by actually her mother. Her mother, like, Corn, she was a champion of Corn, and like she didn't actually recognize her, but Corn was like, hey, kill this girl, and I'll give you like more power, right? And it's like, that's a bit strange. Like, you know, Corn is usually a bit more about like, you know, strong opponents, but like, okay. she was gonna do it, and then Gotrek and Felix stop her, as Gotrek and Felix do, and they save this little girl. And now, an important detail about Felix is that Felix has a really, really unnaturally long lifespan. He lives essentially forever. When he's around Gotrek, he doesn't age very much. Like a lot of characters notice that because like it's a bit, it's like it's a thing, right? It's like usually characters only get like immortality through like magic, like chaos magic. Like chaos is a good way to get immortality, right? But like it's a bit concerning that like this regular guy who's absolutely not a wizard and doesn't seem to be chaos is not aging. So it is explained, but what ends up happening is later in life, he ends up marrying that little girl. And now she's an adult at that point, and he is effectively 60, but like he's in the body of like, he has the body of like a 20-ish year old. So like they are like physically the same age, right? And like it makes sense why they're interested in her, because she like kind of lives along with a wild like adventure life. She like hunts beastmen in the forest. She kind of like grew up like, because her mother, she grew up an orphan, and then she became like this like slayer of beastmen, and she really understands the force. So she becomes an important character for that specific book. But like so it makes sense that he would be interested in her because she's very like strong, very capable, blah, blah. The only thing that they didn't need to do is it didn't need to be the same girl that he saved like 40 years ago. 25 years ago. It doesn't have to be that same girl. It's just, that is such an unnecessary little detail that like his wife becomes the girl that he saved as like, when she was like a child. It's like, it just leads to some weird ethical questions. Like obviously we don't have to deal with, right? We're never going to be in a situation like that. But like, was that necessary? Was it really like the most necessary addition to the plot? Was that something they needed to do? No. So it's like, why add that completely unnecessary detail? But hey, once again, his wife, and they do have a daughter. They have a daughter around the end times. So, and she was at Middenheim. So, I'm not gonna finish that thought, but you can put 2 and 2 together if you want. And Felix himself, I think like if you're this far in the conversation, sorry, I'm about to spoil it. Now, I'm gonna hold up my hand, and when I put down my hand, I will stop talking about spoilers. If you don't want to hear what I'm about to say, I'm giving you this warning. If you're listening to this hands free, I'm sorry. Felix dies during the end times, and he like Gotrek goes and like becomes Grimnir's replacement, and then Felix like he dies like trying to write it down like as the whole thing collapses around him. It's a really weird death. It just kind of felt like we might as well kill him off. It's a really unsatisfying death, but it is his death. So Felix does die during the end time, and his wife and kid die during the end times. It is what it is. It's not the best decision, but it is a decision. Okay. No more spoilers. Like yeah, there's some weird things about that. Like I'm not huge on it's a good book series to read, but you can the ending is a little like it has that almost Game of Thrones issue where like the ending kind of undermines it a little bit. It's not quite as yeah, I'm glad I thought about doing that, because I think that there was a time when I mentioned it without giving a spoiler warning, and I'm glad I gave that spoiler warning then. No problem, I'm happy to help. But like, it's worth reading. It's worth reading. That's all I'm gonna say. Maybe you'll come back to this, or maybe you'll realize what I'm about to say. But like, once again, I'm talking about I'm trying to be like I know I'm like discussing still spoilers, but I'm trying to be a bit like non-specific. You cannot currently recruit regiments of renown. Weird. Why can I not recruit? Do I have all? I don't have all of them. Do I have all of them? No. It's like, why can't I recruit regiments of renown? Like it just straight up blocked. Ah, you're on Giant Slayer, so that's the tech list book, right? If I'm remembering correctly, my Gotrek and Felix, that's the tech list book. Am I correct on that? Yeah, so oh yeah, it's really funny that like that little bit at the beginning is actually the, like, looking back on it now, that little bit at the beginning, where like Tackless is like, oh, I'm gonna sleep with these prostitutes and then I'm gonna mind wipe them afterwards. It's like, it kind of does set up that he does have a little bit of like, I'm gonna fuck up people's lives for my own self-interest. So technically looking back on it now, that one moment kind of does, is like the only moment of him acting like kind of sinister. I'm gonna add, so I don't know, it wasn't you, but just in case like the people who asked me earlier asked me this, like adding a fortification building here when like this might get attacked from anyone in this region is very good, for example. But like, it is just like a weird ethical question. Like also the high elves have high elven prostitutes. It's like, that seems to be something that like, I wouldn't think like was a thing they would do. Like that's not a weird one, but it does, they do like that brief glimpse. And that's the nice part about the Gotrek and Felix books, right? It's like, you get that little brief glimpse into Ulfwan and you learn about like, you know, they're a decaying society and like, you know, it's way less than it used to be and all of those things. And like, that's like a cool little thing to like touch on because it gives you in like that brief moment, like that brief like moment where they're in, it tells you about like, it alludes to like Tyrion's weakness. They mention like his bloodthirsty side, blah, blah, blah. It alludes to like the conflict of Ulfwan. Just like, once again, if you're new, and it's a great Gotrek and Felix is a great introduction to the world, and like it's a great starting off point, like to the series. And yeah, it's great. But yeah, enjoy the books. They are absolutely worth reading. I have some quibbles, you know, as I made it obvious. I have some quibbles with maybe like 1 or 2 writing decisions later. But they are, and the change into end times is very abrupt. So if you feel like you missed a book, there will be a point where you feel like you've missed a book or something happened, and it's just end time changes. Like we're in end times mode now, so we have to get the status quo to be at end times position. So that warning is like, you will reach a point where you're like, did I miss a book here? No. That's normal. But all in all, they're absolutely really good books. Enjoy it. And then you can read like the omnibus. You know, there's some like extra books that are not part of like the Slayer series, that are still very good. So you know, they're all the books called Slayers, and then there's like other books. So like the really like the fan favorite one is the one where they go to like see the Tomb Kings. That's not part of the something Slayer, but it's still worth reading. So just my recommendation as well, because you know the usual theming is like something Slayer, Caveman Slayer, Man Slayer, blah 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 blah, Elf Slayer, Orc Slayer. But yeah, there's technically one that breaks that rule. So Grudge Thrower, Regiment of Renown, Grudge Thrower. Let's select this. See, the stones break apart, which make them really, really good for killing infantry. It does lower whatever little, what little ability they had to deal with anti-large, but you didn't hire them for anti-large, realistically speaking. So it's fine. Just shoot at will, and then once these artillery get in range, we'll focus on killing down the artillery. My goal, ideally, is that I hold them off with my lord here, while the flamethrowers go wild. I don't want to put my front line, because obviously the front line is the front line. But yeah, it's a very fun book. It's a very fun book, and it's a start of like, no, I'm not going to tell you why. It's a sort of an interesting set. It really changes up the formula afterwards. We can talk about when you're finished. Yeah, Fanquil is, and you're going to get a lot more Fanquil. Don't worry, there's a lot more Fanquil coming up. One of the funniest Fanquil moments is coming in a later book. So enjoy. It is coming. I'm giving you a slight spoiler, but it's not really a spoiler. I'm not telling you what it is. But like, there's a really funny Fanquil moment coming. That like, you can't dodge it. It's annoying how you can't dodge it. Did we kill him? Did we kill him? I'm glad they stopped. I'm glad they just stopped. They're actually really deadly because they have magical attacks, which is a really annoying thing for infantry to... oh, hi. Oh, they actually focused on that. That's cute. We need to charge down these shades. And we need to charge... Oh my god, those things. I hate those things. Yeah, we can't deal with those. Bloodrack Shrines and Medusas are disgustingly powerful. They hurt a lot. When they get to my size, then I can chart them out. But yeah, they're really good books. They're really fun. But yeah, you've got some great moments ahead of you. I'm trying to be very careful about not saying anything too compromising. But yeah, like, there's a lot more Thankful to come. And yeah, it is just as good as it is the first time. Thankful doesn't get old, and Thankful is still there in the end times. Like, Thankful gets up to a lot in the end times. So literally, you can be with Thankful till the end of the world. And you know what the best part is? Thankful's an Age of Sigmar. Thankful has a really cool mini. 2 seconds. Let me pause this battle. Let me if you haven't seen it, technically it's an end times miniature, but it's an Age of Sigmar too. It's like, look at this. This is Thankful. This is Bone Ripper number 10 million. And it looks really neat. He is absolutely one that I'm going to get at some point. He's technically on the older side of models, but like, goddamn, he looks great. And he's still active in Age of Sigmar. He's a big player in Age of Sigmar. He's still around. He's still kicking. He's still doing all of Thankful things. So like, if you like Thankful, you will have a lot of Thankful. Out of stock, ignore that. That's in Japan. But like, look at this guy. It is such a fun looking model. I have a lot of Skaven to paint, but I will absolutely paint him for End Times DLC, because like, look at this. There's no way they won't release him looking like that. Or maybe they build up to, the big fear is that they're going to build up to this. So like, he will start off maybe a bit smaller, and then like, he will build into like the final like Thankful with the Bone Ripper, which is a what is it called? A Storm Fiend. That is like a super Storm Fiend. And Storm Fiends are these new units you get in they're one of the like end time Skaven units that are absolutely coming in the DLC. And now these like rat ogres with like weapons teams. They're like a clan scryer / clan clan molder creation, or like a combo, like a collab. And you have a lot to look forward to. Once again, the Skaven update is going to be incredible. I'm really hoping they don't fuck it up. That I will be unironically so angry if they somehow mess up the Thankful part of the DLC. Like, I want my Empire to be good, and I want my Thankful to... I don't care about Nurgle. I don't even care about Nagash. I know, heresy to say. But Nagash is not exciting. What I care about at the end of the day is I want my Thankful and my Empire to be good DLC. I unironically want, and it will be really frustrating, so maybe it should be on a toggle, right? But I unironically want, like, 5% of battles you get into with, let me cast some protection magic on this guy before he dies. 5% of battles you get into with, Thankful, I want there, like, on the enemy side, and it doesn't matter what enemy faction he's fighting against, Gotrek and Felix have the opportunity to just appear. Like, randomly, like, out of the side of the map. Gotrek and Felix are here now. And just fuck him up. Or just, you have to deal with them now. Like, it would be like, that's a really funny mechanic. I hope they add something like that. Just like, he needs to have something with Gotrek and Felix. Technically, he should have beef with Malachi too. Because, you already know that he beefs with... Your Giant Slayer is past, yeah, the whole Northern adventure. So you already know about, like, his Malachi beef. And, like, but yeah, like, especially Gotrek. And there's no way in hell you can do a Gotrek and Felix anything. Like, something like that without having, like... Am I winning this? I need to, like, hit the specific unit. Where... And that's a priority target. But yeah, like, yeah, just like, if you have the chance, it's a really cool model. The Storm Fiend model in general is also one of those really cool models as well. There's a lot of really cool, like, once again, I'm not huge on the Vermin Lords, but the actual, like, Storm Vermin, ooh yeah, Storm Vermin are great. I need to hit this thing because otherwise I'll regenerate. Let's keep blowing up all of my abilities, because if it just regenerates every time I hit it, then there's no point in hitting it. But this is the thing that's doing, like, a lot of damage to me. But yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. He's an Age of Sigmar. Once again, if you like Skaven and you can still get the Skaven Tide box in your country, like wherever you are, relatively cheaply, it's a great way to just get a lot of Skaven. There's no units in that box that are like Age of Sigmar only. All of those units except for one And even the one that is Age of Sigmar only is really cool, so it's fine. You accept it. Like, it's a really cool way to just get a lot of little, like, cheap Skaven to just paint up if you just want to get started with, like, some Skaven. Yeah, just like, well, that's underwhelming. Fuck. Okay. We couldn't hit the Hydra. That's the issue. Like, when you got a really big entity, like, and you don't have a lot of mass, it's really hard to, like, hit them properly when you're, like, small. I've had this Brazilian custom text makes it harder to get really expensive. No, I understand. See, this is the thing where you need to get like me. You need to get like English. Like my dad lives in England, so whenever my dad comes and visit because he wants to go see his grandson, see, you get yourself a kid to get your dad to visit you more often, so you can use him as a Warhammer mule. This is a 400 IQ strategy. This is the 4D chess big brain strategy. Like whenever he comes from the UK, Warhammer is just so much cheaper in the UK, so like I make sure that he brings stuff. That was embarrassing loss. Let's not talk about that. Like late game Dark Elves are kind of powerful. Like not only just like the raw firepower they can deliver, but also some of the like abilities they can do, which are just annoying. I think it's the best way to put it. But yeah, just like, no, I get it. It's pricey. I completely get it. But I don't know. I really want to get them painted up. And then like put up. The only issue is like I would do more like Warhammer decoration. So like I would add a shelf behind me, which has like some some miniatures behind me. But the thing is like I also do like professional calls at this table, unfortunately. So I can't just straight up do like here's my like nerd background. Unfortunately. So what I should do is I have the nerd background and then I have like a green screen and I can like move it up and down, but like that's I don't have so much space behind me, unfortunately. So unfortunately I am stuck with this very like non-gamery, like Warhammer specific background, which is a shame because I would like to add like some of my paint job. Like I think it'd be on theme, right? But it just doesn't quite work. Oh, God damn. We cannot, you see, this is what I mean by like, you need to keep moving. I've been staying too long at this area with this army and I need to like push out. Take that. We need to actually start killing things and taking it. But like, yeah, it's like, Warhammer is actually not that expensive. Like, there are some boxes that are too big and Warhammer's not actually that expensive in Japan because like, as I said, they have a lot of stores here in Japan and they're making a really big push to get into the Japanese market. So like, it's not so, oh, I can get Grombrindal. The issue is if I pull Grombrindal, I'm not in the city. That's a really weak army, except for the one that matters. Grombrindal summoned in. This is gonna be an expense. That's gonna be risky if I don't end up winning this. I am going to do this. Is there anything that can help me? No, he's kind of like just keep building up his various points. I'm gonna do the white dwarf calls. That's a good one to get. Yeah, we just summon an extra unit. He respawns really quick, which is nice when you build up his skills. But yeah, Skaven are fun because like in Age of Sigmar they have a few add-on units, but like some of their units are cool. So let me show you another one. Continuing on our little theme of like showing off models. Vizik. I think his name is Vizik. Vizik Scour. Look at this guy. So this is a prophet of the horned rat. I think he's a vermin lord, but he's like a special vermin lord, right? And like, I don't know why the colors get so gray. I'm muted, but like, look at this model. Like, this is another one that's like, it's cool. The issue with these big centerpiece character models is I don't put these ones in a box, right? So like, you don't get it as part of like a discount box. You just have to buy them straight up, and then the price is a bit high. Right? But like, goddamn, he looks really cool. And so you see, they have add-ons that are like that, which are not so like they're not like completely. Ooh, I think we win this. I think we can beat this. There's not so much to worry about. Once again, I just have to engage Valkia in a one-on-one. So I'm gonna position myself really far. And then in theory, Valkia will come in solo before army. Like her and the dogs will probably come in and while infantry moves up. But yeah, like Age of Sigmar, like it really like doesn't change. It doesn't change Skaven. Skaven are still Skaven. And it just adds like some cool toys. So once again, like let's just go to like here, let's take 5 minutes. to just go to chaos because once again they get promoted to a full chaos tier. So you get some stuff you'll recognize. So for example, this is the Christmas box, by the way. So like this is a really good discount box as well. So this is like your clan scryer stuff. So you have your you see you have your warlock. You have your warlock, you have your hero. This is a unit that like it's so like Skaven that it doesn't bother me that they've added this. Like, this is the one that I was talking about that it's not technically. I have my own. It's actually almost painted, and it's a really cool looking one. You got your weapons team. You can build them in different ways. You've got your storm vermin, and then you've got your Jezzails. Once again, I don't know what's up with the colors on the side today, but you can make them way more vibrant. Then you got your poison globes. Like you got all these things, right? And then the colors are really muted. I don't know if that's me. It's probably like no, the colors like show correctly here. And then you've got, like as I said, you got your storm, your vermin lords, which I'm not looking forward to. They don't speak to me so much. You've got your weapons teams. You've got, as I said, this. I'm excited about. Look at these. See, the colors are normal here. Why are the colors normal for these? Like, look at this. Look at these. This is what I'm excited for the DLC. This is a storm fiend. So once again, this is a rat ogre that they've strapped weapons onto. It has a little brain at the back, and like these slap so hard. This is what I'm looking forward to. And then don't look, if you like night runners, they look like shit. They're 1,000 years old. They are supposed to get a refresh of night runners this year, but like look at these look like monkeys. Don't buy these. Those look terrible. But like even just like the simple rat ogre, like look how cool these look. These are brand new from like a year ago, like unit. Like look at these look so good. Like, and like I don't care about rat ogres in game, but like these slap. And like, but once again, my recommendation, if you can still find it, is get the Vermintide. No, so there's free boxes you can get the ultimate starter set. And one of these is probably the most expensive one. The ultimate starter set will give you Skaven and Spearcast, but you also get a board. You get a rule books for Spearhead, which is useful to play because Spearhead is like mini game mode if you don't want to commit to the game. You get a bunch of Stormcast, which technically you could sell off, and if it's very expensive in Brazil, you might be able to sell it off very easily. But then you get like a bunch of Skaven units. So you get your clan. So you get a lot of like. Let's try to like show you how many Skaven you get. You can't really see it in. Can't zoom in, but there's a lot of Skaven. My recommendation is, if you can get it, Skaven Tide. This is their launch box. So what they do is they launch a box which like makes you like get into the game, and like it's massive the amount of models you get for like $100. So you get like a lot. You get 2 sets of clan rats. Cookies, reject cookies. Give me a better picture. So I see you get it once again. You don't have to care about the Stormcast side of it, but the Stormcasts are pretty cool. Like you see, you get a new Gracier. Look at this Gracier. It looks great. That can be your Fanquil. If you want to just call him Fanquil, you can. You get your Warlock Engineer. You got your Warp. You get Rat Ogres. You get your Warplock Jezzails, which once again are a new model. They look really good. I'd recommend it. And then you get your Clan Rats. So you get 2 sets of Clan Rats, and it's a really good way. Otherwise, you just do like, once again, the Christmas box is another good way to start if you want more of a scryer focus. It's up to you. Now, we're going to get back on the game because I don't have a lot of time and we do have a battle to win. But yeah, like once again, just do not buy like an individual expensive model because then like, unless you really just like one character. So like, I'm going to buy like, there's a little Gotrek model and it's technically $25, which is, they know what they're doing. Individual characters, like small characters are really like, are priced pretty high. But like if you get a value box like this, you can get a lot of models for not so much money. That's my recommendation to anyone looking to start. We are not pulling Valkia on our own. This is not good. They do have do they have flyers? No, they don't actually have flyers except for Valkia herself. So if we can get my gyrocopters on their own, I'm just going to stand here and wait. If I can like get my gyrocopters not be attacked by Valkia, we're going to pull away. We need to pull away from the... I'm just going to pull away. Just pull, fly away, fly away, fly away. Like, I don't want Valkia to focus them. I want Valkia to come in and like focus these. And then afterwards, we, you know, we get into the fight. What the hell is that formation? Look at these W formations. Like readjust. And yeah, I'm not denying it. It's an expensive hobby to get into. It absolutely is. And when you get started, you don't stop at just one. But if you can just stop yourself one, because like literally you physically, like your country doesn't make it possible to buy more. Probably a much better limitation than I had. And then at that point, you just buy one box and you'll have like more scaling than you know what to do with. And you don't have to buy GW paints. You don't have to buy anything like that. Just there's a lot of good paint brands. You don't have to buy any of that. Just buy like the models, obviously, from GW, because you know you don't have a choice. There we go. We can actually have an Air Force participating. Like, yeah, like they'll tell you should buy the GW paints, and technically the ones on the box are painted in GW, but you can make it work if they're too expensive. Like the only thing that you really have to get at GW is the models. Because like a lot of people like, ooh, the 3D printing is like, they're getting there. I've seen some impressive like 3D prints, but they're not quite there yet. So like a lot, they're bullshitting themselves, or they have like a financial investment in telling you that it's good. It's not, let me shoot at these. Like, yeah, they're very nice. It's very cool. They're really fun. I really enjoy like my shelf of them, even if they're not all painted, because I've been getting a lot busier recently. So I don't have quite the same time as I did to paint. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. That's kind of the point of this. I'm just here to like talk and give advice. Don't worry about it. Ask whatever you want. At the end of the day, you're the one keeping me company, because otherwise this would be a very lonely stream. Because there are other people watching, right? But like most of them are not talking. Also, you never address the people who are watching, because they all leave. Defeated Forak, but Scarbrand got the major settlement at the well, do you feel like you can take it? If you feel confident you can take it and then maybe hold it defensively, then go for it. If you feel confident, if you don't feel confident because it's Scarbrand and Scarbrand is scary, then you don't take it. That's like the answer. Unfortunately, it's like it depends. You're gonna have to deal with him at some point. Make sure that you have your magic. So I think you need your Temple Guard. I think your Temple Guard have magic damage. You want some magic damage in your army. That will matter a lot. But if you feel like you can kill him, then you're good. Look, he's never gonna like you. He's not one of those people like, oh, if you play your cards right, he's gonna like you. Nah. The fucker hates you. Oh, look at that. The Pleasure Guard. That's cool. That's a DLC unit. But like, so if like once again, it's just a question of like, let me take 2 gyrocopters and let me send those over there. Like, he's never gonna like you. So my advice is, if you have a good, comfortable defensive position, then declare war on him and make him come to you, because Scarbrand can't get up on a wall, and so he's gonna like kick down the gate. So, but his units will come up on the wall, so you can fight them first, and they'll have the tiredness from climbing up on the walls. So my advice is do it that way. But at the end of the day, you are going to need to fight him, and you don't want to move your armies away, because then at some point he's going to come and attack you and you won't be ready for him. So my advice is you really should fight him. He's not one of those guys you can't just like ignore. Scarbrand is Scarbrand. He will always hate you, and he's very strong, right? And technically, the longer you wait to hate him, the harder you're making your manual battle, because the more skills you get. Early game Scarbrand is not that deadly, and honestly, AI Scarbrand is not that deadly. Because the way you want to use Scarbrand in battle is you want to treat him like a chariot. So what you do is you give an attack order to a unit that's behind Scarbrand, and then that way, he is the one that like gets the damage. He tanks the damage to that unit. So basically, like, he has collision damage. So as he passes through a unit, because he's charging, and he's charging to another unit, he will basically just do damage to everything in his way. And a lot of the bigger dinosaurs for like your Dreadsaurians and stuff will do similar things, where you don't want them to be focused on one unit. You want them cycle charging through and like killing sways of infantry. But Scarbrand does the same thing. But the AI doesn't do that. But yeah, it's the same with your dinosaurs. A lot of your dinosaurs will do damage simply because they're like stomping through a unit. So you actually just want to keep them moving. Like, you know, your Dreadsaurians and some of your bigger dinos will do that. There we go. At least we defended the altar of ultimate darkness. So that's very good for us. And we do have the Sovereign Threat issue, which we have not prepared for. But Hag Hall. Belagar is... Jesus Christ, what the hell have you been doing, Belagar? We're on like a turn 100. And he has 2 points into Ancestral Grudge. That's annoying, you see? That's annoying that he has... Like, we're not fighting any greenskins anywhere near here. I am going to try to recruit a bunch of guns. I'm going to try to make an emergency recruitment of a bunch of... For some reason, my Regiments of Renown is still not working, so I don't know what's up with that, but it is what it is. Let's just keep fighting. Once again, dwarves, you have to keep fighting. You have to keep getting that momentum going. But yeah, just be careful. Scarbrand is very deadly. The good news, he's like, once again, I would say for most factions, he's less of an issue if you can shoot him. But you can't really shoot Scarbrand because you don't have a lot of guns. So he is a bit more of an issue than he would be for some other factions. So just do your best. If you can lock him down in some way, if you have like a wind of light, has a net of Amontok. A net of Amontok is what is called a net spell. So it stops movement. Like, that's a very good choice for Scarbrand. Now, once again, ideally you combo that with something that pins, like that shoots him. You don't have that shooting option, unfortunately. So you just have to make do with like maybe just like gunning him down, like maybe just sticking him in melee and getting Krokar. Because like if you have a well leveled up Krokar or something like that, you can definitely hurt him. Once again, make sure that your whatever units you have don't have magical attack, have them focus on the human units. Your units with magical attack should be focused on the Scarbrand. So your sacred, if you have any sacred Kroxigor or the sacred Kroxigor Regiment of Renown, is a very good choice to send against demons. For example. I think we are just closing up the stream though in a few minutes. But yeah, I appreciate you. And if Capitan Bira or Leontar or Vasto or anyone else who has participated today, or let's see, Syntank, if any of you like watch this later, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you guys watching. It means a lot. Like, it's really good for the, for the morale. Oh God, we're dead. Oh, we won? Maybe I should have fought that. I didn't expect to win. I didn't expect to straight up win. But it's always good to have someone to talk to on the stream. Because otherwise it's like a few hours of me just streaming on my own. It's a bit lonely, But definitely we are turning this around. Oh, the French want to be friends with me. Like, I will, je suis français, but I will wipe away my disgust. And I will out there. But yeah, definitely closer to this time, it's not so useful. I don't think I need to stream quite till 12 my time, because I don't think like it's a good time for anyone. I think it's too early for the American audience, and it's too late for like the Anglo audience. So it might be good for like, South America, like, that audience, but like for most audiences, like not so useful. Like what am I want to grudge against? Nothing particularly important, right? Yeah, Skaven, neither of those are nearby. Let's keep working on my Grimnir's Heir, and then Rally, and then I do Honored by Grimnir. Keep working on my hammers. That I literally... there we go, I can recruit Regiments of Renown now. Weird. Weird. Let's keep exterminating Alifanar, so I don't have to deal with him. We can exterminate this. Now, they might be getting too strong. Luckily, we can add all of these heroes to the army. I want to add them to different armies, because one of these heroes is really good in a flamethrower army. He has like disgusting buffs for flamethrowers, so you really want to add him into like the flamethrower stack that I've been trying to build throughout this game. But like, he's stuck. I think he's stuck inside like the movement range of like the other unit. But there we go. He's running. We win. We'll kill that. That's good. We're definitely we have a lot of time to fill up the bar, and we're definitely gonna kill up. Is it worth pushing the? It depends. Are you going in a region that has bad climate? Are you planning to expand into regions, so like the desert, I think is not good climate for you, maybe. Like, then it's worth it. Oh. Alariel has just died. Oh, there's the Sword of Cain, you can see it. Oh, the Sword of Cain has been pulled. And Alariel is dead, so I bet you the continent is going really badly. I might not even have to kill all of them. Mountains, then like I would say orange is not so bad. Like, you can just... You don't want it to for the monies per se. Like, it might be good to do it later, but like the main issue is you want it so that nobody else gets it, because it's a really hard like settlement. It's a really easy settlement for the AI to defend. So if you feel like you want it, go for it. If you feel like there's other technology, is a very personal choice. Like, I like to focus my economy buffs much more than I like to focus my military buffs, but sometimes it means that like I'm not playing with a lot of the fun additions for like various units. For example, late game Ironbreakers can tank artillery shots. It's like, that's like something you don't see until really late game. but like most of the time you don't see it. So unfortunately, it really depends. Like, do you need that territory? Do you need that income right now? Or do you need to maybe focus on like anti-corn army? Because I think you're forgetting that you are about to fight McCorn. And McCorn is McCorn, you know, and McCorn is not to be taken lightly. So like maybe you could like be buffing up those sacred Croxigors I talked about. Or something like, oh my god. We're losing that. So when is the next defendable position? Let's fall back. Clark Haran. There we go. Clark Haran is being hired. We're going to hire another army here. It really depends. It's like sometimes I know that the best answer is a nuanced answer instead of like giving a specific advice. But like genuinely, it depends. So yeah, frustrating answer. But like, do you need it right now? Ask yourself that. Like, do the benefits I get from this are worth it right now? If yes, go for it. If no, don't go for it. And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Now, let me cancel the recruitment here. Then yeah, then focus on something more important. Let me build up flamethrower army here this turn. I want to hire a stack of flamethrowers. I don't have any regiment of renowned flamethrowers. Okay, so I need to end in 5 minutes, so we'll just finish up, keep going. We're doing the late game. We've done pretty much all of the upgrades. We are pretty busted at this point. Like, most of my mistakes is because I'm not taking the time to, like, build up proper cheesing armies and just, like, stomping through. Like, I should do that. That is objectively the correct thing to do, but just... I don't know. I'm not playing. I'm mostly chatting. I think one of these days I'm gonna do a campaign with, like, a specific objective where the goal is, like, we are, like I did with my Empire campaign, is, like, ultimate endgame crisis 200% on turn 50. Like, that one... Every move had to be perfect, every strategy had to be considered, every army had to be specifically built for whatever opponent I was facing. But here I'm just goofing. Like, I'm just vibing. Oh, he's going the wrong way. Perfect, I'll actually have time to build up an army and defeat him. But like, I think the next stream after this one will be much more like specific objective. And I think I'm going to play Empire again because I love my Empire. And by then I will have finished the Archeon book, and then I'll move into like some Empire books, and I want to talk. Like, Empire is that faction. You know, everybody has one faction that they could play. This is really annoying, but I cannot defeat that. I hate this College of Pyrotechnics. It is the worst, like, randomly spawned army in the game. They are incredibly, like, the units that they're fielding are incredibly busted, and they are disgusting. And if I can't beat them in auto resolve, I will not have time to fight them. Oh, God. Like, let me see. Is this the flamethrower one? Learn it. This is not the flamethrower one. One of them is the flamethrower one.
For the wisdom of Valea.
Ironbeards. There we go. Ammunition plus 50% and attacks cause flammable effects. So this is really good to shove into a flamethrower stack. So once again, let me try to auto resolve this because I do not have time to fight this, and I do not want to leave this. It's a bit dumb that I have to waste so much regiments of renown on this, but there we go. That's the best way. Once again, keep your regiments of renown as emergency hiring because I had no army here. And then once again, my recommendation is either you take them like I'm about to do, and you're going to take them up north, and it's fine because they're about to get immediate value. But like, if you dealt with whatever like sudden threat you need them for, like unhire them, like just straight up like disband them. It is generally worth it to like they are really good for those emergency moments, and that's my advice. Like, keep them for like that one moment. Are we on the wrong side of the river? I feel like we're pathing a bit weirdly there. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it here. Thank you for watching. I appreciate, and I appreciate because once again, I need that watch time to get monetized on YouTube, which will make a big difference. Because right now it's like, I know I'm just doing it for the fun of it, because like I'm playing the game, so I might as well film myself playing the game, right? But like, if I get, like, the YouTube videos are starting to get a lot of views and stuff, but I haven't actually made any money out of the operation. So, thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. Earlier time though. So I started the stream at 7 AM. I'll be starting at like 6 to 6:30 tomorrow morning. See you then.